I'd like to open this part of the inquiry into the budget estimates 2024-2025. This is the fourth hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 1, Premier and Finance, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the chair of the committee. I welcome Treasurer Mookhey and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of Treasurer. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, welcome again and thank you for making the time to give evidence again. Treasurer, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would also like to remind Mr Coates-Trotter that you do not need to be sworn as you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Treasurer for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses, with additional witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and then crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So with that said, we will now proceed with questions from the opposition.
Thanks. Good morning, Treasurer. Mr Coates-Trotter. Treasurer, there is a methodology review occurring in respect of the distribution of GST. Has that been completed?
Are you referring to the methodological review being undertaken by the Commonwealth Grants Commission?
Yes.
Well, the Commonwealth Grants Commission is undertaking that methodological review, and they do that every year, but because that is obviously a Commonwealth agency, I'm in no position to let you know where they're up to in that respect. What I can say is, of course, the Commonwealth Grants Commission annual determination process is currently underway.
So I take it Treasury has made a submission to that review process?
Well, Treasury makes a submission every year to the Commonwealth Grants Commission, and Treasury is certainly arguing for more for New South Wales. As you know, that is a submission that touches on a great degree of both technical detail as well as principal detail. But I'm certainly going to make the point here that the entire system is absurd and in dire need of reform.
I think we've had that discussion before, and I'm happy to sign submissions on your behalf or with you, Treasurer, in relation to that. So I take it that as a result of the submission, Treasury would have formed a view about how that review was occurring, would they not?
I don't know what you mean. Sorry, what's your question?
Well, in the half-yearly review, the GST revenue take was revised down by $212 million.
So which part of the half-year review are you referring to?
Sorry?
Which part of the half-year review are you referring to?
The GST
yes, but which
distribution.
Part? There's multiple parts that are covered.
Well, do you accept as a principle that the GST, and perhaps Mr Coates-Trotter could assist you if you need assisting, was revised down by $212 million?
In the revenue outlook at the half-year review, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
That's different to a methodological review.
No, I understand that, but I understand.
But you're asking me whether or not in the half-year review we adjusted our GST forecast? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
We adjust our forecast at every budget, and yes, in this half-year review statement, of course, the revenue adjustments were made as you'd expect.
And they were revised down by $212 million. Did that reflect?
Sorry, no.
In the half-yearly review.
Yes, but you know, Mr. Tudor-Hope, it's over the there's forward estimates. Which year are you referring to when you say that it's been revised down by $212 million?
For 27-28.
For 27-28. So the fourth.
Oh, I think for 27-28 it's revised down by 358 million.
Well, I'm looking at GST for 27-28. I'm looking at the revenue reconciliation. It's on page table 3.3. It's showing me not that.
What does it show you?
Have you got it in front of you?
No, I don't. What does it show you?
Well, I'm looking at the revenue reconciliation, which 27-28 is showing a revision of upwards of 705 million.
And is that consistent with what you... Well, do you say that for 24-25 the estimate is revised up or down?
Well, I'd only invite you to read it.
Well,
the revenue reconciliation on table 3.3 shows, unless I'm misreading this, but it's an $85 million upwards revision to the 2425 number, which reflects the fact that there's slightly more consumption expenditure in the economy than there was in budget.
Yes. Did you get a letter from the Commonwealth Grants Commission on the 28th of February?
The 28th of February, which was what, last week?
Yep.
I'll find out. We'll find out whether or not I personally got a letter or the Treasury got the letter.
Well, it's probably addressed to you, but may have been delivered to Treasury. But it would have been a decision in relation to the GST relativities for 25-26.
Well, we are at that time of the year where there is back and forth going between the Treasury and the Commonwealth Grants Commission around relativity.
But they made their decision, did they not?
No. They haven't made their decision. Their decision is not due until mid-March. What you're describing is the ordinary communications between the Commonwealth Grants Commission and the Treasury as they finalise their position. I've got budget. Do you want?
Yes, please.
Can we have them back?
Yeah, sure.
Which one would you like?
The marked up copy.
1 and 2. The marked up ones, that'll do.
Well, you're getting number 1 and you're getting number 2.
So, in relation to the letter which you potentially got with the final decision of the...
It's not a final decision, Mr. Tudor. We get a final decision from the Commonwealth Grants Commission in March, and we usually find out a day before.
And it's a recommendation to the Commonwealth.
And it's a recommendation to the Treasurer, the Commonwealth Treasurer under that system.
Yeah, well, what was the recommendation to the Commonwealth Treasurer in respect of the distribution to...
Well, I wouldn't know because I'm not responsible for the Commonwealth Grants Commission. The Commonwealth Grants Commission answers
No, but if they written to you providing you advice,
they don't advise me
about what they have recommended to the
the
Treasurer.
They don't advise me of what they recommend to the Treasurer. In fact, the way the process works is they will publish their report. They will then write to us to see whether or not there's any final variations, and then generally the Commonwealth Treasurer writes to me to see whether I have any further input to add.
But the terms of reference of the Commission require, do they not, that the Commission write to State Treasurers by the 28th of February?
Well, the engagement with the Commonwealth Grants Commission is usually year-round.
Yeah,
there's multiple points.
The terms of reference of the Commonwealth Grants Commission require, on the 28th of February each year, that the Commonwealth Grants Commission write to you and advise of their recommendation to...
No. They write to us to provide us advice about their draft determination, I believe, is what you're making the
And
point.
you received that letter?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the recommendation is?
No, I can't.
Can you give us at least a thumbs up, whether it's good news, is it bad news?
I can't give you... No. You're going to have to wait to budget 25-26 and the reports that are published therein. But what I will say to you, Mr. Tudor, is regardless of whether the result is good or bad, this system remains absurd. The fact that New South Wales lost $12.6 billion in GST last year is an affront to this state, but also a sign of the fact that we as a state are carrying the federation when it comes to supporting the other states. Now, I think it's a very good thing that here at a bipartisan level, both your side of politics and my side of politics agrees that New South Wales needs change. And we need a system that is far more built on population share than the current system. When a scenario in which a suburb near the Illawarra is classified as a major city but Darwin is not, and New South Wales loses money, that's a problem. When Coffs Harbour goes from being rural to semi-regional and as a result we lose money, that's absurd. Coffs Harbour has been there for millennia. It has not changed its status. It's a great place to visit, but I think it's a surprise to the people of Coffs Harbour to realise that they've been utterly reclassified. Equally, in a scenario in which
Is that what's
Melbourne,
contained in the letter? Is that what's contained in the letter?
Well, I'm just going to point out these are the absurdities that we deal with every single year.
Yeah.
In a scenario in Melbourne where the system,
Treasurer, we're on the same page here. We're on the same page. We're on the same.
They decide that it's cheaper to provide public transport in Sydney than it is in than in Melbourne, and therefore Victoria gets more money. It's absurd. Neither you nor I can look any of our constituents in the face and say that this system is rational, this system is explicable, this system makes sense, let alone this system's in the national interest.
So, you're not going to tell us the figure?
Definitely not. You're going to have to wait to the budget.
No, but is it better or worse than Treasury guessed?
Well, I'm not going to speculate, but I would simply say that
the Treasury's...
Mr. Tudor, I know that you're excited about the prospects of the next budget, as am I. We are all excited about what the next budget will say, but technically we are here to discuss the last budget.
But we need to know whether the estimates contained in the last budget
and when we're back around this table,
and the manner in which
when we regather in September,
and the manner in which
push me hard as to whether or not
Treasury officials have been able to make those estimates in terms of the previous documents that are contained.
But I'll just say, Mr. Judo, I hope you're enjoying my budget papers. But the other point
I'm coming back to that, by the way,
is Treasury methodology before the 2425 budget was exactly the same that was applied when you were the finance minister. The exact same methodology was used ahead of last year's determination as they were the year before and the year before that. Now, undoubtedly the case, I'm really glad that the Treasury has, since the revenue shock that the state was subjected to last year, looked to see what it could do better when it comes to GST forecasting. And I'm proud that that work was undertaken by the Secretary and the revenue team of Treasury, and I think they've done a good job. But I would make the point, every single state is having to effectively guess what happens in the forward estimates years because of the absurd system that we have. Now, I well and truly will continue to argue the case for wholesale change, but until we get wholesale change, there's a lot of retail change that can happen, which includes the Commonwealth Grants Commission itself publishing forward estimates. Every other part of our revenue base, we have guidance about what's likely to happen beyond the budget.
Well, what are the things that change?
The Commonwealth Grants Commission should be publishing forward estimates for New South Wales and for every other state. So all states don't have to effectively compare notes with each other, best guess efforts, look at all the data that's been submitted in order to effectively predict what the Commonwealth Grants Commission has to decide. I think that's a reasonable suggestion that the Commonwealth Grants Commission should take up.
Well, absolutely fine, but I'm just putting to you what you are faced with is what you've got at the moment. Which is an absurd system. But it has been going on for a long period of time, and generally Treasury officials should be able to work with the absurd system as you have identified and make estimates about the GST allocation to New South Wales.
Treasury does make estimates about the GST allocation to New South Wales.
And using the methodology which is adopted by the Grants Commission.
Yeah, sure, but Mr.
And they either get it right or wrong.
No, Mr. Tudor. To be fair to Treasury, the Treasury under sort of, I guess, my stewardship and yours previously, you would know that there are thousands of inputs that go into that calculation. And that's my point about it being inexplicable to most people. And the whole point about allocating on population share and then using the balance of the federal grant system to reweight for the smaller states and also those states that have got real difficulties in doing service delivery, is a much better system than the one we have now. But I think that, Mr. Tudor-Hope, for you to be criticising Treasury officials is effectively slightly, dare I say, just as absurd, given that the methodology that they used in preparing the 2425 budget was the exact same methodology they used to prepare your last budget.
Did they get it nearly as wrong? But if we can just go back...
So hang on, are you suggesting that the fault here is with Treasury or with the Commonwealth Grants Commission?
Well, I'm certainly saying it. Because I'm saying the methodology is wrong, but I'm saying that Treasury officials should be able to estimate it using a faulty methodology.
Sure. But you're enrolling in Team New South Wales, and then you are undermining the efforts of the Treasury, which is doing exactly the same as they did when you were the Finance Minister.
What I want to make sure is that the budget papers accurately reflect the finances of the state, Treasurer.
Well, are you suggesting that they don't?
Well, I'm suggesting that to the extent that they get the estimates significantly wrong, potentially they do. Now, but can I come back to...
But Mr. Tudor,
have you got the half-yearly review in front of you?
I do. Do you need my copy as well?
Well, it'd be handy if you've got another copy of that.
We'll get you one.
Yeah, thank you. Can you go to page 19 of that document?
I can.
You see the paragraph in the interim. The Commonwealth Grants Commission published its draft report in July 2024 and its significant changes. There are material movements for the New South Wales. Do you see that?
I see the box.
Sorry?
I do see the box.
Yes. Do you now accept from me that the Commonwealth Grants Commission have in fact, and your half-yearly review, you have revised down? No. You don't?
I mean, again, I'm sorry, but...
These changes are forecasted, the paragraph, to decrease New South Wales GST revenue by...
I mean, Mr. Tudor, you're identifying one part of a whole series of complex calculations. The better way for you to look is at page 3, table 3.3, which is the actual revenue reconciliation that takes into account all the movements that are taking place as well through GST. Now, you're focusing on one aspect of the methodological changes that to do with the relativity score. As you would know, that even within that methodological score, there's a bunch of movements that are taking place. But the reason why I suggest that perhaps you should look at table 3.3 is that is actually the revenue forecast. That is the revenue forecast.
Well, why include that at all?
Well, because we like to share information with the public about how these systems work. The budget
it says that it provides this. The changes are forecast to decrease the New South Wales GST revenue by $212 million in the 4 years to 27-28.
Why don't I invite the Secretary to...
So the factors that determine how much GST we get, firstly, the level of consumption. So
yes.
How much is in the pot, an updated estimate of our share of the national population, and then the black box voodoo element, which is the relative fiscal strength of one state versus another.
All the things that the methodology...
And then there's changes to the methodology as an input to the black voodoo box. So what this, the section of the half-yearly report you're calling out deals with is but one element of that, which is the Commonwealth Grants Commission 5-yearly review of its methodology. We sought through that process to make several arguments in New South Wales's interest, the chief one being the Commonwealth Grants Commission viewed the coal market as a single market, when in actual fact Queensland, which produces a great deal more metallurgical coal than thermal coal, has a higher value natural resource and we were arguing for a differentiation between the two. So we had some wins, we minimised some losses along the way. We don't know quite yet what the final result is, but this is an iterative process where they deal with the various arguments of the various states, and this was a snapshot at a point in time.
But I should say, Mr. Tudor, where I do agree with you is that there is absolutely a risk that New South Wales loses more through methodological reviews. Absolutely there is that risk. And that's because, again, we're dealing with an absurd system. But if you take one big step about what is the principal absurdity, the principal absurdity is that they treat states with coal differently to they treat states with iron ore. And then even within coal states, they have market distinctions.
And I'm sure you've made that submission, have you?
Both publicly, privately, in commission form, here in the estimates, publicly in the House.
As I
I'll
understand,
continue to point out that right now, in a scenario where Queensland and New South Wales experience a coal boom, we share it with the Federation. But the system we now have is when West Australia gets an iron ore boom, they effectively keep most of it.
And I understand
as
that
this
argument
methodological
entirely.
review goes through, you are right to say that there is absolutely a risk that New South Wales goes backwards even more.
Good.
And that is a risk that you are going to have to manage if you ever find yourself in the Treasury
So
position
do I
and I have to
understand that
manage.
the letter of the 28th of February is going to suggest that we're going back further?
I respect your attempt to ask this question for the 5th time, but my answer will be the same as the first 5, which is you'll just have to wait until the CGC publishes its report, the Treasurer makes its decision, and we publish the next budget.
Well, in fact, it's going to be made public on the 14th of March, isn't it?
Probably, yeah, I suspect.
So that's a week away. Just give us a hint.
I could.
Okay. The no worse
I
off
won't, but I could.
The no worse off guarantee.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's signed? An agreement's been
Yes,
signed?
I signed it, actually.
Yes, you did.
Actually, yes.
Yes,
I did now that you
In
mention
fact,
it.
I think in November you signed it.
No, actually, let me tell you what happened.
No, I understand what happened.
No, you didn't, actually. I guarantee you do not know what happened. But I'll tell you. Okay. So what happens was is we all
I should have
gathered.
asked you this question.
We all gathered at the KIFA meeting in December,
Yeah.
and it was all circulated for us to sign, and I refused to sign it because they spelt my name wrong.
Ah, well.
And so I sent it back. It had to get redone, and then I effectively signed it a couple of weeks ago, I believe.
Yes.
So it's signed on behalf of the people of New South Wales, but you're right to say that in 3 years' time, we will be once more having conversations with the Commonwealth at the time to ensure that the no waste guarantee stays
So did
in
you
place.
take the view at any stage that it should be legislated?
It is legislated.
Yeah, but the legislation...
The extension of it.
Extension of it.
Yeah, I absolutely do think that it would be wise for the Commonwealth to permanently legislate it.
They didn't, though, did they?
They didn't know.
And in fact, you signed this agreement, and agreements are always subject to their provisions, are they not? In the same way that the legislation was sure and certain, this legislation...
Well, no, it wasn't, because it expired.
Yeah.
The point about the legislation is that the legislation expired in 26.
If you extended the term, it would have been sure and certain, would it not, Treasurer?
No.
Yes.
No.
Look,
For the very simple reason, if legislation was a permanent solution, I wouldn't be signing a renewal.
it would have been a simple matter for the expiry date of the no worse off guarantee to be extended by legislation to expire.
Sure, and my preference is for the Commonwealth to make it permanent.
Well, thank you for having agreed with me.
But Mr. Tudor-Hope, again, dare I invite you to look at a record that was earlier than 2023, because when Mr. Perrottet got this secured with Treasurer Palace and the Treasurers at the time, it was a very good thing. But they did not secure a permanent no worse off guarantee. I would have much preferred that they did.
Well, of course that's right, but
Thank you,
you're the
Mr.
Treasurer
Tudor-Hope.
now.
Thank you, Mr. Order. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Treasurer.
Hello.
And good morning to you, Secretary. Treasurer, you were having a bit too much fun, I think, in that last session. Can we talk instead about something less fun, which is the mutual gains bargaining framework?
Please.
It's quite clear it's not working.
That's not true. We got 70% agreement with the public service workforce. We've managed to increase essential wages and decrease the deficit. In addition to that, we have got real wages growing in New South Wales by 1.1%. We have public sector wage growth and private sector wage growth taking place with more than a 3 in front of it. And you say it's not working compared to what? Bear in mind, under the previous policy,
it to the previous policy.
we had real wage decline by 1.2%.
That's something you can raise for the opposition. It's not something you can raise
But I
with
will
me.
absolutely make the point that our mutual gains bargaining is the reason why New South Wales teachers are the best paid in the country. It's the reason why New South Wales police officers are now the best paid.
I'm glad you mentioned the police.
well.
Can we just talk about that?
Well, we can.
As you know, let's talk about the nurses versus the police. So
Sure.
the police, and I understand from a discussion I had, I think with Ms. Dobbins at the Industrial Relations estimates earlier this week, that there's there's a bit of confusion, and perhaps we'll call that what did you call the black box, the voodoo black box?
Yes.
I feel like that's where productivity improvement negotiations are going in this framework. When we talk about the police getting their pay rise, there was a lot made of the insurance scheme changes,
Yes.
which we helped you pass
Thank you.
through the Parliament, as somehow being the reason that they were entitled to a pay increase. And yet the nurses and midwives apparently are supposed to try and find some sort of fat in their system to trim in order to get a pay rise. But when they've been so under-resourced and so underfunded for so long, as opposed to the police under the previous government, how on earth are nurses supposed to find productivity improvements that will satisfy your government?
Well, firstly, when it comes to nurse wages, we respect very deeply our nursing workforce, which is part of the reasons why nurses' remuneration has gone up, even under our base offer, to the best it's been in a decade. And that doesn't require any trade-offs. The fact is that under the previous approach for the last 5 years, nurses got 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 0, 2.5. Under our first policy, it was 4.5, and under our offer, it would be continue to be an additional 10%. In addition to that, when it comes to nursing conditions, we are very proud to have implemented safe staffing levels in partnership with the Nurse Midwife Association.
I'm glad you mentioned ratios.
We've hired.
I think
Can I just
Order.
finish the answer? We also have hired 2,500 additional nurses since March 2023, and we didn't allow 1,200 of them to be fired this year. That would have otherwise have taken place on 1 July.
Yeah,
But in
again,
terms of
not
your
interested in
comparison to police,
opposition.
the police wage deal, the key factor there to recall is that that was funded, the previous scheme required a contribution of police wages too. And that's the nexus between the bargaining system between the police and why the reason we were in a position to afford it. The fact is that police death and disability scheme was costing the state of New South Wales $4 million in 2013 when it was signed up. The premium renewal was going to be $1 billion.
Yeah. So can
That
we
has
just
always been key to police remuneration.
I
They
bring you
bargained
back?
for their death and disability scheme.
Yeah.
And I do want to congratulate the New South Wales Police Association
You are
for
now just
using the
talking a lot
mutual. But you asked.
in response
You are
to
now
my
using
question.
the mutual gains bargaining system
This is
to
not what I
solve a
asked.
problem for the state and achieve a good remuneration outcome.
Yeah, and that's why
now
we
when it
helped you
comes to the
pass it.
nurses, I also make the point that we're
let's
not
allow the Treasurer
requiring the
answer.
nurses to trade off. The other point, which you, perhaps Ms Boyd, I'm sure you haven't forgotten, is that we've brought back an independent umpire for this very scenario. So we've said to the nurses that you aren't required to reach agreement with us. You have every right to bring your case to the Industrial Relations Commission. And we're really proud we brought back an independent umpire, so they have that right. And as I understand it, to be fair to the nurses, they're making a pretty good case and strong case down there, and we're going to leave it to the independent umpire to work through the detail. That is the key point, which is about mutual gains bargaining versus system it replaced.
Treasurer.
Mutual gains bargaining is there to be used if it can work, and the circumstance where it cannot succeed or is not acceptable to the workforce, we respect their right to take that into the Industrial Relations Commission. Far from respecting it, we fought for it.
Okay, Treasurer, you are very clever and very confident. You do not need to talk out your answers. I would really appreciate if you could answer my
but
questions.
Ms Boyd, this is a very important matter.
Okay, can I ask the question?
I'm absolutely going to provide the facts
And
to you.
that's fine, but I haven't got an answer to my question because I haven't actually been able to ask a question. So if I could ask my next question.
Sure.
So I see that we helped you get that great saving through that everybody wanted and didn't seem to be an imposition on pretty much anybody. And that's great. That was a great change. No, wait. I haven't finished. I haven't got to my question. But in a similar vein, we helped you pass the changes that allowed you to bring the private health insurers back to the table. And I'm really pleased that that worked and that you've got an extra $490 million so far in the half-yearly review that you've added to the budget. Why on earth can the nurses not get the benefit of that because of some arbitrary mutual gains bargaining framework in the same way the police got the benefit from the changes we passed for them?
Well, Ms Boyd, firstly, you are right to say, and again, I do appreciate the fact that you and other members of the committee did support those changes to the health insurance levy. It was the right thing to do. And I'm glad I have still got some additional information on the amount of money we've collected on that since the changes has been introduced in January, which I can provide you now or later, but to get to the guts of your question. That additional revenue that is coming from the health insurance levy is going to the health workforce. And it's not just nurses. I mean, nurses are half of the health workforce. There is a complete other half. That is part of the reasons why we are in a position to, without requiring any trade-offs, make the best offer to nurses and to other healthcare workers for the 3-year round that
that's
we did.
Not bargaining.
No, but Ms. Boyd, the base from which you commence bargaining is a lot higher. And that's the key point here, because under the previous policy, it's not like we set the wage offer at 1% and said, find the difference. We've set the wage offer at the highest level it's been set for a multi-year agreement in more than a decade. And the fact that the floor in the bargaining is high is a good thing.
Sure.
And the fact that without any additional bargaining, the New South Wales nurses, health workers will get real wage growth each year of the agreement is very important. And that doesn't require any trade-off. And we're proud that we have effectively said that we can increase essential service wages. We aren't requiring people to go from 2.5% to 3% to be able to go through a mutual gains bargaining process. But we have said, if you wish to go above this offer, we mutually gain bargain. And if that doesn't succeed, you have a right to go to the independent umpire.
Where has the mutual gains bargaining framework been successful? Was it used?
Well, the New South Wales Police, the New South Wales, the Public Service Association, the New South Wales Teachers Agreement. I mean, the fact that we now have teachers have gone from being the worst paid to the best paid is a transformative change. It's the reasons why we've now halved the number of cancelled and merged classes that are in our public schools.
So just
and
because
we've
again
halved the
you're
number, maybe not halved, but we've substantially reduced
the
number of vacancies. So you asked me about where mutual gains bargaining has succeeded. That's the first. Secondly, the fact that we now have record enrolments at Goulburn Academy, and the fact that since we announced the police deal, we have 67% higher applications to be a member of the police. And then the third you asked was when it comes to the PSA agreements that we reached with the general public service. The fact that we are now able to redeploy public servants rather than making them redundant is a very important issue, and has meant that we were in a position to support an additional 0.5% to that workforce.
So back to my questions.
70% of the New South Wales Public Service has reached agreements with us. Sure, we have 3 disputes that I say are outstanding, one of which is in the federal system that wasn't subject to this framework in the first place. But that's also the reasons why we have an independent umpire.
Okay. Sorry, if I could just ask my question. So back to Ms. Dobbins was saying that there's no rules against, there's no sort of prescribed rules around what types of productivity improvements can be included.
Yes, we haven't. We've allowed for a flexible framework.
That's right, and that it fits really within Treasury to make those decisions. And yet there's been speculation that that's an incredibly sort of arbitrary space. Are you responsible for signing off on what can be included in that bargaining as an improvement?
No.
You're not involved at all?
We don't set preconditions for bargaining.
Okay, but when a union comes to you and says,
we assess
can
them,
we
yes.
include... Okay, who's we?
Treasury.
Right. So do you sign off on those?
No, that advice comes from Treasury to the ERC or to the government decision-making body. And
do you issue a guidance? Is there any kind of guidance or policy as to what type of improvement should be
There's no
considered?
general policy that we're speculating, for the very specific reason that a mutual gains bargaining framework does need to allow people to be able to exchange ideas, does allow people to test ideas. But you are absolutely right to say we are rigorous about it.
I didn't say that.
Okay, sure.
I said it was arbitrary.
I will say we are rigorous about it. A good example actually is the nurses' negotiations. In the course of last year, we did, at the recommendation of the New South Wales Industrial Relations Commission, embark upon a process that we reported back to them on, in which there was intensive bargaining. And in that intensive bargaining period, I made sure that obviously my office and the New South Wales Treasury were made available. I do seek to have Treasury's technical analysts available to support bargaining. And to be fair, we do seek to exchange information with our counterparties, so they see how it's being scored and not. And to be fair to our counterparties, often they want to see that because their view is that in the event that the government is obtaining more value than they think, they would like to know. A very similar process has been embarked upon with rail that, dare I say, was actually described by the rail unions, despite our rather heated dispute with them, as being one of the excellent parts of the process, was that they did get access to Treasury independent of transport, for example, and the capacity to talk to transport. And I actually make the point, part of what we are noticing as we roll this framework out, and Ms Boyd, you're quite right to call us on this, because we are going to have to modify, I think, into the future, is that there is definitely a view that we need to make sure that there's more compatibility between the methods by which Treasury cost policies and agencies do. And often we are being told by unions and by others that what they're being told by their agency either they disagree with or they don't understand, and they're actually requesting the ability to go to Treasury separate. I do make the point, it's unusual. I did not expect that unions would clamour for Treasury involvement. That's generally not what happens. But it has been one of the learnings that we have picked up from the first round of mutual gains bargaining, and you are quite right to say this is something we're going to have to look at.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Treasurer, and your notable paucity of extra advisors here, which is most welcome. Can I ask you about a strategic question of Treasury analysis in response to what economists are now describing as very unique economic circumstances for Australia and also New South Wales, a very rare combination of full employment with unusual reliance on public sector employment growth, above target underlying inflation, falling productivity and negative growth in per capita GDP. What analysis has Treasury made of this circumstance, and what response are you making for the state economy?
Well, it's voluminous analysis undertaken by Treasury on each of those component parts that you refer to. So I'm happy to go into specific detail on specific components if you wish, but I think the first category, dare I say, thematically falls within macroeconomic conditions, which is more to do with where employment growth is taking place, aggregate levels. The second aspect is, I guess you were talking about the long-term drivers of prosperity, which is productivity. Mm-hmm. So in terms of the first, Treasury's macroeconomic forecasts are in the budget and the half-year review. You're right to say that Treasury also agrees that right now where growth is coming from in the economy is tending to be coming from, or the incremental growth is coming from the public sector, both Commonwealth and state. And then you are right to say that we are dealing with two macroeconomic conditions which are lower household consumption and lower business investment, which are the more private sector parts. Variety of things that we are pointing out on that, but the core of the Treasury's analysis is that's what's to be expected when you've run interest rates at the level that you have. And that is actually the point of running interest rates well above their neutral rate, is that you are meant to slow down household consumption growth and business investment to allow the economy's supply capacity to grow. On the questions of productivity, there's a variety of work we've been doing on the productivity, but to cut to the chase, how is it framing our strategy? There's three things that I'm going to say in terms of productivity that we're going to have to do. In the short term, we're doing infrastructure reform, and at a national level, I'm partnering with the Federal Treasurer to revive competition policy. In the medium term, there's a lot of work we're doing around education standards and innovation, but the long term, and this is the big one, is we have to, the one lever that states have that no one else really does is land use planning. And we have got work ahead of us as a parliament to embark upon further reforms to our planning system to fundamentally speed up decision making and reduce the time value of money in New South Wales.
Right, and which of those things is going to lift private sector investment?
Private sector investment, I mean, there's infrastructure investment is definitely a key part of what we're screening for in terms of which projects we're building and why. It's part of the reasons why we are, for example, looking at various parts of the road networks. And really to deal with sort of particularly the pressures that are on industrial land in New South Wales right now. But the second aspect is absolutely land use planning. I mean, to put it this way, one of the things I did since the last estimates is that I did ask the planning department and with Treasury to identify the top 25 private sector business investments that are currently in the planning system, and then screen them for productivity growth. Which ones are most likely to boost productivity? It came back with some interesting results, namely that most of them are energy projects, but then there's other issues like data centres. In fact, 4 of them are data centres in the top 25 that are currently being proposed. That's obviously crucial in terms of building out the digital economy and the digital infrastructure. And so I'm pretty focused on saying, well, why does it take 30 months to get a decision from the New South Wales planning system, where in Victoria it ranges between 18 to 24? That 12-month to 14-month difference costs a lot of money. It jacks up financing costs, exposes people to a lot more construction risk. Even just getting speedier decision making will assist business investment. And I tell you, in terms of people who are making private sector business investment decisions, number one thing I hear back from all of them is that New South Wales has everything going for it, except for the fact that it takes a lot of time to get a decision out of the planning system. And I'm glad that the Planning Minister and the Premier and myself are absolutely on to what we can do to speed that up.
And what lessons can we draw from the American economy? There's a lot of commentary about American economic policy, but they are the stellar example of improved productivity. Australian productivity, unfortunately, has gone back to 2016 levels, and obviously New South Wales is a big part of this. There was a nearly 3% drop in labour productivity, 22 to 24, and this drives down our living standards, which have fallen by 10% in the last 3 years. The Americans are the mirror opposite of this, with a 15% increase in productivity since 2018, a 13% increase in living standards, of which we should be very envious. So isn't the example there, less regulation, less taxes, is a very simple formula for driving productivity improvement?
Well, that's one theory. I should say that I just will slightly quibble with one of your figures. I think you're quite right to point out that those 22 to 24 productivity numbers, which I presume are the national economy.
2.7%, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that actual productivity growth, the decline stems back a bit earlier than that. It's 2017, really, was when there was a noticeable change in the Australian productivity rate. So it is an issue we've been dealing with prior to COVID and beyond. But to go to the core of your question about the US productivity, yeah, there's interesting lessons to learn from US productivity. Look, one of the things, I recently had the opportunity to visit the United States, talk to a lot of people there about what's going on with US productivity growth. Frankly, the US productivity growth is also a function of the fact that they were prepared to tolerate exceptionally high levels of unemployment during the recession, through the pandemic, which allowed labour to resort itself quicker as well, and to match labour to its most productive use at the time, I guess the economists would put it. But that had huge social costs. And I don't think that that spike in unemployment that took place in the wake of COVID is definitely one of the interesting factors that the US economist community is looking at as being a reason why there's been a sharp uptick in US productivity since that period of time. So you can point to regulation, you can point to various tax settings as being a reason, but I actually think the picture in the US is a bit more nuanced. The other issue that you are right to point out, though, is that one thing which the US is certainly, I would agree with you on, that they have done, is that they've done what I guess economists would describe as capital deepening, which is deploying more technology for their workforce to use. And that is something that I think there's a lesson in terms of how we deploy business investment. Slight nuance in the US economy versus the Australian economy, which is theirs is a lot more capital intensive an economy, because ours is much more of a service-based economy, which requires fundamentally slightly less capital intensity than one that is a bit more manufacturing, as they are still. So there are nuances, but as always, Mr. Latham, you are right to say there are lessons to be learnt. Final point I make is US productivity growth has been impressive in the last few years. Poland has had the world's greatest productivity growth since 2010, I believe. And there are interesting lessons coming out of that part of Europe, for what it's worth.
Well, I'm not too sure we're as comparable to Poland as we are.
You'd be surprised.
The United States, notwithstanding the great Robert Borzak.
The Polish economy, there's a few things we have in common.
But it's interesting, your comment about the labour market sorting that they had in the United States, and now the huge productivity benefits they're gaining from that. So do you look back and think that the decisions during COVID here to freeze our labour market sorting through programs like JobKeeper and others were a long-term mistake?
No, because as we've learned, if you tolerate mass unemployment, you're internalising a hell of a lot of other problems for the economy as well, and for the public balance sheets as well as private living standards. I will never celebrate high levels of unemployment, and I also would make the point that the Australian policy setup is not built. It would have a whole variety of cascading effects, which I don't believe the Australian people or the New South Wales people would welcome.
Well, now we're stuck with falling productivity. And are you embarrassed, Treasurer, that the New South Wales government, in its own arrangements, has got productivity measures in place that are deliberately driving down public sector productivity, like putting drivers on driverless metro?
No, I know that's the line that you've used, Mr. Latham, but we haven't done that. I think you're referring to is the decision by the New South Wales government to ensure that on the city, that the metros that are under construction, we have the same labour arrangements that apply that the previous government imposed on City South West. That is the crossings. I would make the point that if you go and use the metro to Chatswood and you go out there, you will see staff on the stations that are there to assist passengers and to deal with any unsurprising developments that take place on the railway. Yeah, Mr. Tudor hopes didn't put drivers on driverless trains, nor have we. All we've done is apply the same policy that Mr. Tudor Hope did when it comes to the metro, because I think it would be absurd if, for example, on the City to Sydenham link, you have staff on the station, but on the Western Metro you don't.
Well, finally, can I just, in this session, come to what you mentioned earlier on about the teachers' pay increase? Why in that arrangement have you classified people over the age of 55 as requiring self-care in the same categories as those with a disability, and these teachers over 55 can take self-care days off work? Isn't the whole lesson of an ageing society that people need to be more active and work longer and productively, instead of this incredibly generous arrangement now where over 55 teachers are classified as self-care in a form of weird Teachers' Federation concession that in fact is ageism?
So, did you say 55?
Yeah.
Out of a workforce of 80,000?
Well, it's an aged workforce in teaching, we know, and over 55 they're classified as self-care. Why?
Well, over 100,000 workforce. Look, I don't know, Mr. Latham, so let me take that on notice and get some detail, but you are right to point out that our teaching workforce is ageing, and we do need to attract more people into the profession. One of the upsides of the agreement that we reached with New South Wales teachers is that we now have record enrolments in teaching degrees in our universities, which is a good thing in terms of responding to the demographic challenges to the teaching workforce. But as to the specific question, this will be the first question I think I'm taking on notice, so I'll take on notice.
Thank you.
Just in relation...
Mr. Tudor.
Thank you, Chip. Just in relation to the agreement which is signed...
Mr. Tudor, we have your half-year review.
Thank you.
So can we...
Just in relation to the agreement which you signed on the 28th of November, 29th of November.
Which one?
The no worse off guarantee agreement.
I signed it earlier this year after my name was spelled correctly.
No, you signed it on the 29th of November if the date next to your signature
Okay, sure.
means anything. Perhaps you...
Let me double check.
Retrospectively, do you want to take that on notice too?
No, it's okay.
29th of November, which you... have you got a copy of that agreement with you?
I actually probably do. Can we get the copy of the...
Oh, no, sorry. You want mine?
Well, let's swap notes.
No, it's okay.
Have you got your questions on that as well?
Would it surprise you to in paragraph 3 of the agreement, because this is effectively what now binds New South Wales. It provides the parties do not intend any of the provisions of this agreement to be legally enforceable. Did you agree to that?
It's a Commonwealth agreement.
They're not.
I mean,
Did you agree to
Did I agree that the... Mr. Tudor, come on. I mean, seriously. Are you seriously suggesting...
Well, I'll come to the next part.
So let me just point out.
But
you signed agreements. You signed the education agreement, the health agreement, the GST agreement itself that gives us access to 20%. That is because this is a principle that was resolved in the 1910s. The Commonwealth government and state governments cannot enter into...
The provision then goes on to provide...
You're wanting to revisit constitutional history from the earliest parts of the Federation, Mr. Tudor.
What it goes then on to provide is that payments are to be made under Section 9 of the Federal Financial Relations Act 2009, are they not?
That is how the Commonwealth has a legal authority to give us money for our schools.
Correct. No, don't give me a lesson on this. I
understand. You might need one, Mr. Tudor.
Just agree with me. That
I won't necessarily disagree with you.
And the payments are subject to a debit limit set in the Commonwealth's Appropriation Act.
Yes, because the Commonwealth cannot pay money that they can't appropriate.
Correct. So what is the current debit limit?
Well, pick up the Commonwealth appropriation.
No, do you know or don't you?
No, I don't know what the Commonwealth appropriation is.
So if I told you it was $5 billion...
Per year, Mr Tudor.
$5 billion?
For each state.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Mr Tudor, are you seriously using budget estimates to ask me about Commonwealth appropriation?
Well, I'm just asking you to accept that this agreement is significantly more deficient than the legislated agreement which the previous government put in place.
Don't accept. I'll tell you why. Because the legislation expired.
And
even if there was legislation that was continued...
the previous legislation gave certainty to the arrangement and to the payments which would be made and to the formula which was to be used.
Your position would have force if your government secured that legislation permanently.
And the position now is that you didn't act in the interests of New South Wales to ensure that it was extended for a period of time where certainty was given in respect of the formula to be used.
But to be fair...
Not to be fair. That is...
Okay, not to be fair. Okay, to be fair. Sorry for suggesting that fairness matters, but I would say, any accusation you're making about me in this respect, you also have to make against, I guess, the Michael Ferguson, who was the Tasmanian Treasurer at the time of your party. I mean, you're looking at the signatures.
I am.
But that signature was also attested to by a Liberal Treasurer.
Correct.
So is it your criticism as well that Michael Ferguson from the Tasmanian Liberal government
what I'm saying to you is
signed up to a
you're the
deficient
Treasurer
agreement?
of New South Wales, and a preferable position would be to have extended the legislation.
Well, no. The preferable position would be never to need a no worse off guarantee.
Well, and I accept that, but
that's a key important point.
In the absence of that Treasurer. Can we just have an understanding? Just wait.
Order.
No, I reject your attack altogether. And I would simply say, Mr Tudor Hope, I don't see Angus Taylor running right now on an election promise to make that to extend that legislation permanently. I haven't seen the New South Wales Liberal Party demand that of him.
Well, I'm just saying you're the Treasurer acting in the interests of New South Wales. And
we are at an important inflection point in our nation right now. And again, your attack would have a lot more force if A, you secured a permanent piece of legislation. But if you can't do that, where is your press release demanding Angus Taylor commit to that right now? Where is your press release saying that is something that you will insist comes from Mr Taylor should he find himself as the Treasurer?
My suggestion to you is, Treasurer, if you're acting in the interests of the people of New South Wales, you would have got a legislated outcome. But
and my response to you is, I reject that in its entirety.
Good. There are two other aspects which were agreed at the National Cabinet meeting of the 6th of December 2023, besides the no worse off guarantee. And I want to ask you about the 50-50 funding of the foundational supports for people with disability. Supports not covered by the NDIS. Firstly, is there any provision for this funding in the 24-25 budget papers as updated by the half-yearly report?
There is obviously funding for foundational supports in the New South Wales budget, yes.
Where do I find those?
In both the education, health and the community justice appropriations.
So there's no clear delineation of foundational
It's appropriated
supports.
in the ordinary way in which it's appropriated. And it's reported in the budget in the ordinary way in which it is pointed. And this is a very important point, Mr Tudor, which is New South Wales, and this is a credit to the state, and frankly it's also a credit to your government. We have been doing foundational supports. And we obviously want those foundational supports to be recognised under any arrangement we reach with the Commonwealth. And we also have been making more investments in foundational supports than some other comparable jurisdictions. So part of the point that we're making at a national level is that we obviously want that to take into account the fact that New South Wales has been making investments under both your government and ours, and we want that picked up and recognised.
Well, see, part of the reason why the National Health Reform Agreement hasn't been signed yet is because no agreement has been reached in relation to the 50-50 foundational supports, has it?
I wouldn't say no agreement. I would say that you are right to say that the rulemaking function required has certainly not meant that there's not sufficient clarity for New South Wales to sign up.
So, in terms of the work which is being done in relation to the contributions to those foundational supports, what does Treasury say is the potential impact on the budget?
We don't know without the rules. That's the point, which is what we're asking for, particular clarity around in terms of rulemaking functions is two parts. Firstly, the cohort sequence that is being sought by the Commonwealth.
And what,
but also,
what are they seeking?
Well, they're seeking, obviously, to be able to include people, I think, on both ends of the age spectrum in terms of the first
So the agreement was we would begin with a cohort of children under the age of 9. That's the first cohort, largely developmental delay, autism.
And then also the cohort sequence, which is what happens after that cohort, and that's the part where the rulemaking function we want clarity on. And the second component, I would say, is also in the future, any further attempts to the Commonwealth to redefine cohorts, states obviously want to have a say in that. And those are part of the points which, to be fair, Premier Malinakis and the Premier of Tasmania, Rockcliffe, did succeed in getting the Senate to legislate as a new mechanism as well, and that's good.
Yep, sure. So, have you done any work in relation to the additional cohort?
Yes, plenty.
And what impact will that have on the budget?
It depends on the scenario, and this is the point.
Well, just in respect of the 0 to 9, which the Secretary identified.
Yeah, again, we think that right now, that goes back to the first point I was making, which is, frankly, we've been providing foundational supports in that respect to that cohort for a while now. And we want, both in our education
why haven't
system,
we been able to reach agreement?
Well, because for the other reasons that I mentioned, which is we are not signing up to an agreement unless we have further clarity around the cohort sequence, and we also have further clarity around future rulemaking functions of the NDIS.
So do we have any areas where we are in agreement? Is the 0 to 9?
Well, it's a work in progress. Agreed? I mean, Mr. Chudo, to be fair to everyone here, this is a very complex reform that is high stakes, particularly for the people who require support. And so I think there is a good position that's been reached with the Commonwealth, which is we will continue working on it. And in the meantime, we have agreed to a 1-year extension of the previous NHRA, which means that New South Wales is gaining an additional bit of money for the coming budget year as well. But that work will continue. And that's fair enough. I think that, again, when it comes to a reform this complex, the Commonwealth and the states are working through it. The other point I just make is that each state has different challenges in terms of service delivery. We have challenges in delivering some of these foundational supports in areas like Wilcannia. We do need to make sure we have a service model which you can roll out, but I would also point out other states have similar examples. And so I do think it's reasonable and fair that each state has the opportunity to work with the Commonwealth about both what we have in common, but also some of our unique challenges that each of us have to deal with. So I'm not going to suggest here for a second that the priority is to reach a quick agreement if that results in a bad agreement. Clearly, we've demonstrated that we will happily make the point that New South Wales is doing a lot. New South Wales will do a lot. We are prepared to make additional investments if needed, but it has to be proportionate to our tax base, and it has to be proportionate to the additional investment we need in the health system too.
So one of the issues that your colleague, the Health Minister, has indicated to nurses seeking pay rises is that because of the failure to be able to come to an agreement with the Commonwealth in relation to the National Health Reform Agreement, that there is an inability to find extra funding for their pay demands. Is he right or wrong?
No, I think you've mischaracterised him, which I'm not surprised by. But I'd also just make this point, Mr. Chudo. You can make the point about the Commonwealth, but you voted against the changes we introduced with private health insurers. Miss Boyd is quite right to hold me to account for that because she voted for that law. You did not.
And she was wrong and I was right.
You were wrong. You can't sit here and say that we haven't got money to pay nurses when you voted against additional revenue
premium
for health
premium
to protect profits of private health insurers. Mr. Chudo, some of the wild claims you made about that policy change really does mean that I don't think your attack on nurse pay has much force when you spent your time in Parliament defending the profits of private health insurers.
Yeah, well, thank you for that assessment. Now go back to answering my question. Was your colleague right or wrong?
I answered your question. I think you've mischaracterised the Health Minister.
Well, so if in fact he did say that, he was wrong. Is that what you're saying?
He didn't say that. And
Well,
so,
if he did,
again,
he was wrong.
No,
Wasn't
no. That is. She didn't say that. I don't need to speculate on your hypothetical. I will make the point that when it comes to private health, you said that the government's efforts to persuade the funds to cover the full fee have so far not succeeded. You have a habit of prematurely calling these things out before negotiations are completed. And dare I suggest you might be making the same mistake with national health reform agreement as you did with private health insurers when you chose to protect private health insurer profits at the expense of New South Wales public health.
we chose to... Treasurer, can you just outline for us those in some more detail, those things which are currently an impediment to the signing of the National Health Reform Agreement and the entering into an agreement in respect of the 50-50 agreement in respect of foundational supports? And I understand that what you have indicated is there's the cohorts to be covered, the rules surrounding the manner in which the 50-50 would be interpreted. What else is outstanding?
They are the major issues. But
well, what rules do you say?
Mr. Chair, I said the rule-making function.
Okay. Well,
and so, but you asked me to shed further detail. I've answered your question, but I would also say that you said that I had portrayed the private health insurers as being the greedy big end of town, and that is an absurd proposition. These are your words. He's suggesting that the opposition, by opposing the bill,
to my question.
Are backing in the big end of town.
Point
is...
A point of order has been taken.
This is not responsive to my question.
I think the Treasurer is being relevant to the question.
Well, what do you say is relevant about that answer?
To the
point of order.
To the point of order.
Chair, the wide latitude has provided budget estimates. House procedures don't strictly apply during estimates. And I'd suggest that the Treasurer was being relevant.
He's answering a question...
Are you to the point of order?
To the point of order. He's answering a question about foundational supports by referring to premium increases. That is not responsive to my question.
Well, I believe it's generally relevant to what you've been saying in the context of the other questions that you were asking as well. So please allow the Treasurer to conclude his answer.
Thank you. I was just saying, Chair, that I'd answered the Shadow Treasurer's first part of his question, but he asked me to shed further detail, and I'm shedding further detail on the fact that
I didn't ask you for further. I asked you for detail relating to
under his policy,
the 50-50 foundational supports.
There is less under his policy. There's less money available for nurse pay as there is for hospital cleaner pay, as there is for allied health pay, but there is greater private health insurer profits because he voted to protect the private health insurer profits at the expense of New South Wales Health.
Now, are you going to answer my question?
I answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I did.
I asked you.
You asked me what the major outstanding issues are. I said the sequence of the cohorts and now the rulemaking function.
What do I understand? This is your answer to the question: is that there is a dollar issue which attaches to the 50-50 foundational supports?
No.
So there's no dollar issue?
I'm sure that, no. I mean, again, I would just refer you to my earlier answer, Mr. Tudor Hope. Again, I would encourage you to listen to it, which is...
I'd encourage you to answer the questions.
As I said, the cohort sequence and the rulemaking function. They are complex issues which are not to do necessarily with quantum, but rather to do with expectation and risk.
Well, give us some insight into the complex issues which need to be resolved.
I could... sorry, but you have to ask me a more specific question than that.
Well, you've identified that there are complex issues.
The
what
issue
are
is
they? What are they?
The cohort of entry into a foundational
you've
support
told
system.
Us that.
Yes.
Well, tell us the rule-making issues.
Well, the rule-making function is, again, turns on the question about the capacity of the Commonwealth to exit other cohorts from the NDIS with an expectation of foundational support entry. That is, the Commonwealth has exclusive prerogative to determine who can be eligible for the NDIS with our consent. That mechanism has changed, but what we are wanting to do is to make sure that there are similar capacity available for states to have a say and to the Commonwealth to obtain state consent should any future Commonwealth government decide to further exit personnel from the NDIS either as service delivery or from eligibility. But I might ask the Secretary if he wishes to supplement.
So there are collections of rules that are being reviewed collaboratively between the Commonwealth and the states and territories under the process and the mechanism agreed between Premiers Malinauskas, Rockcliffe and the Commonwealth Government. There's a schedule of work that assumes those rule changes will take place between now and September this year. And until, from the states and territories perspective and the perspective of participants and their families, obviously rules that change the way in which people do or don't get access to the scheme, rules that change the way the planning process works, rules that change the way the value of individual packages are assembled are all important. They're the high priority rule changes happening between now and September.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer,
yeah.
Mr. That was a clear answer.
So getting to the detail of that
demonstrates someone who knows what they're talking about.
Well,
Order.
If you ask a general question, you'll get a general answer, Mr. Chair.
It's when do we expect the agreement to be reached?
Well, we will see. As there's a federal election that's impending, that's an important, obviously, consideration in terms of when we will reach agreement with the Commonwealth Government.
How far progressed are they, Secretary?
The federal election is imminently due.
You got to announce it.
No, that is above my pay grade, Mr. Tudor. You got me there.
Well, it's been 15 months since this issue was first canvassed. When would we expect?
Look, I would simply make the point that I'm seeking the right agreement. I'm not seeking the quick one.
Given that South Australia and Tasmania have in fact successfully negotiated this.
No. All states signed up to a 1-year exception of the NHRA.
I thought in evidence earlier you suggested that...
No, there's a separate question. That was separately to do with the Senate legislation that was put through as part of the Commonwealth Government's NDIS reforms. That's not the health agreement.
Those two premiers were acting on behalf of all state and territory First Ministers.
Yes.
The Premier said on the 6th of December 2023...
Premier Minns?
Yeah, Premier Minns.
Yes.
Well, I assume he was the Premier on the 6th of December 2023.
He was, but you are referring to multiple premiers, so I just wanted to be checked.
Well, he was very upbeat about the National Capital. And then he said this: if you look at the NDIS, the GST, if you look at changes to health reform, I think we have achieved more in the last 2 days than many thought would be possible, and it gives the state certainty in relation to the GST and the health system so that we can tackle the challenges of the NDIS. Was he being a bit optimistic?
No, he was being spot on. And for the very simple reason that at that National Cabinet there was a trilateral set of issues that had to be dealt with. There was, of course, the future of the No Worse Off guarantee, the fact that in addition to that there was a National Health Agreement negotiation process that had to be embarked upon, and then on top of that there was the question around NDIS reform and its interaction with New South Wales health. I do make the point, Mr. Chidop, as you I think you would agree with me, that there is obviously a nexus between service delivery via NDIS and service delivery through the health system and the education system.
Thank you, Treasurer. Just before I go to Ms Boyd, just some questions. Treasurer, the COAG Treasurers Forum on Population, have you been attending those forums?
I think it's the KIFA, it's now called.
Yes.
The KIFA, it's called the Commonwealth Federal Financial Relations Council, which is a successor to COAG. Have I been attending? I don't think I attended the forum, but I have absolutely at the KIFA meetings, we have had discussions around population policy. And as we were meant to do, actually, as a result of a previous National Cabinet decision.
And what are those discussions? What are the issues that are emerging in those discussions?
Well, the discussion from recollection took place in 2023 at the Brisbane meeting it was, and in which we, frankly, it's more of a technical exercise around population projections than anything else in that forum. And of course, in that particular forum, what is often canvassed there is sort of Commonwealth population growth assumptions and the capacity for states to then also have a bit of buy-in as to those assumptions. I think at that Brisbane meeting, we then published, as we were required to do was it a trilateral? I think it was a 3-year. A period of time population review, but we can get some more information for you.
Yeah, it's a 3-year review.
Yeah.
There's 2 working groups. There's the regional analysis and the data forecasting working group. How is Treasury feeding New South Wales data into those working groups?
Over to the Secretary. That's okay.
My colleague Joanne Wilkie will be here this afternoon, Mr Buckingham, and she's the full bottle on it. So, sorry, I can't give you a detailed answer now. But she can this afternoon.
So what does the full bottle mean?
Oh, well, meaning she's responsible for the team that is working with other Commonwealth and other state officials through those 2 processes.
And is, in those processes,
Yeah.
it now incumbent on New South Wales to develop its own sort of population, plan to feed into that COAG process?
Well, I suppose probably, I think more accurately, our own forecasts of population, which of course are a function of levels of immigration, which is an input from the Commonwealth, assumptions about intra-state immigration, which is something we need to have a view on, and of course the question of what the fertility rate is. And as you would know, we are doing quite a bit of work on all those 3 things as part of the upcoming intergenerational review to be released in 2026.
Yeah, I met with Treasury officials about the intergenerational review, and I've got to say I was concerned at their optimism around fertility rates.
Right, I think they're by nature sceptics, so I'd be interested in your view about why you think we are a bit optimistic.
Well, their view was that our fertility rates would remain relatively high, and that any impact on low fertility would be in terms of consumption and potential population decline would be offset by immigration, and but essentially would stabilise. Yet we've seen a continued reduction in New South Wales fertility rates.
Yes, look, it is being worked through at the moment, but I was talking to the team the other day, and there's a lot of academic literature on this, and I think the starting point assumption is that the New South Wales fertility rate would continue to fall over time.
Yes, but we've seen the fertility rate in Australia and New South Wales drop from 1.8
It's about 1.5.
children, to 1.5
Yeah.
very rapidly. If it continues to do, which is essentially very close to what they defined as ultra low fertility.
Yes.
So
that's
massive,
factored into our forecast that it's coming down. I guess what you're suggesting is we should be forecasting it will come down even lower.
Yes, potentially, and with the implications there. All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll raise those with the officials this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Treasurer, just coming back to the mutual gains bargaining and finishing off on that topic, can you tell me if a union, just coming down to the nuts and bolts, but if a union makes a suggestion of a productivity improvement that goes to the sort of capital expenditure side rather than a recurring expenses side of things, that can still count, can't it?
No, because capital expenditure is not recurrent.
Right, so that's not what we were told in the industrial relations estimates, that's all. So you're saying that no
Well, I mean, there's obviously a nexus between capital expenditure and recurring expenditure. So without having specific propositions, I mean, some capital investments, yes, you can do. For example, if you're building a new... so it's not... look, Ms. Boyd, the general proposition is in principle no. But you are right to say that there are areas in which that applying that principle in practice is hazy.
Yeah, because workers are experts often, most of the time, in the industries that they work in. And if they come to you and say, look, we've got this great idea for something that's going to save the government, X million dollars in capital expenditure.
There's been 2 categories of that which I can recall, and which both we've had cohorts of the public sector workforce come forward and say, make a capital investment, and we've had other parts of the workforce come back and say, don't make a capital investment. So it turns on the context.
Okay, which of those can they include?
well, they can put both up, but it doesn't necessarily mean we'll accept it under the mutual gains bargaining framework.
Okay, but at the beginning when I asked you, you said
the general
no.
proposition is that capital expenditure is on a different part of the budget.
Right.
And so, for example, I guess another way of putting it is, it's entirely open for a workforce to come to us and say, why don't you cancel an infrastructure project and pay us instead?
Yeah, okay.
Right. So that's not allowed.
No.
And that has been a common, dare I say, there has been suggestions we've had.
But something like merging, so if there was a suggestion that different functions were merged and there were going to be savings in operational costs.
Yes, all that, yes. That is absolutely allowed to be put through.
Okay.
So that is what my point is, which is often a capital investment then triggers other changes that need to take place.
Yeah.
For which, yes, it is entirely possible for workforces to come forward with suggestions.
Okay, good. One-offs. So if, for example, if you got efficiencies from something like that merger between different operations and it was going to make savings in sort of a 1 year or 2 year frame, but then after that, no additional savings, could that still be included in bargaining?
That can be considered, yes.
Okay, good. I understand that...
Just to stress, considered, not necessarily agreed.
Sure,
yeah.
Sure. But it's not just excluded from consideration. The idea that the ERC sort of approves an envelope within which the agency can work, and there's an offer made at the lower range of that envelope, and then the idea is, as my understanding, that you have sort of productivity improvements to sort of get up higher.
No, I don't necessarily accept that as a natural sequence.
Okay, so that's good. So does that mean then that if productivity improvements are identified that would go way above something that's been envisaged at the beginning of the process, that can still be included?
Yes.
There's no sort of tap maxing out.
Yes, I can point to specifics on this, Ms. Boyd, which is as part of the agreement last year we reached with the Health Services Union. The Health Services Union came to us and said that they would like to do award modernisation. That is, they have 33 awards. Some of those classifications are for, dare I say, occupations that existed last time in a way which was intense, was in the 1980s. They've come to us and said that there's real savings there around simply modernising the awards. Yeah. And we then agreed with them on a process to allow award modernisation to take place using a mutual gains bargaining framework, which, granted, we haven't resolved it, but they're months into it. Yeah. And we've also made pretty clear from our perspective that through the course of that process, should other savings be identified and inefficiencies be identified, we would absolutely look to include that in a pool that's available to the workforce, because the principle is that we do want to share the benefits of reform with the public in better services and with the workforce that provides them.
Okay. And the final one on this is just the idea that there is any consideration of what other bargaining processes are going on when we're considering a particular bargaining. So the example that keeps coming up is, I don't know what the Premier was trying to say, but what was reported was that we couldn't offer more to, for example, rail workers because then the nurses would want more. That's not relevant, is it? What's going on in that bargaining process with nurses is not relevant to the bargaining process.
Well, it is insofar as
workers.
So long as the rules that are applied for mutual gains bargaining is consistent between both bargains. And that is the point, which is we apply the same level of scrutiny to propositions on mutual gains bargaining that comes forward from one worker to another. So basically, everyone is being treated with consistent principles. Yeah. But the application of, I think what the Premier was referring to was the base offer.
Okay, the base offer, but not that absolute window of where
this
they
is an important point, Ms. Boyd, and you're right to ask it, which is part of the reasons why we've reached agreement with 70% of the workforce, which by definition means we have not reached agreement with 30%, is because even after the completion of the mutual gains bargaining process for that 30% cohort, there's still a significant difference between the parties in terms of their positions. Now, it's entirely fair for you to say the government should look at that, and the government needs to make sure that its position is being reasonable in good faith and testing. But the reality is in particularly some of these disputes, the gulf is wide, and I can't pretend otherwise as well, which also means that the other counterparty to these negotiations obviously are also taking the opportunity to reflect on their positions too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Treasurer, earlier we discussed where the jobs are coming from. On Monday, the Federal Treasury said that last year 82% of the employment growth came in what they call the non-market sector, which is the public sector, and now weirdly economists are referring to a care economy where all the jobs are in childcare, aged care and disability care. Do you agree that that's unsustainable financially and that we need to reboot private sector investment and employment growth?
I don't necessarily agree that it's unsustainable. It depends on a variety of different settings. But I would make the point, you are right to say that's where the employment growth is coming from.
You've got no problem with 82% of new jobs being in the public sector.
Well, I
funded
want
by
more
debt.
jobs. I mean, there's been 210,000 new jobs created in New South Wales since March 2023 at a time of high interest rates, which is encouraging. You're right to say a lot of that is taking place in those industries that you mentioned. I would also just say, Mr. Latham, you're right to point it out. It definitely is something which we have to look at, because we do want more private sector jobs in the market sector as we do in the non-market sector. But I would just point out that a lot of the employment growth is happening as a result of demographic change. Frankly, we have a lot more older people that require more care.
Yeah, classifying over 55s as self-care.
but Mr. Latham, surely you agree with me that the demographic weight is shifting towards the older as, frankly, the
Well, it doesn't mean we shift into a public sector employment economy.
Not necessarily.
Surely.
Not necessarily, that's right. It doesn't necessarily follow that you do. But it's pretty obvious that if you were to compare Australia to all countries with similar demographic profiles, all countries are noticing this shift in employment growth away from the market sector to the non-market sector. The only other point I would make on that, Mr. Latham, which is part of the other issue is that market sector economic output is taking place, growth is taking place more through technological change. That is, you're capable now of growing private sector enterprise with less labour. You're still getting growth in the market sector. It's just not as labour intensive.
It's productivity, which is the core economic challenge. The solution to all these issues is improved productivity, and our performance has gone dramatically backwards. We discussed earlier the United States, where I think you agreed that less tax and less regulation has driven their success story. What are you doing on those two fronts?
I did, but I would simply say it's one factor.
I think you'd be economically naive not to agree that less tax and less regulation has helped their economic success story. That's obvious, isn't it?
Well, it's certainly an issue that you have to look at for sure. Like, I absolutely agree. It's definitely a factor.
What are you doing on those two fronts to reboot
on tax?
Less business tax and less regulation.
Emergency service levy reform. And so that is something which is very important for the Parliament to grapple with this year. That is, we are the only state that remains who fund their emergency services through insurance premiums, which is a cost that's internalised by households and business. And that is an area for which we do have to have good conversations about whether or not there's a better way. That's the first one when it comes to particularly tax. The other component that we have to look at when it comes to business conditions in New South Wales is we are going to need to look at workers' compensation too.
Last week, Small Business Minister Camper committed to a full Productivity Commission review of red tape and compliance costs for small business in New South Wales. Well, upon my excellent suggestion, he agreed with it, and you're responsible for the Productivity Commission. Wouldn't that be a very good idea over the next 12 months to fully review red tape and compliance costs for small business in New South Wales? Again, trying to get away from a public sector employment growth economy to one that's sustainable with private sector growth.
Well, look, again, I'll always look to see if we can eliminate red tape. That is something which I just, again, go back to the point I was making in the earlier session, where a lot of the red tape is to do with land use planning. And that is absolutely an issue with small businesses, it is with medium businesses, it is with large business. And that is something that we're going to need to look at, yes. And so far as whether the New South Wales Productivity and Equality Commissioner should be looking at is something which I will take on notice.
Do you support Minister Camper's commitment?
I certainly support his outlook on this. I absolutely support his outlook on this.
What's the difference between supporting his outlook and his commitment?
Well, Minister Camper always strives to eliminate any hurdle towards small business growth. And if he's right to identify that there are ways in which the government interacts with small business which we can improve. And there's also requirements we impose on small business which we should need to review. Always. But the point I make is this, is that Minister Camper is right to point this out. I do say that is part of the reasons why when we do look at rule changing in general, that function actually needs to belong to the agencies. You can't simply just turn up every 5 years and do a Productivity Commissioner review, as valid as that could be. We also want to make sure that when we are making decisions around regulations, we're taking into account the perspectives of small business.
You've given a heavy emphasis this morning, Treasurer, on speeding up housing development approvals in New South Wales. What of the view put on the weekend by business leaders with regard to the TODs, that the costs of doing the developments are prohibitive you've got not just slow approvals in New South Wales, but hugely prohibitive costs. What's your solution to that?
Well, I'd point you to the work of the New South Wales Productivity Commissioner and Equality Commissioner, who published an excellent report last November, it was, or thereabouts, in which I think we've got it, and he identified the cost makeup and inputs, for which there are two factors that he pointed out that are the big ones. The first is material cost. The second is declining productivity in the construction sector. And the third is time taken for decision making. Actually, the reason why I'm pointing that out is that the Commissioner, from memory, identified that the costs that are imposed by government, I think, make up effectively somewhere like 1.7 to 2%.
State government, 2.5%.
2.5%.
We know
of the
that's
cost of
a nonsense. The Urban Task Force has pointed out the cost of basics, biodiversity, the National Code adds $120,000 to the cost.
But we've looked at
of
that.
A new home
We
New
took
South
the
Wales.
suggestions from the Urban Task Force and, frankly, a few others, and therefore got the Productivity Commissioner to look into it to see whether or not those cost claims are accurate.
In respect to mid-rise apartments, that was the focus.
In mid-rise apartments, yes.
Okay,
And I think
what
they're
about detached dwellings?
Well, detached dwelling is a different category. I think the Urban Task Force point is more about the high-rise.
No, they've got data about detached dwellings, which is still pretty important.
Oh, you mean about the urban fringe components of it? Well, look, we'll check on whether or not there's a difference in the data between that component and that. But again, you're talking about the TOD policy. The TOD policy is a different category because it's the infill component, and that was the comments that were made from business leaders on the weekend, which was more to do with the infill component than necessarily the greenfield component. But I would just refer you to the fact that these claims are obviously contested, and I'd obviously make the point that obviously property developers want to pay less in charges. That's given, but that's the reasons why we have a Productivity and Equality Commissioner to look at these issues.
Yeah, well, obviously major housing development companies are saying they'd rather invest in Queensland than New South Wales. And on that front, if you want to speed up the time for development approvals, why don't you abolish the Independent Planning Commission and put time limits on rezoning and development applications?
Yeah, I haven't got any policy announcements in that respect, but I do make the point as part of the reasons why we are looking to simplify administration of planning as much as we are to simplify the rule-making parts of the function. We did abolish the Greater Cities Commission. We brought that function back into the House to the Planning Department as part of the changes we're wanting to do. And I know that you've argued the case pretty strongly that you think the IPC should be abolished as well. I'll leave it to the Planning Minister to resolve on that specific policy question.
Right. Are you frustrated, Treasurer? You've got lots of rhetoric but no implementation to actually help the growth of the New South Wales economy?
I'm absolutely frustrated that it does take a lot of time to build houses. And I would much have preferred to inherit a pipeline of developments that were far further along in the planning system than where they are. But when we got here, we had housing approvals coming down dramatically, let alone completions coming down dramatically. At the same time, that what really frustrates me is that the people who pay the price of that are fundamentally young people. And I think that what I love about this state, and I love about this city, and I love about all our cities, is that you can come with nothing and you can get ahead, and in large part that's because you have the security of being able to own your own home. Mm-hmm. And I absolutely am frustrated with the fact that turning around a planning system at the same time when we're dealing with the most challenging conditions in marketplaces for housing construction is a really hard challenge. That absolutely does frustrate me. And I will say that when it comes to my frustration, what I say is that I'm glad we spent the last 2 years delivering the biggest rezoning that the city's had in a generation, the biggest set of planning reforms we've had, which were opposed in large part by the opposition when it comes to TODs, and equally that means that as interest rates normalise, we are in a position where we should be seeing an uptick in construction.
Well, on a related issue, a huge micro reform would be to improve urban mobility in Sydney, improving urban efficiency, productivity and easing congestion. 1 in 4 Sydney households are stuck because of stamp duty in a location that's no longer suited to them, in a house that's probably too big for them. Will you revisit your decision to abolish stamp duty choice to try and improve this mobility?
No, I'm pleased that the policy we took to the election has meant that we're now helping I think, a factor of 4 times the number of first home buyers that were helped.
No, I'm asking about mobility. These are existing home buyers stuck in a home that's no longer suited to them in location or
you
size.
asked me to revisit.
And stamp duty keeps them stuck there.
Yeah, but the previous policy that I replaced didn't help them at all. That was only eligible for first home buyers. So you said, will I revisit my decision?
Well, I might just
that previous policy did nothing for that problem.
Yeah, but the original plan was to extend it to every homeowner and prospective home buyer. Will you revisit that?
Well, we'll always look to see what we can do to ease mobility and to distribute the housing stock to its best use.
Thank you, Treasurer. In the 30 seconds we've got left, I'll just jump in and ask a question. Treasurer, are you aware of what the largest, in terms of footprint, land zoning in New South Wales is?
Sorry?
The largest land zoning in terms of footprint across the state, what the largest zoning is?
National parks.
It's RU1, rural lands. Are you aware that...
Sorry. I thought you meant proposal, not classification.
Oh, right, classification.
Right, yes, of course, most of the state is zoned as rural land. Yes.
Rural land. And on those rural lands, you can start a coal mine, a piggery, have a race course, you can have a farm, but you can't build a second dwelling and subdivide it and sell it. Are you aware of that? Unless, of course, that second dwelling is on a minimum lot of, most cases, 100 hectares.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you think that's a massive disincentive for farmers who may have capital to spend, be asset rich, to actually build second or third or fourth dwellings?
Could be.
Is it something that you think we should look at in terms of land use planning in this state?
Well, I will always look at good ideas.
Do you think that sounds like a good idea?
Well, it definitely sounds like something we should look into.
Okay, good. Appreciate it.
Auckland did it.
Pardon?
Auckland.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much, Treasurer. In the absence of government questions, who you continue to bank
Sure, there are some about
building
the
those
economy,
up,
surely.
we'll have a break and we'll be back at
Industrial
11:15.
Employment
We got
growth.
half an hour.
back.
Chair, I have some additional information arising from the morning hearing, which I'm happy to provide the committee now, and if you want to take it from government time, that's fine.
Just far away.
Mr. Latham asked me about self-care provisions aimed to that apply under the new Teachers Award. I have gotten some additional information and can say that the self-care provisions of the new award are part of our effort to assist in the transition to retirement initiatives, which were written into the most recent award, in effort to retain teachers closer to retirement age a bit longer. We actually have had a lot of success in getting retired and retiring teachers to come back or to stay in the workforce, but they often don't want to teach full-time. So these were put in place to try to retain their expertise for as long as possible. And I should just say that they mirror the flexible work arrangements that are in the Fair Work Act.
Thank you, Treasurer. Some questions from the opposition. Mr. Rath.
Good morning, Treasurer.
Treasurer, Mr. Rath.
Do you stand by your election promise to remove 9,500 poker machines by 2028?
We have, I think the Minister yesterday explained that we've listened to the advice of our expert panel that has suggested that that is not a good use of public money.
So you're jettisoning your election commitment?
No, we are listening to the advice that we had. And it's an important point, Mr. Rath, that the other part of the election commitment was we were going to establish an independent panel and that we were going to be led by the evidence. And it would be a break of our promise if we were to commission an independent panel that ignore their views. Now, there's a lot of that panel agrees on, there's a lot that the stakeholders disagree on. But what was interesting was that basically those who wish to see poker machine removal did make the point that that is not a wise use of public funds relative to other initiatives which could be taken to curb public gambling and to remove poker machines. And in large part, Mr. Rath, that arises from the fact that there is thousands of unused entitlements which you would have to take out of the system before you eliminate machines in practice. That's the distinction. The distinction is between poker machines that are operating and the entitlement to operate poker machines. And that spread is quite large. And so their view that they put was that, therefore, use of funds for that purpose might not be as impactful as the government intends it to be. And I will just make the point, we will listen to the experts when it comes to these questions.
Well, if you are listening to the experts, and why aren't you implementing mandatory carded play, which the experts are recommending?
Yeah, again, we haven't responded to the report.
So you stand by Minister Harris's comments yesterday?
No, I'm making the point that is, I think, the point Minister Harris was making.
Well, Minister Harris said, when you actually get into government and then you've got all the power of the departments and you've got Treasury advice and you've got a whole lot of other things, you may find that some of the commitments you made are no longer relevant. It's quite extraordinary, isn't it, Treasurer? It's basically saying any commitment that you made before the election can be overturned because of some advice you got from the department.
No, that's not what he said. That's not how I read his comments. I go back to the point that Mr. Rath, the announcements we made in opposition was as a package, and a key part of that package was the establishment of an independent panel to be led by the evidence. So I think the point that I'm making is that it would be unwise for the government to have committed to establishing an independent panel and then not taking their views seriously. And on this particular point, there was a consensus that was reached that there's better ways in which to use public funds than that. And so I would argue that it would be a mistake if there is a consensus and there's a compelling evidence base, then humble governments should listen to that advice. Well, and certainly I make the point that we are, as we made the point clear in opposition, there's a lot of complexity in this area, which is why we wanted to be guided by the experts.
Yeah, well, before the election, February 2023, you stated in a Sky News interview, under the plan that we've released, we can get 9,500 poker machines out of the state within 5 years. And you went to great lengths to say that unlike the coalition, who would buy back just 2,000 of them, it's quite clear that one of the key differences in the approach between Labor and the Liberals in this election is that our policy sets to deliver fewer machines faster than Mr. Perrottet. So, Treasurer, why did you lie?
I didn't. And so I'd also make the point, Mr. Rath, that It's fascinating that you mentioned the Coalition's pledge to remove 2,000 poker machines, because when I got here as Treasurer and I asked, where is the money set aside for 2,000 buybacks? Not $1 was set aside by the Coalition to buy back 2,000 machines. Not one. And so when you're coming here to say that we lied, your own record here suggests that you have questions to answer as well, because you did not put aside a single dollar to remove poker machines. Instead, you had a blancmange commitment to do something about it in the future, which will be worked out in government. So whilst I well and truly accept that it's a legitimate question that you're asking, the issue that, again, your position would have a lot more force if you matched your rhetoric with funding commitments, which you did not do.
Well, Treasurer, you promised 9,500. How many have been removed today?
Again, I would refer you to the Minister who has responsibility on the actual administration of the policy. But the other issue that you've,
so you don't know, Treasurer? How many
No,
have been removed?
Mr. Rath, let me just finish my answer. The other point I'm making is that the other difference between our two respective positions is that does turn on the level of turnover of machines. The other key distinction that sits behind that policy, or sat behind it at the election, was that you promised to use public funds to buy back machines but never put aside the money. Our policy was to make sure that actually clubs that are transacting in the marketplace pay to remove poker machines. That's the second part of the principle as well. And it's fascinating that that is the point that you, I'm sure, are aware that when it comes to poker machine entitlement forfeiture rules, that was the point that sat behind the policy.
Well, we're not in government,
Clearly.
Treasurer,
Clearly
and
you're not.
You don't know what a potential future budget may have looked like.
No, I do, because I picked it up.
But
I picked it up.
Treasurer,
It wasn't a future potential budget.
Order. Treasurer, while I enjoy the robust exchange, let's have questions rather than just yelling at each other. Questions and answers.
Well, Treasurer, the number of pokers has gone up 570 after your commitment to
you're
reduce it by
confusing
9,500.
You're confusing poker machines with entitlements, and you're doing it deliberately, Mr. Rath, and you know the difference. And are you seriously suggesting that there's been an issuance of additional entitlements?
Well, I'm asking the question,
Treasurer. You're distorting the question, because you know that there is a distinction between entitlements and poker machines. And you know that with the position that you left us in government was that I think there's 97,000 entitlements for poker machines, for which there's 84,000 in use. That's the distinction that you're deliberately obscuring here, that you should be bringing to the attention of the committee if you're going to make an assertion like that.
Well, Treasurer, you've turned your back on your election commitment. How can we believe any of the election commitments that you made prior to the election if you're going to so readily jettison one of these commitments that you made on Sky News?
Mr. Rath, I think that you're welcome to make political assertions as you wish, but it was a mistake for you to then assert it as fact.
All right, I might just move on to a different issue. So, Treasurer, does any taxpayer funding go to organisations with links to terrorist groups or that promote anti-Semitism?
Well, clearly, if you are a prescribed terrorist group, my expectation is no.
And promoting anti-Semitism?
If you ask me about if you're a prescribed terrorist group...
I said promote.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, obviously we do not want to fund anti-Semitism in any form.
And, Treasurer, should any taxpayer funding go to individuals or organisations that promote social division, hatred,
it's not our
or
policy to
anti-Semitism?
provide organisations that are terrorist groups with funding.
And, Treasurer, will you commit to a review of funding to
what would you like me to review, and which groups would you like me to... are you concerned about, Mr. Rath?
In particular, I'd like to suggest that you undertake to do a review of funding arrangements or grants received by signatories to the United Muslim community, in particular in reference to their statement, the signatories to their statement.
The which group?
United Muslim community and the signatories to their statement. You made some comments about it in the House.
Oh, okay. You're referring to that statement.
Yes, statement.
So I can give you some further information there. As well, which I can inform you about.
Do you want me to?
Yeah. I haven't read it.
Yeah, so we have, as I said we would have a look into it. As I understand it, there has been a $6 million grant to the Lebanese Muslim Association for aged care services. That was announced by Mookhey in 2019.
And will you commit to revoke any funding for organisations that support the views in the United Muslim Community Statement?
Revoke funding? I mean, that's a different proposition altogether. But I can also say that...
Well, the first question was, will you review? The second question is, will you revoke?
I can say that we've already begun reviewing the statements. I've asked the Treasury to look into it in response to the concerns that were raised in the House. The first that it has, in terms of the organisations that were the signatories to that statement that it's identified, was the LMA. It was a $6 million grant for aged care services. It was a decision made by the then Minister Mookhey.
Treasurer, there has been a significant blowout in relation to the conversion of the South West Metro. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What's going to be the cost of that blowout?
At this point, it's not... that's being worked through by Sydney Metro. As you know, it takes a bit of time to establish what the costs were, and I'm sure you are aware of that because the similar delays to the Sydney South West Metro took place as a result of the industrial dispute to which you were party to as well.
Well, there were opportunities. In fact, in a statement issued today by the Transport Minister, he says this: the government has always said this is a complex and difficult project. It may take longer than 1 year. We need to let the people know that over 130 days of work have been impacted by industrial action, which means that this project will not complete in 2026. Have you not been following the...
No, that's not what he said.
I've got a copy of his statement in front
so
of me.
So do I. You're missing the first paragraph.
I'm looking at under Minister for Transport John Graham said...
Yes, the complex extension of Sydney Metro services from Sydenham to Bankstown will be completed in 2026.
You're not reading from the statement he issued.
Fairly positive I am, but let me double check. That's the best information we have available to us, but I'll double check for you in respect to that. But I think you're right to say that there is obviously delays as a result of the industrial action.
And Treasury has done no work in relation to the cost of those delays?
No, we have.
No?
We have.
You have?
Yes.
So what do you say?
I'm not going to tell you.
Why?
Because it's commercial in confidence and we're working through a whole variety of different issues to do with whether or not we can mitigate.
Don't you think the people of New South Wales are entitled to know what the cost of industrial action is to New South Wales?
The cost of industrial action to New South Wales or this particular project? There's a difference there.
To this project and ipso facto to the people of New South Wales.
Right. So again, we're working through the particular costings as a result of the 130 days of impact. But I should also just point out, it would be premature for us to reach a conclusion on it because Sydney Metro is mitigating it and they're doing a lot to mitigate it in terms of its impact. And so, and that is what you would expect them to do. As you know as well, fundamentally the issues that create costs stem from possessions and when you can actually take control of the railway. So, and then equally the timetables that sit of construction that sit on it. That's complex. That does need time to be worked through. My expectation is that Sydney Metro will work through that the same way they did in response to the earlier industrial dispute which took place while you were the Minister for Industrial Relations. And so I'm expecting them to use the same methodology and the same mitigation measures which they did then in response to this latest bout of industrial action. Of course, we care a lot about the impacted communities and the fact that there are going to be people who are going to be impacted longer than what we thought. But there was a specific reason why we also made the point it is a very complex project. I'd also make the point that undoubtedly the case that your government would have probably cancelled the project had you been re-elected as well when it comes to the South West Metro. And this has been a program that we've had to, in our first 2 years, stabilise and rescue and provide additional funding to deal with the fact that we inherited it in a state of some distress from your government.
Thank you, Treasurer. So I think from your answer, you do have the costings. You're not prepared to disclose them.
No, that's not what I said.
Is it the case that are you aware of whether any action has been taken by Sydney Metro to mitigate the industrial action taken by the ETU by an application in the Fair Work Commission?
So, the first point is that's not what I said into the first claim that you made. The second point is that actions to mitigate the industrial action has been taken by Sydney Trains as the employer who is party to the industrial agreement from which the agreement arose. So yes, this was a key component of multiple actions that the government has taken in the Fair Work Commission.
So,
including the recent action we took, which saw the successful grant of a 425 application.
Well, that was not in relation to the ETU's ongoing...
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
The protected industrial action which has been taken by the ETU in relation to work stoppages, was that...
That was the part of the application we made to the CRU for which the ETU are members, for which the ETU are now lodged an appeal. So yes, it was. And the fact that the ETU are appealing it is also a pretty strong indication that that was the action.
So you say that it is your view that the decision on under Section 425 prevents the ETU from continuing protected industrial action?
Insofar as the actions that they were taking under the Metro were authorised by that protected action ballot and application.
Are there any which are not?
Again, we can take that on notice and take that on advice to see whether there's any other industrial action that has been taken by the ETU elsewhere that is impacting on Metro, but that is the main one that has.
Are you sure that that's the case?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. The other issue...
Well, I'm glad you've taken it on notice.
But the other point is that you're talking about last year's broader ETU campaign in respect to the other electricity distributors as well. I think that's what you're referring to. Again, we can take advice about whether or not ETU actions in respect to those industrial campaigns have impacted on the Metro.
Thank you.
Treasurer, who made the decision to walk back your commitment to remove 9,500 poker machines?
I think you have to, again, I'd refer you to the evidence that Minister Harris has made in that respect, and I'd also make the broad point that we haven't, as a government, finalised our response to that report.
Were you overruled by the Premier?
No.
So, Treasurer, why are you telling porkies on pokies?
Mr. Rath, I mean...
Zing. Zang.
Look, take this as a point of advice, right, from an expert in estimates. If you're going to launch that, you're wiser to have people have some cameras in the room if you're trying to launch that particular attack. But in general,
it was a spontaneous point of theatre, Treasurer.
I respect the craft, Mr. Rath.
That's what you're all about, Chris.
I used to sit in that very position, but I would come up with things that were slightly more than just alliteration.
Treasurer, how important is the public native forestry industry to communities like Nowra, Bega, Eden and Narooma on the New South Wales South Coast?
I'm sure it is, like all industries that are taking place in there, it's of course important to the people who work within it.
Have either of those members down there, the member for Bega or the member for South Coast, raised any native forestry issues with you since being in government?
Sorry, which two members?
Member for South Coast and member for Bega.
Yes.
What were those issues?
They were conversing with me about various issues to do with Forestry Corp, particularly with the Southwest. It's to do with a lot of the recovery of, in response to some weather events and the like that's taken place in the wake of the Black Summer bushfires is predominantly. They're pretty strong advocates in that respect as well.
So, Treasurer, you're one of the three shareholder ministers in...
Two. There's two shareholding ministers.
Two
shareholding ministers.
Two shareholder ministers in Forestry Corp. You've been in government for 2 years, and in that time you've not signed a new wood supply agreement for the New South Wales South Coast. Why not?
Because we're undertaking a forestry industry action plan process right now.
How long is that going to take?
Well, government will make decisions on that policy when we're ready to do so, but equally, the wood supply agreements that apply is predominantly valid. Most of them are valid, I think, until 2028.
Yeah, most of them are through.
So they're not even at the point of necessarily renewal. So it would be rather premature even to get into the territory of wood supply agreements renewal at this point.
Another review. Are you tracking how many reviews this government's doing?
Yes, and I've got to say they're leading to good changes for the state of New South Wales.
Doesn't it send a bad signal to other businesses investing in New South Wales that you haven't signed a new agreement?
No, I haven't heard that feedback from businesses. I mean, obviously businesses would always campaign for various decisions at various points in time. But no, I haven't had that
Doesn't
concern.
erode confidence in the business sector down there?
The South Coast economy is a very robust, strong and diverse economy. No doubt forestry and native forestry is an important component of it, but no, that I have not had the South Coast business community raise that concern with me specifically.
Treasurer, do you endorse the improved native carbon method proposed by national parks and wildlife seeking carbon credits for the cessation or deferral of public native forestry?
Yeah, I'm going to leave the methodology to the experts to be assessed, because that is I'm not an expert in the methodology, but the need for carbon credits for the New South Wales economy is crucially important. I mean, under the safeguard mechanism that we have, if you're serious about making sure that a facility like BlueScope can continue, if you're serious about making sure a facility like Tomago has a future, then if you're serious about making sure mining can take place in the Hunter, then it's absolutely crucial that we do get a viable carbon credit market.
And are you aware that the Tasmanian Minister for Forestry, Eric Abetz, has written to Minister Sharp stating that under no circumstances will Tasmania participate in this method?
Yes.
Well, doesn't that hold up the whole thing?
No.
Eric Abetz. Boy, shaken.
Thank you, Chair. The Premier made some pretty clumsy, stigmatising comments in relation to reforming the workers' compensation system at a business event last week. But it does appear he's flagged changes to the workers' compensation system that will potentially follow Victoria and drastically pare back access to psychological care and claims. Why wasn't that consulted on prior to that announcement by the Premier?
Well, I've got the Premier's remarks, so can I ask you a few points of clarification so I can answer? Which particular parts do you think are stigmatising?
The bits where he... hang on, I don't have it in front of me. You do.
I do.
But he says words to the effect that he's not saying that anyone's faking. However, there seems to be quite a lot of young people making claims against the system. You might read them out if you've got them.
I do have them. I didn't read them as stigmatising, but I take your point that he certainly did make the point that there are higher numbers of claims from young people who are claiming a particular payout as well. But I mean, the broad point that you're making is the Premier made an announcement. Firstly, the Premier hasn't made an announcement. Secondly, you are right to say that consultation needs to take place and consultation will take place. But the third point is, yes, there is a need to tackle the challenges with the workers' compensation system, in large part because it's as we know, there's a series of pressures that are on it. We had the operational issues to do with iCare, we had the governance issues to do with iCare, but we are now at a point where it's pretty evident that the system that is predominantly built for physical injury is not the best way to respond to psychological claims. And that we need to shift, in my view, our primary response to psychological injury to the workplace health and safety system as opposed to the workers' compensation system. And that's because I think the principle that we should be operating on is prevention, not compensation. And I think that is a change which we are, as a government, needing to make.
And we can agree on that. When it comes to, you said, putting pressure on the workers' compensation system, which fund in particular?
Both. I mean, there are two funds for which the workers' compensation system predominantly are under the control of iCare, and then, of course, as you know, there's a lot of self-insurers, but it's putting huge pressure on all of them. And but specifically, it's putting immense pressure on the nominal insurer, and it's putting a lot of pressure on the TMF as well.
So in those comments that the Premier was making, he did say something along, and again, I'm verballing him, so you've got it in front of you, but it was along the lines of, so we will need businesses' support for these reforms, which implies that we're talking about the nominal insurer rather than TMF. Yet I'm looking at a report, a great report actually, that I only discovered yesterday. It was released in December last year, but it's dated April 2024. It's from CIRA. It's called the Treasury Managed Fund Review Report. And it talks about how the public sector... where are we? The public sector makes up approximately 8% of workers covered by workers' compensation in New South Wales. This is page 8. Yet accounts for 20% of all workers' compensation claims, while the TMF is performing better than the system on a range of indicators for non-psychological injury claims, it's performing worse than the system for psychological injury claims and accounts for 46% of all new psychological injury claims in the New South Wales workers' compensation system.
That's true.
Right, so that implies to me that the problem here then is public sector.
No, it's pretty universal. In that, look, you're right to say, Ms Boyd, that report does make it clear that the TMF is facing challenge too. That's absolutely the case, but that doesn't mean the nominal insurer is not.
No, but when we're looking at, you are the employer of these public sector workers.
Yes.
To the extent that they are suffering burnout from under-resourcing and, having a pretty hard time. And I know, and we've talked about this, that you inherited a lot of that from the last government, but this is now your watch.
True.
The SafeWorks only just released its strategy for reducing those psychological injuries within the public sector. It's got a 2-year frame to it. Are you prioritising prevention, or are we?
We are going to need to. Absolutely, we do. And you'll see in the reforms that we outline, we do need to equip the public sector with more tools, but we also have to install more mechanisms that hold the public sector to account as well on this. You're absolutely right. And this is the point. The system needs modernisation. You're absolutely right to say we need to invest more in prevention. You're absolutely right to say that we need structures that hold public sector as the employer accountable to workers. No disagreement whatsoever.
Yeah.
But that is not happening under the status quo.
But
the status quo is diverting a lot of resources to the wrong end of the spectrum for intervention.
Yeah.
And that redirection does need to take place for the public sector. But I'd also make the point, which I think the Premier was too, is that that's also a big reason why there's premium pressures on for the private sector. And I think the Premier's comments in context were to do with that component of it.
Okay. But where's the evidence then that from the nominal insurer perspective,
well, I can tell you the claim numbers. We can show you the claims growth in the nominal insurer is pretty exponential as well.
It is, but in terms of that nominal insurer, I'm yet to see evidence that the nominal insurer is having a huge sort of exponential growth that isn't tapering off when it comes to particularly young people claiming psychological injury.
The cohort analysis, I can accept that we'll get you some more detail on what's happening with the nominal insurer when it comes to age.
Yeah.
But it's pretty... No, if you look at the liability reports that come out of the nominal insurer that are published every 6 months, it does show that there's a huge spike in workers' compensation claims. I'll say psych claims with the nominal insurer are rising at close to 10% a year.
Yeah.
Relative to physical injury claims. I think the differential between physical injury claims and psychological injury claims in the nominal insurer, I think the growth in psych claims versus physical was easily a factor of 3 or 4.
Yeah.
To be honest, and I'll come clean with you, what's bothering me here is this, I guess the perceived amalgamation of the TMF with the nominal insurer. We had the previous government bailing out business by basically paying into the nominal insurer when it shouldn't have been. It should have been actually relying on businesses to pay premiums or to reduce those risks to workers. We have this comment from the Premier trying to get support for the overall workers' compensation reforms when they're only concerned with that bit. Are you thinking of merging the TMF?
No, definitely not. So we're not. So the TMF and the nominal insurer is not our policy to merge them at all, and we're not thinking about it, and we're not commissioning any work around it, and we're not doing that.
Good.
So I can absolutely rule out any merger between the TMF and the NI. That's not going to happen. But I think, Ms Boyd, by way of, contest, to be fair, the previous government, I don't want to defend them when it comes to the use of the NI, but I think they were criticised for attributing operational costs of the TMF to the NI, and equally the NI attributing costs to the TMF, and that was wrong.
Yes.
I'm not aware of any previous government bailing out the TMF, the NI, as in there was no cash transfer into the NI, because I'm fairly positive I would have found it and exposed it and made a big song and dance about it. Because the nominal insurer's liability does not sit with the state, and that's written into the Act. But the point you're making around are we conflating the two issues? Look, it's not the intent to do so, and I know that, but I will simply say psychological injury is creating immense pressure on the NI and the TMF because neither system was, the workers' compensation law was not built for it. That's why we need to modernise it.
Sure, but far more for the TMF. If you've got 48% of claims, psychological claims, in TMF and just 10% in the national insurer for psychological claims.
Yes, Miss Boyd, but bear in mind,
nominal.
It depends which period of time you're looking at, because there's an argument to say that the NI internalised those costs earlier than the TMF. That is, if you look at the NI's results between 2019 and 2022, you'll see that there was a big spike in psychological injury claims. Now, I make the point back then, that's also because the way in which the claims operating model was being applied by the NI, and that is basically you have one company doing 100% of the book, meant that you didn't have specialty in it. To be fair to the previous government, and they did the last tenders for who actually runs the EIO, Mr. Tudor-Hobb did bring in a specific specialist in psychological injury for the NI. And only now is that being rolled out to the TMF side of the equation. It's too early to say whether it's going to make a difference, to be frank. But also, to be fair, even the best case scenario of applying psychological injury specialists on the TMF, it's not going to deal with the fact that the growth is exponential. Which is, we go back to the first point, which is why we need to shift to a prevention culture. And you are absolutely right that when the government turns up, we're going to need to show people how, A, we're putting more investment in prevention, B, we're also exposing the public sector to external scrutiny and giving workers the right to...
Just on that, because I've only got a few seconds left in this round, but if we allowed unions to prosecute, that would actually help to keep a safer work system.
It might.
So are you in support of that change?
Well, we're consulting, and you're right to say that is an argument that's been made, that whether or not unions have the right to bring prosecutions would help in building that prevention culture. I definitely think, though, that we're looking at a few of the different models in other states. South Australia, Queensland, Victoria are all three states that looked at this in various different ways and reached different conclusions. But there's other changes that you're right to say that if you start to locate the response, the external response to a workplace in an industrial relations system, then you do need to look at what rights are you giving each party. And yes, we do notice that right now unions have more rights in the Fair Work Act than they do under the New South Wales Industrial Relations Commission. And that is an important thing that we need to consult on.
Thank you.
Just before I go to you, Mr. Latham, if I could just ask a couple of questions, and that is the point of consumption tax in the state is forecast to basically for online gambling is flatlining in the forward estimates. It's
in revenue?
In revenue.
Yes.
There's very little growth. It's at about 3.8%, I think, out to 27, 28, which is surprising. Considering the growth in that sector over the previous decades. How does the Treasury and Revenue actually assess where online wagering occurs? Does it gather its own information, or does it rely on information provided by the companies?
Both. The enforcement mechanisms that sit around the POC law does require there to be data disclosures, people to register that they're providing online betting in the Australian marketplace, they are subject to information powers by Revenue New South Wales, I believe, and or liquor and gaming?
Liquor and gaming, I think.
Liquor and gaming, and yes, there are audits, and yes, we have increased, I think in the last budget, or the budget before, we actually did provide liquor and gaming with more staff to do auditing and to do enforcement of point of consumption taxes, amongst others. But also we do our independent assessments as well. The independent assessments turn more on consumption patterns in the economy than they do necessarily specifically on each company. That is, if interest rates go up, people spend less, which means that there's a retraction in the amount of money that is spent.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, people spend less if they've got less. But are you assured that that system has integrity? That there's because the companies themselves, if they if the wager is made in the Northern Territory, they're only subject to a 5% POCT compared to 15% here, and in the NT, the total revenue to the Territory is capped at $1.418 million per annum. So there's a massive incentive for those wages to, and I'm not making the allegation that there's corruption there, but if the wages were directed through...
Yes, I'm concerned.
...the NT, so you're concerned...
Yes, of course. When it comes to all taxes, I'm always concerned with base shifting and base erosion. Yes, and so I am concerned about that. And when it comes to gambling taxes or online taxes, constant vigilance is always called for. That is part of the reasons why we did enhance Liquor and Gaming's collection budget on this.
Because there's an inquiry underway at the moment, and there has been some questions raised about the integrity of the system with the Northern Territory Racing Commission having a lot of...
Which inquiry are you referring to?
There's a federal inquiry at the moment. There's a federal inquiry. So, but you do commit to look into that issue of the integrity of the reporting. And so Liquor and Gaming have significant powers in that area?
Well, yes, they do. But yes, I will happily commit to having a look into it and to provide you with further information.
Do they report? Do Liquor and Gaming report those audits or those investigations of online gaming companies?
Look, I don't know. I'll have to take that on notice as to see what they report.
Thank you very much. Mr. Latham.
Treasurer, what assessment has the Treasury made of the productivity impact of work from home?
I will invite the Secretary.
So, Mr. Latham, really the only serious work that was done on that was done in 2022 from memory. And the conclusion then at a point in time was that it could be potentially slightly productivity enhancing, but there was a big caveat to that while it may enhance productivity in the short run, it may not in the longer term. So there could be some immediate benefits.
We've got to the medium term now, 3 years on. Isn't it time to update the research and take account of what I think is now the conventional wisdom, probably in the public sector as well as the private sector, that it's reducing productivity and we're missing out on the impact of collaboration, cooperation, association with other employees in the workplace. So can you update the research?
Look, I'll take that on notice. There could be people looking to do that already, but obviously the government through the Premier and the head of his department in requiring that all of us work principally in a public sector workplace, I guess is recognising precisely the issues you raised.
Will you take account of exploitation of the system? I've got a confirmed case of someone who's been to her workplace 3 times in the past 5 years, and one of the ways she avoids it is not go to the Parramatta office by telling them she's traumatised in going to Parramatta because her grandmother passed away at Westmead Hospital.
Right.
So, and there are examples like that which just demonstrate, under the banner of flexible work arrangements, it's a standing joke in the community, the amount of taxpayers' money that's being wasted here, and fraudulent claims that are being made where people stay at home and don't do a lot of work.
Okay, so insofar as I guess the request as to whether Treasury can update its research, we'll take that on notice to see if we can. Just to be clear,
have you got data on the extent of abuse and exploitation of this?
Well, are you talking about the public sector or the private sector, or both?
Well, public sector, you're responsible.
Yeah, we'll find out what we have. We'll strive to see what we can give you in terms of that, in terms of, I guess, allegations of abuse of the policies that are in place. I do make the point that the government has updated the requirements so you are actually at work. And in large part, it's because we do agree that there is the benefits of collaboration, there is the benefits of proximity that are appropriate for people to be at work. But we will absolutely see what further information we can provide you about allegations.
Have you got any public servants who've come back since the Premier's meeting?
The Treasury has, I believe.
So we're all... the Premier's Department issued a circular on this requiring us to update our flexible work policies to ensure they reflect the requirement that people's principal place of work is a public sector workplace. We've done that, put that in place from mid-December. and we're implementing it. If you want an ongoing flexible work arrangement, you have to formalise that arrangement. It has to be agreed by your manager and it has to be formally reviewed at least twice a year.
Right. Treasurer, during the period 2020 and 21, the former government shovelled out a huge amount of so-called COVID emergency money. How much of those funds have you now recovered that were unspent?
Unspent?
Yes, because of the pace and lack of process in shovelling this money out.
To households and business or within the public service?
Both. In that, what checking mechanism has there been to see that these extraordinary grants were actually spent for the purpose and created the jobs?
Yep. So there is a Department of Customer Service predominantly is responsible for audit requirements around audit of compliance with grant terms.
Yep.
There have been a series of reviews that have been undertaken since 20 to 2021. You're right to say that a lot of money did go out the door. There has been overwhelmingly, I think, most of the money was spent. There are incidences of fraud that have been detected and referred to police, for which police task forces have been established. And of course, we are taking ongoing advice now about the sort of where we are in the audit program and whether or not where we are heading.
How much money have you recovered that was unspent?
Unspent? I don't believe any of the money was unspent.
Unspent? Well, I can give you an example. Bathurst Race Club received a grant of $3.7 million, and I itemised this yesterday with the racing minister, where they've only spent $1 million.
Right.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily mean...
$2.7 million there that was unspent. You're saying that you can't find a single example of recovering unspent money such as this.
Okay, that's a different... So look, we're happy to look into it, but bear in mind, without knowing the actual contract term for that $3.7 million, we don't... I'll double check to see when it was all meant to be spent by, as well, which is the other aspect of the grant programs that we are still...
Well, after 5 years, isn't it time to recognise if it's not spent now, it's never going to be? And these were public announcements made by the local member Paul Toole and the racing minister
I'm happy to look
Kevin
into
Anderson that are all on the public record, and the track hasn't been widened, certain stables, walkers and treadmills haven't been delivered.
Oh, look, I'm very happy to look into the capacity to recover unspent money in the event that there's a reasonable prospect that it won't be spent.
Can you look into this Bathurst Race Club grant of $3.7 million? And Treasurer, what's the process if someone buys a property for a near $1 million and then 7 months later sells it for $1? What happens there in terms of stamp duty recovery?
Well, you charge the first stamp duty at $1 million because there's two incidences of stamp duty, right? Yeah. So you charge the first for the first million, and then you charge whatever the stamp duty is for $1, which presumably is below the threshold. But you're charging for the $100,000 transaction.
You charge on the value of the property.
Yes, but the incidence of the charge falls in each transaction.
You charge stamp duty on $1?
No.
No, you wouldn't charge on $1.
So what's your answer, Treasurer?
Well, I presume, again, I'm not here to give tax advice, but I presume at each event of purchase and sale, there's presumably there's two parties to the first, there's a seller and a buyer in the first purchase. So the stamp duty is levied in accordance with stamp duty law at each transaction event.
Right, so what was your expectation for the second transaction selling for $1? What would be the stamp duty on that?
Well, I believe, unless there's any exceptions, it's probably below the threshold. It's the top of my head. It'd be well below the threshold.
So you think there's no stamp duty paid?
Depends. I mean, again, it depends on the type of land.
Okay, thank you.
So have you got further details of what type of land you're asking me about?
Yeah, I can provide those to you.
Yeah, happy to look.
Thank you. We might do that in the next round.
Oh, I can do that just by handing over the title deeds.
All right, thank you. The opposition.
Treasurer, how much is currently invested in the New South Wales Master Fund?
Excuse me?
So,
How much is currently invested in the New South Wales Master Fund?
The T Corp Master Funds?
Yeah.
Which Master Fund are you talking about? There's a series of them.
The T Corp Master Fund? The one we recently legislated?
Oh, you mean the One Fund?
One fund.
Right.
It's called Master Fund in the legislation.
Yes, in the legislation it is, yes. We can get you the number?
Yeah.
And Mr. Deverell will be here this afternoon as well. We can give you more up-to-date information. Obviously that changes.
Sure we can.
And of those funds, how much of it is attributable to iCare and their statutory responsibilities?
Again, we can take that on notice and give you some more detail.
Thank you. And in respect of the TMF...
Just on that question, just so you know, you said under their statutory responsibility. Okay, we'll provide you the TMF just to let you know as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm coming to that.
That's our statutory responsibility.
I was coming to the next question, which is the TMF.
Yeah, we can get you balance updates if you wish.
Yep.
They have been, yes, we'll get you balance updates that have been provided as of the TSSA, which is the last.
So while past performance is no prediction of future performance, the performance of one fund as at 31 January is the 5 months, it was established 31 August, produced a return of 5.4% on the money invested against an investment objective of 2.8% for the period. So right now it's performing extremely well, but
US equities are always an interesting outlook.
yes, there's inherent volatility in it, but so far so good.
Is the net asset holding policy still in place, or
No, it's under review.
Yeah.
so what has it been replaced by?
It's still in force until we replace it, but it's fair to say, as you know, under that policy, decision making is that arises from it is a matter for me.
And notwithstanding the policy still exists, you've elected not to make any decisions relating to the implementation of obligations relating to.
No, at various points since my time as Treasurer, I've made various decisions under that policy.
Well, what are they?
Well, in my first 2 years, I had to top it up
To the tune of about 1.5
to the
billion.
tune of about 1.5 billion. In fact, Mr. Tudor, when I inherited the position of the TMF was under the NHLP already in breach. The liability was below the threshold. One of the first decisions I had to make as Treasurer was what to do at that point in time. I would have much preferred my predecessor to be more candid about the state of the TMF at that point in time. So the first decision I made under the NAHLP policy was to provide an additional insertion of 1.4 billion, and I believe I may have also provided a cumulatively injection of 1.4 billion over 2 years, is my understanding of what I've had to do.
Well, you made a significant sport in this forum.
I did. That's because
of obligations to have to.
That's because Mr. Tudor,
which arose under the net asset holding policy.
Yeah, but that's because if you were to look at the history of the policy since 2020, in 2015, treasurers were withdrawing money out of the TMF to supplement the budget because the TMF assets exceeded its liabilities by billions of dollars.
Well, that was the policy.
Indeed. But then over a series of years, it was decline. Because
of claims and liability claims.
Yes. And at that point in time, might have been a wise time to intervene to see what was going on. And in fact, as you say, Mr. Tudor, I did make a sport of it. I did, in fact, I wouldn't put it in those terms, but I spent a lot of time highlighting the fact that the TMF was under serious pressure.
Now that you are...
And then I also exposed the fact that your government had to make a last-minute injection to the funds to meet a financial year deadline without telling anyone. That exceeded what I've had to put into it. And you covered it up. And I happily brought that to the forefront as that is a reason why...
But your criticism was often predicated on the fact that you were just implementing the policy, which is the net asset holding
net
policy.
asset holding policy applied to the TMF. In fact, you're making a good point. So again, Mr. Tudor, you having left the problem to fester required us to have to respond.
What is the problem you say was left to fester?
Well, it went from a liability ratio on accounting terms of about 120%.
And the liability ratio was caused by what?
You.
What?
The way in which you managed the workers' compensation system was a big reason as to what happened.
So the review that you're doing now in relation to workers' compensation, which has been highlighted by...
Well, that's separate to the NAHLP policy. Well, the NAHLP policy was redundant at the moment we formed one fund. And the point about one fund was that was a response to the fact the TMF liability was unlikely to recover in short order. And part of the reasons why we are now having to run effectively the funds as a pool, apart from the fact that it does mean we can get better investment returns for our money without changing the risk profile, is because our calls on the TMF were unsustainable. It was not possible for every treasurer...
And why were they unsustainable?
Because you left it in a state of disarray that required constant bailout.
Well, thank you for the gratuitous thing. But why was it unsustainable in its previous form?
Because you allowed a balance to run down from 120%.
Because of the liabilities which existed, isn't that the case?
No, because the manner in which
and they were the workers' compensation claim liabilities.
Mr. Tudhope, you should let me answer that.
Order.
Order,
Mr. Tudhope. Please allow the Treasurer to answer. It's very hard for me, and it must be very hard for Hansard to follow this exchange.
Back in 2015, the fund was at a funding ratio of 112.5%.
Correct.
It had dropped year after year after year for close to a decade whilst your government was in charge. There was no response from your government to the underlying causes of that issue. And in
what
fact,
were those underlying causes? What were the underlying causes?
The introduction of your claims handling model in 2018 at iCare was a pretty significant one. The fact that, again, having pared back benefits to workers, when you introduced your 2018 changes to the claims handling model at iCare, you saw a massive decline in the NI financial viability, which was worse than the TMFs, and then the TMFs. And part of the reason why the TMF didn't feature as much in public debate at that time was because the nominal insurer's funding ratio decline was far more dramatic. I remember sitting in this room with an iCare CEO telling me that the NI was funded at 130%. 4 years later, it was negative. Yep. 4 years later. The reason the TMF didn't stand out was because that bushfire was a lot bigger. And I would have much preferred, in fact, I spent a huge amount of time in opposition trying to get your government to take action. Your government did not take action, and then when we got here, we've had to both stabilise iCare operationally, start the process of overhauling the NAHLP. Part of the reason why we created one fund was to allow us to manage the TMF's financial position in the context of total funds under management, because it is not, the NAHLP was not sustainable on its previous form.
Good.
Now, you're quite right to say that because one fund is in place, there is a question as to whether or not you have a like policy for one fund, like the NAHLP. And my issue is I'm not yet reached a view on that.
Well, what is the process for currently in place for suggesting what the replacement would look like?
Well, again, you are looking at your future liabilities versus your future claims, but the difference that what one fund allows us to do is rather than manage that exclusively to the TMF, we can take into account the broader position. And that also means that, for example, the debt retirement fund, which you established, can be taken into account in terms of managing the cash calls on the TMF. And that's an important point.
Well, just to explain that
cash
to me.
calls on the TMF, there's a difference.
Explain that to me. How does it...
So you know the liabilities of the TMF are future liabilities, right?
Yep.
And so as in 30 years' time, we expect to be paying more for the insurance claims we're incurring today. That's the way insurance works. You take the float, which is effectively the payment you provide now through premiums, but the liability arises into the future. And you're guessing how big the liability is relative to the float and the investment return on the float. By pooling the funds, you allow yourself to take into account the broad position in meeting the immediate needs of the TMF. So obviously, right, when it comes to the TMF, people who are claiming against it need to be paid out today. And you're taking into account the cash position of the government to be able to meet the immediate liability while you're relying on the broader asset posture to manage your future liabilities.
How do you get reinsurance for that sort of scheme?
Well, to be fair, the TMF reinsurance arrangements are slightly different, but that's why we've kept the TMF as legally distinct. It's not legally abolished. It is capable of getting reinsured as a liability that is separate. But that's because, again, Mr.
The net asset holding policy remains in place so you can get reinsurance.
Mr. Tudhope, with insurance, you separate assets from liabilities.
Yep.
You reinsure your liabilities, not your assets.
Yep.
So long as you can legally separate your liabilities from your assets, you can get reinsurance from them.
And you've sought that reinsurance, have you, under this new model?
I'm sure we can find out where we are with the reinsurance, but that's not disturbed by the formation of one fund.
No, it's not.
It's not disturbed.
And the reinsurance tends to target the very, very rare, very unlikely, but very consequential risk rather than paying for cover for everyday risk.
But I'd also make the point...
And the market's still there for that.
You're quite right to say there's a pretty big change in reinsurance markets in general. Frankly, what's creating pressure on TMF reinsurance is far more to do with exposure to climate change.
And other,
well, no, but actually,
I suppose, disasters.
Well, it's the fact that the TMF is also responsible, for example, picking up liability for Black Summer and floods. And the TMF does more than just workers' comp. It self-insures all the state's liabilities.
Correct.
So where the pressure is on reinsurance markets on the TMF, it's coming from the fact that worldwide reinsurers are risk rating all countries in terms of their exposure to climate change.
I just want to take you back to the observation you made in relation to the DRF.
The DRF?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're suggesting, if I understand you correctly, that the DRF can be used as...
No, that's not what I said.
Well, what did you say?
I said the fact that you pool it means that you can take into account the total state position in deciding immediate decisions to do with the TMF. And then incidentally, the DRF, because the funds are now managed as a single liquidity pool, you're able to manage cash calls on each fund collectively. That's the big change in one fund. And it means, in essence, the DRF is invested for the long term. And that's good because, therefore, you can change your risk profile in terms of which assets.
Change your view in relation to the DRF, haven't you?
I've changed my view. No, I haven't changed my view on it. I want the view that I hold to is that the DRF as its existing balance is fine. Your plan to borrow money to put into it was my problem.
Well, we had that inquiry, so...
We did.
Treasurer, the half-yearly review revised total employee expenses, including superannuation expenses, up a further $3 billion over 4 years to $228 billion.
That's picking up higher liability claims on our workers' compensation scheme. That's the issues Ms. Boyd was asking me about. That's how it's reported. So
total employee expenses?
Yeah, so that's reported under employee expenses. So if you look at the half-year review expense outlook, table 3.5, you will see that the actual revision is from 3.2% projected growth at the budget to 3.4 at half-year review, so that's a 0.2% variation. And that is stemming from the fact that the latest valuation of the state's outstanding liabilities in the TMF is reflected in that budget line.
So it doesn't include any additional employee expenses in relation to wage increases?
Well, the incremental change?
Incremental.
So the variance. Well, the variance is overwhelmingly attributed to the change in workers' compensation, which is mentioned. Let me find out as to whether or not it's picking up anything else. Smaller changes. I suspect it is going to pick up the additional incremental costs we paid in respect to the agreement we reached with the Public Service Association.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, and that's probably the only other variation we reached, because between budget and half year we reached agreement with the PSA. We reached a good agreement with the PSA, which effectively saw them obtain about an additional 0.5%, and that would be reflected in that number too.
Well,
that's helpful because we've also elsewhere in the budget been able to resolve outstanding liabilities to do with some taxation issues, and we've also been able to resolve issues around redeployment of public service workers. So we think it's a pretty fair outcome for the state.
I just want to go back to that the issue relating to the replacement of the net asset liability. There is, I understand it, a task force who are coming up with recommendations about how it should be looked at?
No, it's not a task force. It's the ALCO committee, the Asset Liability Committee.
That's the one.
Our ALCO committee, which is responsible for the NAHLP and for both administering it and ensuring that it remains fit for purpose, I have certainly tasked them to look at how it should look like in the context of one fund.
And do you have a view in relation to that?
I have multiple views in relation to that, but I'm awaiting their advice.
Well, tell me what your views are.
I look forward to them working out the complex requirements as to when, what is the need for an NAHLP across a multiple fund structure, but I'm not going to preempt that decision-making process yet.
Has the Essential Services Fund been exhausted?
Has the Essential Services Fund been exhausted?
That's the question I asked, if you're repeating it.
Yeah, I'm just understanding you're not talking about a different fund. You're just jumping between your funds.
I'm just moving to another fund.
The ESF fund has now been reflected in the budget lines.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't use the verb exhausted. I would use the verb it's been reflected in government decision making, because we've now reached agreement with 70% of the New South Wales public service.
But has the fund allocated to the Essential Services Fund?
The fund has been used to support the fact that we now are paying essential service workers more in accordance with the agreements we've reached.
So is the amount being...
Obviously, the amount for the workforces that are covered by that fund for the lives of these agreements, yes.
Yeah,
but in
thank you.
terms of the balance of the funds for the outstanding workforces, that is the 3-4 areas, the 30% that we haven't reached agreement with, notionally that is still within the ESF.
Well...
But we've budgeted for the fact that there is an expectation that they will be used to support the government's wage position.
How much do you say is still to be allocated from the ESF for future wage negotiations?
It turns on the outstanding disputes.
Right. So it's only notionally that monies are left in that. Is that my understanding?
So the ESF was established in the 23-24 budget ahead of the wage round, and it was put aside there to be able to support the government's wage position in our base offer. And I do make the point that is what's allowed for there to be real wage growth across the life of the agreements. And then as we've reached agreements with each workforce through the 24 calendar year, we've obviously drawn down those funds. And so for the disputes that remain outstanding, of course, the allowances are still there within the budget to allow that to be supported in terms of the government's base offer.
There's a central provision that as awards are struck, it gets allocated to agencies to meet the cost of those award changes.
A risk to the budget, of course, is if the 10.5% which you have forecast as being the wages outcomes which you anticipate arriving at is increased. Is that right?
Yes, that's on page 61 of the half-year review, where we disclosed upcoming industrial relations bargaining. That there is absolutely a risk to the forward estimates in the event that there is decisions that are made above the government's wage position. But we are managing that risk. And I'd also make the point, that is just one form of litigation risk to which the state's exposed. We're exposed to multiple forms of litigation risk in general. It's in our contingent liabilities disclosures, it's in a whole variety of disclosures that we make.
In its reasons for the decision on the Section 425 application, the Fair Work Commission directed Sydney Trains and the CRU to continue negotiations based on what the Commission accepted had been agreed between the bargaining representatives on the 13th of February. You recall that was...
That was a part of their
decision,
full bench decision, yes.
And they go on, namely 4% in year one, back paid to the to May 2024, 5% in year two, with the government offer of 3.5% for year three not yet accepted by the unions. Did you agree to that offer?
It's a matter of negotiation, but I think the point you're making...
What was that, Treasurer?
It's a matter of negotiation.
It's a matter of negotiation, but the agreement hasn't been finalised.
No,
but I absolutely have supported the offers that the government has made through the course of those negotiations.
So it's true then that the government's current position is 4% year one, 5% year two.
No, that's not the position. That is the position it was as of 13th of February, and it's going into negotiation.
But the reasons in giving his reasons for judgment, didn't the Deputy President?
So was the President
make an observation that the starting position from which you would start the negotiations...
I don't believe that was in the judgment. I'll get the judgment, but I'm very positive that wasn't in the judgment. Have you got the clause, the paragraph of the judgment?
I don't have it in front of me. But
I don't think it was in the judgment, no. I mean, I think you might be reverting to some of the evidence that was being led in the proceeding by both sides, which can I also say is contested? Like, it is contested. That's part of the reason why we're in dispute.
But that's not contested, is it, those two
No, it is contested.
It is contested?
Yeah, of course. Of course, the unions are also arguing that they want more in other years too. But the point is that what the Commission is doing is what the Commission does, which is to try to narrow the scope.
But they were saying that the starting position was as I've identified.
But maybe the way I should answer this, Mr. Tudor, I hope, is through the course of the 10 months of negotiations we've had with the combined rail unions, we absolutely have found ways in which we can do things better. And as we said we would share the benefits of that with the workforce. So yeah, I do expect that the government will be paying more than our base offer because we found ways to pay for it. That is what you do in negotiations. So I'm not worried about there being from my perspective as Treasurer, I'm not worried about there being slight variations in each of the wage settlements, so long as we've identified the offsets, we've identified the savings that it will pay for it.
Well,
in fact,
in the negotiations, what offsets have you identified?
Again, I'm not going to negotiate through estimates. And I'm going to respect the fact that the Fair Work Commission is now engaged. And I'm going to absolutely respect the fact that they are currently in conciliation, I believe probably as we speak. So I'm certainly not going to step outside that bounds. I'm the first to say we are having an intense dispute with the combined rail unions, but I'm also going to say the combined rail unions have come to the table with good ideas. So, and you will see some of them implemented in the agreement we reach. And that is the point, right? Which is we are working through a dispute in which we expect it to deliver a fair outcome for the workers, but be in a better position to deliver public services for the public. And yes, we will absolutely, if we can, make sure that some of that shared benefit is going to the workforce that's helping us provide it.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, online gaming companies that are licensed in New South Wales, how do they establish where wagerers are making their bets from?
I don't know.
No, I don't know either, but we can tell you this afternoon.
We'll find out for you.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'm registered with an online gambling company, and you don't have to provide any evidence of where you live other than fill in an address.
I think my understanding of the POC, and then is that it takes into account where the bet is made, but also the location of the event that you're betting on as well. I'm fairly positive under the point of consumption changes, but let me come back to you on that.
Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
As in the event that you are betting on, if that's taking place in a jurisdiction, I'm sure that's a factor as well. That is, if there's a rugby league game that's been played in New South Wales, they have to reconcile the two, but I don't want to speak.
Yeah, I think we'll give you good information this afternoon.
So the reason I raise it is because there's a possibility if you're a major gambler and you were registering with a gambling agency, it's no skin off your nose to move your operation to WA or have an address in WA that you can rely on, and then the company then avoids a massive amount of tax.
As in a person who is betting would set up...
Yes.
Yes, I guess that's theoretically possible. I think
you
it's
give an address when you register with the betting agency, and that can be...
that can be anywhere. It could be a post office
but
box.
it can also be checked against the electoral roll and other...
Look, I haven't had reports of that as being a mass problem. But I'll check.
Well, this is the thing. Could you come back to me with some information on how that is established?
Yep.
Okay, I really appreciate that.
No, of course.
Yep, that's fair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer, in this reform of the workers' compensation scheme that's being worked on,
yes,
will you confirm that there's no moves to remove or degrade entitlements for workers?
That's subjective terms. I mean, there's absolutely proposals that we're likely to bring around benefit structures, that some of which will be positive, some of which some people may disagree with. But no, I can't give you such an assurance unless you're better able to define what you mean by that.
Okay. Are you going to make it harder for people to claim for psychological harm?
We are absolutely looking at changes that have been made in other states. Yes, they are on the table in terms of us being able to align with some of the standards that apply in other states.
Have you read the TMF review report from CIRA that I was referring to earlier? The one that was published
the 2024 report?
April 2024, it was
Have I read the report in
dated,
full?
but it wasn't
Look,
published
I recall
till December.
seeing it because I'm a fan of TMF and CIRA reports. Yeah. But do I have any specific recall of it? I do have a bit, but not much.
Because it's pretty scathing. And it has a lot of recommendations in here for government, including for the Treasury.
Yep.
But for example, on page 10, it says, that the return to work outcomes for the TMF have deteriorated.
Yep.
It is deterioration of psychological claims is worse and fell by 23% for the TMF compared to 16% for the system.
Yes.
It says TMF is performing particularly badly because government agencies are not responding appropriately. It says a very low percentage of public sector workers are given a return to work plan, despite all of the evidence showing that return to work plans increase.
I don't contest any of that, Ms.
Right.
Boyd.
So given all of these recommendations and everything that we've been talking about today, can you at least give assurance that you will implement the recommendations in relation to psychological claims for the TMF?
Well,
and
absolutely.
see them through
Well, I can't,
before making changes.
I can't
to
commit without
entitlements?
necessarily seeing them all in point, but I can absolutely say yes, we will respond to the report in this reform process.
But will you let the reforms that come out of this report and other recommendations to the system that will make the system healthier, will you let them play out before making cuts to entitlements?
Well, Ms Boyd, I'm not describing them as cuts, I'm describing the whole system modernisation. And I just make the point that what you'll see, what the government you'll see is that the government is wanting to propose a modernisation of the system which does actually expand rights under workplace health and safety laws and under industrial relations laws. So I guess, Ms Boyd, you're focusing on one of the three systems that respond to these issues. And it's very important that you do. I don't disagree. The workers' compensation is an important part of it. But I'm starting from the in-principle view that we're asking our workers' compensation system to do too much and our workplace health and safety system to do too little. And in order to achieve that reshift, particularly in the public sector, we need to then bring in the industrial relations component on that point because we're interested in engineering a change towards prevention.
Yeah.
And so I can't make guarantees in workers' compensation in isolation from the other two systems.
Are you going to be bringing the workers' compensation reforms in the first half of this year?
Yes, I hope so.
Will you be bringing the other parts of the reforms?
Yes, I hope so too.
First half of this?
Well, look, again, it's a matter for government to make decisions, but certainly the way in which there's a whole series of modernisations we have to do in all three systems. I mean, I also make the point, Ms Boyd, that through the court, I'm also interested to see the establishment of a workers' compensation scheme for gig workers.
Yes.
And so there's going to be changes to the scheme, which is why I'm describing it as modernisation. Like, the system was built for effectively most people to be working in an employer-employee system in frankly, physical labour. The economy's changed dramatically in terms of not just the patterns of work people do, but also the legal arrangements by which that's reflected. We have the world expert sitting here with us right now, so I don't want to, with Dr. Kane, who's done huge work on this issue. So yes, we are suggesting that there's going to be a series of modernisations, but I would invite you to consider it as a triangle. IR, interaction with WHS, interaction with workers' compensation, and we are absolutely looking to rebalance the system so the resources go to the prevention side of the spectrum more than the compensation side of the spectrum.
Are we going to get 3 separate bills this half of this year, or are we just getting the workers' compensation
you will get a
one?
series of changes, I hope. But again, it's a matter for the government to make decisions. We haven't made decisions on that yet.
Call me cynical, but we both sat on the opposition side for a while together, and we know what governments tend to do in these areas. So they tend to bundle good stuff with bad stuff. I'm very concerned that we're going to end up with this modernisation, as you call it, where we're bringing things up to speed with technology and all the rest of it. But then we also have some nasty cuts to entitlements put there in as well. Can you assure us that's not going to happen?
No, because what one person considers to be a nasty change, another person considers to be a necessary one.
Well, something that makes it harder for workers.
Yeah, but again, I'm sitting here going, yes, there is going to be changes. Some of them are going to be positive, I guess, from workers, and some of them workers will perceive as not being positive to them.
Will you be implementing the at least the election commitments that you committed to? I'm looking at the Injured Workers Pledge that talks about...
Yes, we're looking to see what we can do over what period of time. There are a whole series of changes we're wanting to do that will reflect some of the work we've done since government. But no, we haven't made decisions about the sort of the two particular areas that you're identifying.
About whether or not you're going to go back on that commitment.
we haven't made decisions on that yet.
Just
Sorry?
like on pokies.
Would you support an inquiry into whatever bill gets brought forward so we can all...
I haven't made
look at
decisions
this?
on that, but no, my general view is that the Parliament's been engaging with workers' compensation issues for multiple years. And from my perspective, there is a need to reform. And I'm also mindful in terms of timetable that it's particularly important. The reason why the first half of the year matters is for 2 reasons. It matters a great deal, firstly, to be able to establish new systems, particularly in the workers' compensation scheme area, that there is clarity generally by 1 July, because that then coincides with the operational planning that needs to be done by them to build the new systems that are required. The second aspect is, of course, if you happen to be one of the small businesses who pay into the system, that premium cycle is determined now. It matters a great deal as well. And the third aspect is if you're rolling out work changes to the public sector, 1 July start dates is important.
Yeah.
That's not to suggest that every single change will start, but the reason why I'm saying quite candidly that the Parliament's going to need to take this issue up is because we have been introducing a series of changes in the last 2 years to do with this. ICARE changes, industrial relations changes. We've got additional reforms that people want through.
Okay, so Labor's going to be Labor and bring us a really important piece of legislation that we've all had input into discussions on over the past however many years. You're going to bring it to us in a real big hurry just before 1 July and try and pressure us to pass it.
I'm asking the Parliament to
with
consider the
changes that
government's
haven't been properly consulted on, even with the unions yet.
But Ms Boyd, I'm asking the Parliament to do its job of consider legislation,
Right.
and I respect Parliament in
Then
how
you'll-
it deliberates over these matters.
Then you'll support a bill into the, an inquiry into the bill, and you'll be bringing us that bill early on.
No more 4 a.m.
We'll have that bill early enough that we don't end up with that pressure, where we can accurately look at the,
It's
look
one
at
of the
it,
many
assess it,
considerations
and
that
get
we
proper
are.
consultation.
But no, we
in on
haven't
it.
hidden the fact that we need to make changes to the workers' compensation scheme. In fact, we made a very big deal of the fact that the system needs serious reform.
But you're just unilaterally deciding how you're going to change it without then
I don't
consulting.
unilaterally deciding. No, in terms of what the government proposes, we are consulting, so I don't necessarily accept your premise, Mr. Boyd, there. But I take your point, right? The Parliament's going to want to consider matters. As a government minister, got to make the point that change needs to happen.
You would never have accepted it in opposition.
Well, that's not true, to be fair.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer, just turning to the cost of doing business in New South Wales, particularly energy costs. Last month, the CEO of Rio Tinto, the majority owner of the Tomago aluminium smelter in the Hunter Valley, said that moving from the current coal-based electricity contract to renewables in 2028 will see the smelter pay twice as much for its electricity needs. And to quote him, "I can't give you an assurance of Tomago today. If you can't get competitively priced electricity, you can't have smelting." How do you respond to that? And are we witnessing the deindustrialisation of New South Wales because of these increases in electricity prices?
It's a very good question. I think, though, the point that the CEO was making at the time about Tomago was that the very long-term contract that is in place for Tomago is due for renewal in 2028. The second part of that is that contract, I believe, has been in place in some form or other since 1979, but it was predominantly struck when power was publicly owned. And the issue that Tomago is having to resolve is now that power has been privatised, when the expiry of that contract, which I believe is with AGL, comes into a place, there's a question mark as to whether or not how Tomago is going to secure its power. So it's a bit more nuanced than simply saying it's because the changes has been made in terms of the source of power generation. In essence, what's happening in Tomago is that there is obviously going to be the expiry of a contract as well. The broader point you make about are we witnessing the deindustrialisation of New South Wales? Well, the answer to that is no, we're not. But we will always, we will always look to ensure, for example, that world markets stay open to New South Wales goods. Right now, there is a pretty big change in global trade policy that's being led by the world's biggest economy. We're obviously paying close attention to that. That has a real bearing on whether or not industrial facilities can remain viable across the world, but including in New South Wales. And the third point I'd make is that when it comes to what we can do as a state government, that's why it's so important that we bring back domestic train manufacturing. And that's part of the reasons why we have committed to build the Tangara fleet replacement here in Australia.
Not New South Wales.
Treasurer, with the forthcoming budget, are you preparing a significant cost saving by abandoning the myth of green hydrogen, particularly with the announcement today in the Australian newspaper that 99% of the supply pipeline has failed to progress beyond concept stage, and the author of the National Plan, Alan Finkel, the former chief scientist, saying there's not a lot of likelihood of demand for hydrogen in transport or energy storage because of the extraordinary improvements in batteries. Why is New South Wales continuing to subsidise something that's not happening?
Well, I guess the short answer to that question is, like all forms of public spending, it's always under review, and we'll always to look to make sure whether or not it remains effective for its purpose. I don't wish to give you the same answer I gave to Mr. Tudor, but budget decisions will be announced at the budget time. I can't really preempt that process. But you're right to say that I will obviously be applying a close lens to whether or not such policies and other policies remain relevant to the conditions in which they're in.
Right. Is this, in your eyes, Treasurer, another example of the failure of government to pick technologies and winners? And is it any surprise that the market forces knew more about market reality than Chris Bowen and Penny Sharp?
Oh, look, Penny Sharp knows a lot about markets, first point. Second point, I would
what
say...
What kind of markets has she experienced?
Well, the energy markets.
Other than roller derby, what sort of markets?
She's pretty expert in energy markets, I dare I say. But the other point I would make is, when it comes to hydrogen, actually the biggest investor in this technology is Japan. And the people who are... and when you're looking at the future of the Port of Newcastle, for example, a big part of their business plans is also about linking to Japanese supply chains to do with hydrogen. So it's fair to say that the views of the markets, dare I say, is a bit mixed. Like, actually, you're seeing
99%.
The most advanced industrial economy in terms of industrial production, which is Japan, investing very heavily in hydrogen research and looking to partner with New South Wales and looking to partner with particularly our regions on this development theory. So I just think it's still a bit early to declare it, the market has answered the question. I meet with Japanese businesses who come a lot and talk to me about the fact that they are looking to get access to New South Wales land, New South Wales water, New South Wales energy to be able to do hydrogen production.
Yeah, but Japan's a different circumstance because their only viable renewables are offshore.
Yes, and that's the opportunity for us.
You don't get the point. They're relying heavily on green hydrogen, and they haven't got success stories yet because their topography rules out solar panels and onshore.
You're right to say. You're absolutely right to say that land intensity in Japan is a big issue when it comes to the other forms of renewable power. Yeah. I think the other thing, to be fair to the Japanese, though, is that they've obviously made a change around sort of the use of nuclear in their grid as a result of what's happened there. Sure. So they're looking at green hydrogen to see whether or not...
On another energy policy to save the planet, do you stand by your electric vehicle sales take-up rate of 30% in just 2 years' time, given it's now fallen to 6.5%?
Well, to be fair, Mr. Latham, I don't necessarily describe it as mine. That's the settings I inherited.
Well, you don't support them anymore. That's good to hear.
Well, no, we're keeping a close eye on it, but particularly because it applies to the thresholds to do with the road user charging system that was legislated in the previous parliament.
Right.
As well, it is fair to say that federal incentives in the area certainly led to a spike, but yes, you're right to say it's normalised in terms of take-up. Again, it remains to be seen what happens in the next period of time.
Right. Well, I know you regard yourself as realistic. You're not expecting to get to 30% in 2027.
Yeah, I'm realistic about that, Mr. Latham. It's fair to say that is true.
Right. Thank you. So, having abandoned the target, what implications are there for the funding of the charging stations that you've taken on as your main responsibility? If we haven't got as many of these electric vehicles being purchased, is there a saving to be made in the rollout of charging stations?
Well, I mean, look, we re-baselined that policy when we got here in Budget 1. I think at the time you welcomed that change, the fact that we actually did...
It was better than subsidising people on the North Shore, sure.
Yes, we got rid of the subsidies and we directed that more towards the supply. I think that policy remains valid because part of the reasons why there's not take-up is because there's not charging stations.
Just turning to one of your productivity measures about infrastructure, Ms Boyd, I think, raised this in the summer break. There was a very disturbing report that you were watering down the requirements of new business case policy announcements to fast-track them. Treasurer, I thought it was the policy you articulated in opposition. There should be public transparency about benefit-cost ratios, particularly in light of what we now know around the new airport site, where former Minister Stokes and Ayres have admitted that they knew in government there was a higher benefit-cost ratio for the extension of the Leppington line than the White Elephant St Mary's line that's now being built. Shouldn't we have a policy of a rigorous benefit-cost analysis for every major investment and the publication of all those ratios and business cases for every alternative project?
Well, we do have a policy for rigorous benefit-cost ratio when it comes to business case development, and that remains in place. What the changes I introduced were designed to effectively deal with business case bracket creep. That is, the policy that was put in place set a threshold of $10 million back in 2012, and that's what qualified as a major project. Clearly, it's been capturing a lot of projects that therefore it should not have been captured. And just to give you very specific examples, there are incidences where we've had school upgrades around toilet blocks, colas, and the like, that found themselves captured by that framework with a requirement to develop a lot of money in business case development. And therefore, that framework needed a big tune-up because it was slowing down service delivery. The other issue is that's also a big reason why we're saving money in consultants, particularly with the big four firms. There were a lot of consultants making a lot of money basically copying and pasting business cases. And the third issue that I introduced with those changes is to get rid of business cases for fantasy projects. I mean, the amount of business cases that were produced for the park on the Carl Expressway, wild. The amount of business cases that were used to produce Barnaby Joyce's preferred dams, wild. We spent $184 million on collective business cases on various water projects that were inspired by Barnaby Joyce, didn't actually build any additional water infrastructure. And so, from my perspective, Mr. Latham, you're quite right to say that we have to balance these considerations, but you would hit me very hard if I was wasting money on superfluous business cases.
I agree with colas and so forth, but how have you changed the criteria? What's the threshold?
We've changed the threshold. I think it's now gone up for the two processes.
10 to 20.
10 to 20 million, which is capturing that. And then in addition to that, there is still, for the smaller cases, we've put in place a Treasury template business case. That means that a lot of it is consistent format, standardised information for Treasury business case assurance, which is also covering
Okay, well, that's a welcome change. I can understand that. But why is any public sector project over $10 million needing to undergo a gender impact assessment, and what is the gendered nature of a COLA?
Well, firstly, gender impact assessments are a policy, again, that we inherited from Mr. Keane and I support. It has led to, for example, quite a lot of examinations. I'll give you some examples of some of the policy changes that we are getting from the gender impact assessment. We trialled it in respect to last year's budget in respect to 30 different policies. We are looking forward to the analysis it's going to provide us now. So here's some of the issues that it was very helpful in helping us establish some of the policy changes that we need to work through. For example, the gender impact assessments was very important for us to understand the proper design of the portable rental bond scheme, because who is a renter is heavily correlated with gender. But the one that is particularly important, that it's played a big role on, is in terms of how we designed our record investment of $5.1 billion to expand the public housing stock by 8,400. And the reason why we're giving half priority to domestic violence victim survivors in terms of for half that stock did help, was informed by that gender impact assessment. Other issue, of course, is to do with consumption growth in the New South Wales economy, because the people who are internalising risk tend to be gendered. As in, the lower you are on the income spectrum, the more likely is that your outcome in the labour market will be reflected in your gender. And that's some important analysis, which helps us develop good policy for economic growth, but also to invest public money.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mr. Tudorhope.
Treasurer, in June last year, you said that the greatest threat to the New South Wales economy was the election of Donald Trump as President of the United States. Do you stand by that position?
Well, I certainly make the point that the policies of the new administration are what we would describe as creating the geopolitical, certainly contributing to the geopolitical environment in which we make budgets. And in fact, if you look at the budget statement that we provided, another one of the key risks we pointed to was geopolitical risk. And I certainly make the point that when it comes to the trades policies of the new administration, I will consistently argue for the right for New South Wales to sell its goods and services to the world. And people who want to close markets are absolutely a risk to our ability as a trading state and a trading nation to sell our goods to the world. And I just remind you, Mr. Tudor, Australia accounts for 0.34% of the world's population. We produce 0.97% of the world's global economic output. Our per capita production is 3 times, which means we need to sell to the world. There are a lot of people's jobs who turn on that. And there's a lot of people whose opportunities turn on that. So I'm on Team New South Wales and Team Australia when it comes to the right for us to sell our goods and services to the world, and I'm glad heretofore that's been a bipartisan position.
Treasurer, who at Treasury, if anyone, assesses the IPCC's AR assessment reports, AR6, or the latest one? Does anyone do a comprehensive assessment to build an understanding of their methodology, or to look at the methodology they use to ensure it has integrity?
The comprehensive assessment of that particular modelling is undertaken at first instance by the Department of Climate Change and Energy and Water, and Treasury has input through that process.
Do you believe that those models do have integrity?
Well, they're very complex climate models. I have no reason to withdraw any confidence, and I'm not a scientist personally, so I have no concerns about the integrity of them. I think if you're asking about the accuracy of them, then to be fair, the people who forecast complex weather events, it's not easy.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time.
Can I have the last 39 seconds?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Just a quick one. I understand that CIRA is currently reviewing the self-insurance and specialised insurance framework with a view to increasing the pool of specialised insurers. Is that part of your workers' compensation
No,
overhaul?
it's not featuring in that. That's a matter for CIRA and the Minister responsible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. That concludes, in the absence of any government questions. We're happy. Very
government
quiet
questions.
over there, I've got to say.
Right, the hand in
So thank
mine.
you very much, Treasurer.
Thank you.
That concludes the
it's
questions.
based on
We'll
market
now
value,
break
so
for
if
lunch
someone's
and
understating
reconvene
market
at 2
value,
o'clock.
there could be
Thank
an
you
issue.
very much for your attendance. the Portfolio Committee number 1 hearings into budget estimates 2024-2025. Before we commence with questions from the opposition, I note that there are witnesses in the overflow area at the back, as we call it, in the overflow seating area. I would like to remind you that if you're asked a question, please come forward and please bring your nameplate with you for the benefit of Hansard. Thank you, Mr. Gellibrand. You've got it there. Very good. We'll now commence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Before we do, I might ask Ms. Awad to come forward.
Is everyone sworn in?
That's a good question. I think
I was just told everyone was
on the basis
sworn in.
I am, my colleagues at the table definitely are.
Yes, we are.
Yep.
Just
I'm
checking.
sorry, am I
Yeah,
pronouncing that correctly? So I'll need Ms. Campbell. I'm sorry, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Awad.
Awad, thank you. Ms. Awad and Ms. Campbell. So I'm not sure about microphone arrangements there, but that might assist.
Sorry, what was that?
I wasn't sure if there was microphones available for both of them. There appears
Yes.
right.
Yeah, there is one.
And they have been sworn?
Yep.
Good. Okay,
Everyone's
thank
been
you so much.
sworn.
Right, thank you. Thank you for coming today and for your service. My questions, I think, are to Ms. Awad, but correct me if there's somebody else you'd like to refer them to. Thank you. Ms. Awad, what is Alan Fell's current salary or estimated amount payable under his current contract?
The Alan Fells and Dr David Cousins were engaged by Treasury for the independent toll review, which concluded last July. And so his total costs have now been paid. So the total costs paid to Professor Fells in terms of both remuneration and expenses.
No, sorry, I'm interested. I understand he is still retained. I'd like to understand his current salary and his current amount payable.
He's not engaged by Treasury, he's engaged by Transport for New South
Sure,
Wales.
do you have that amount or the current contract
No.
amount
not
payable?
Question
Are you able to take that on notice?
We can, of course, Ms Ward, but we'd be referring it to our colleagues from Transport.
Certainly, if you would, I'd be appreciative. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. And what's his specific role currently?
Again, we'd need to take that on notice.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms Ward, when a toll road concession ends, it returns to public hands. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right,
Okay.
yes.
And so that's similar to the Sydney Harbour Tunnel in 2022. Thank you, as a principle. Does where the revenue goes from the Sydney Harbour Tunnel, which is under obviously public hands, currently differ from, say, the Cross City Tunnel?
The Cross City Tunnel is currently under a concession, so it's actually in private hands. The revenue would go to the owners of Cross City Tunnel.
Right, exactly. So the Sydney Harbour Tunnel, public hands, public money goes to public hands. Cross City Tunnel, private, goes to private hands. Not controversial. Based on current government policy settings, what happens in 2035 when the Lane Cove Tunnel concession ends? Is that returned to the public?
All concession roads, when they end, return to public hands. Yes.
Thank you. Ms Campbell, if I might direct some of these to you.
Yes, of course.
Is it correct you're on the steering committee for the toll review?
That is correct.
Thank you. And it's correct you...
I am too.
Thank you, Mr Cootstrotter. I'll get to you if needed, and more the merrier. Is it correct that you participated in discussions, Ms Campbell, during the review concerning extending toll road concessions?
There are a range of options, Ms Ward, where we've looked at for the government, but no decisions have been made around
Understand that, but and I think it's been publicly reported, so it's not a trick question.
Part of the
but
independent review.
Sure,
yes.
but you've participated in discussions during that review concerning extending toll road concessions. It's one of the options.
Ms Ward, yes.
Thank you. And that's on specific toll road concessions.
Yes.
Thank you. Why did you brief ratings agencies concerning the government extending toll road concessions to fund toll reform?
I wasn't part of those briefings. I might refer to either Ms Awad or Ms Vandervolt, who's responsible for the direct engagement with the rating agencies.
I actually presented to the rating agencies on the independent toll review. And so we presented to them on the recommendations that came out of the independent toll review and what government was doing in terms of considering those recommendations. So it was quite early days. It was around the time that the fund report came out. So at that stage, government continues to be considering a number of the recommendations in the report. So there was no discussions about anything that was not in public information in terms of the final report at that stage.
So is government looking at using concession extension to fund toll reform?
It is one of many funding options that government is currently considering.
And so they're on the table. Has the department provided advice to government or modelled the value of concession extensions in regard to toll reform?
Yes.
Okay. And so that advice has been provided?
Yes.
Okay. And have you personally seen financial modelling concerning the value of concession extensions?
Other than the modelling that government has done?
Yeah.
There's only the modelling that government has done. We haven't seen any other valuations or anything like that, if that's what you're asking.
So has there not been financial modelling done about the value of the concession extensions, given that's on the table, given it's part of the
Yes, that's part of the
options?
financial modelling that has been done. Yes.
All right, so there has been some financial modelling concerning the value of those concession extensions.
That's right.
Okay,
Yes.
and have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay, and so again, just saying, if it's to be privatised, what is it worth? What is the value that would be on the table?
The modelling wasn't done on the basis of privatisation. So the modelling was done basically assuming that certain leases would be extended by a period of time.
Yeah. So extending the concessions, there's a value placed on that. You've seen modelling placing a value on that concession extension.
Yes.
Thank you. And what is that value?
That would be commercially sensitive.
Yeah, we couldn't and shouldn't disclose that. So government's made no policy choices here, but obviously if that is an option, we wouldn't want to reveal to the counterparties, the tollway concessionaires, what we think that's worth.
Thank you. It's a very predictable answer.
Yes, thank you.
Does the financial modelling or other modelling exist within Treasury concerning using concession extensions as part of toll reform?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, does the financial modelling or other modelling exist within Treasury concerning using concession extensions as part of that toll reform?
The modelling has been done. Do we hold the model? No, I don't think so.
We have a financial advisor who's assisted us with those calculations.
It's not like there's a standing model within Treasury.
No.
So it's not, it doesn't exist, or it does and it hasn't been used?
It exists. It exists.
It must exist.
It exists, but it's been done by our financial advisor.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that having existing, the toll road concession essentially gives, it's not an argument, it's just facts. It's not controversial, but the toll road, you would have copies of that modelling surely within Treasury.
Yes.
Yeah, you would have to. So that exists, you have that, and that's part of the toll reform program. It's one element of it.
Yes, we actually were asked by Professor Fells and Dr. David Cousins as part of the independent toll review to consider how government would fund toll reform. And so this was one of the many options that we provided advice to Professor Fells and Dr. David Cousins on.
Okay then, so financially, extending the private contract provides a benefit to private companies. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, but it also provides a benefit to government in the sense of
Sure, but the fact is, placing a value on it, extending the concession provides a value to those private companies. That's correct.
Yes.
It's not controversial. All right. In relation to the toll reform and direct dealings, I understand the government in New South Wales and the concessionaires have started negotiations under the direct deal framework.
That's right.
So under that, can I ask, does the government have a record of justification for direct dealings as required by the direct deal framework?
Yes, it does.
Yes,
Can you provide that to us?
That was advice to Cabinet, so we need to take that on notice as well.
I'm not asking for the advice in relation to that specific deal. I'm asking about the record of justification for direct dealings, that is the governance framework around it, which is required under the direct deal framework. I'm wondering if you can provide that to the committee so we understand the framework. I'm not looking for the details of the direct negotiation.
No, I understand that, but the justification, as is required under policy, was prepared and was provided to Cabinet. So that's advice to Cabinet, so we need to take on notice what if anything we could provide to the committee, but just to confirm, yes, that justification.
So what can you provide?
Well, I'd take it on notice and take advice, if that's okay.
But as at today, there would be a governance framework that is required, as set out, it's not controversial. Are you able to provide that to the committee in whatever form?
Well, as I say, the complication is that we provided it in the form of formal advice to Cabinet. Yeah.
All right. It might be a way in which you could
take
out any particular specifics, but provide what is the framework that exists for it. Thank you. Does the government have a robust and fit-for-purpose governance framework, including a risk assessment and risk management strategy?
Yes. We do.
And will you take on notice to provide that robust and fit-for-purpose governance framework?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask who is the chair of the steering committee under the direct deal framework?
I am a co-chair with my colleague, Deputy Secretary Trudy Mayers in Transport.
Thank you. So co-chairs.
Yes.
Terrific. 2 women driving it. And under that, who are the members of the committee for the direct dealing negotiations with Transurban?
Yep. The other members are Secretary Cootes-Trotter, Camilla Drover, who is a Deputy Secretary in Transport, and Marcus Ray, who is a Deputy Secretary in the Cabinet Office.
Mm-hmm. So the 3 of you, those 3, sorry, and you and Ms Mayers.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yep, so 5. And does that body have terms of reference?
It does.
Okay. Can you take on notice providing the terms of reference?
I can.
Thank you. And so how many times has the steering committee met this year, specifically on the direct deal?
It seems like an awful lot. Take on notice and give you exact number.
It was meeting fortnightly last year, but it's currently meeting monthly.
Okay, so this year we're in March. You've met twice?
Twice,
this year?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you provide the dates?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dates that you've met, and that would be helpful. And so that's now monthly proposed for the rest of this year?
Currently, or as needed.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And so has the steering committee been presented with modelling concerning tolling road concession extensions?
It would have been presented at least with summaries of modelling, perhaps not the detailed modelling that sits underneath it.
Why wouldn't the detailed modelling be provided to
because
the Treasury,
that's
which is the steering committee?
Very extensive, but there have been workshops facilitated for steering committee members to do deep dives into that modelling.
And have all committee members attended those deep
I would
dives?
have to take that on notice as to which committee members have.
If you would, that would be helpful. Thank you. And when that happened?
Yes.
Thank you. And so who specifically is on the negotiation team with Transurban?
Yep. So
that is myself. So I'm the lead state contact for the direct dealing with the concessionaires. And on the negotiation team with me is Samantha Brewer, who is an executive director in Transport, Chris Saxon, who's our lead negotiator, and we're supported by our financial advisor and our legal advisor.
Okay, and who are the financial advisor and legal advisor?
The financial advisor is RBC, and the legal advisor is
Royal
Ashurst.
Bank of Canada.
Thank you. And the legal advisor?
Ashurst.
Thank you. So there's one representative of those, or teams essentially?
On the direct dealing, on the actual, in the meetings with the concessionaires, there's generally just 1 or 2 of those people who are asked to attend meetings.
All right, thank you. And then on how many occasions this year has that negotiation team formally met with Transurban to discuss that toll reform?
I'd have to take that on notice, but we do meet regularly, like probably about fortnightly, but I'll have to just count the number of meetings and get back to you on the number.
Don't know for this year?
This year, we've been meeting obviously since last year, but as of this year I can give you the number. I can take that on notice.
Sure. Once or twice? Is that also monthly or is it fortnightly?
No, it's fortnightly,
right.
And there has often been other meetings that are a smaller team meeting with specific issues that needed to be addressed, like traffic modelling, for example.
Okay, if you could outline those and the committee, I'm just looking for the governance here of what the process is and who's been meeting, if there's been meetings outside of that steering committee for those deep dive briefings or for understanding particular modelling aspects, that would be helpful as well. If you're able to provide that, thank you. How long do those meetings go for?
We generally schedule them for 2 hours. It just depends on whether we fill that time or not, depending on the agenda for that day.
Who's talking the most? Thank you. That wasn't a question. Thank you. On how many occasions has the steering committee provided formal advice to the government this year?
We need to take this year. We'd need to take that on notice. Yeah, formal advice. There's
off the top of your head, once or twice. Two meetings.
Is the question
well,
to a
there's
committee
2-hour
of
meetings
cabinet?
and there's only been 5 of them.
So there are advices to the 2 relevant ministers, Minister Graham and the Treasurer, and then there are advices to cabinet and or its subcommittees. So we'd need to take that on notice.
I don't think there's been any advice to Cabinet this year, but there may have been to Minister Graham and the Treasurer.
All right, so of those meetings, it seems that it's not moving particularly quickly, and but some advice might have been provided, or there might be more opportunity for advice once some work is done.
Have to take it on notice. I wouldn't agree with the characterisation that things aren't moving particularly quickly. I think things are moving as rapidly as something as complex as dealing with 10 counterparties across legal contracts running to over 10,000 pages can move.
All right, but it seems that there's been 2 hourly meetings on 5 occasions. That's 10 hours of negotiation this year.
Yes, but there are, as my colleagues were describing, there are workshops outside of that. But look, we're happy to respond on notice as we've agreed to.
Thank you. If you think if you don't agree with me that it's moving slowly, then you think it is moving quickly. When will a deal be done?
Well, just taking as a yardstick the privatisations of the roads, WestConnex 1 took more than 2 years from start to finish.
Sure, but that's setting up. That's setting up a whole infrastructure. M7 Trotter. I have limited time. I'm going to bring you back to the proposal and the deal. When will a deal be done? If it's moving quickly.
Well, that's not known. We've got a process through the direct dealing framework to work through. We've got a complex set of issues to work through.
Yep, I know all of
we
that.
appreciate how important it is to the community, and we're working through it. But
Thank you.
You don't want to sacrifice the taxpayers' interest in this, and motorists' interests, just to meet an arbitrary time frame. We're working quickly, and we're being driven very hard to work.
Are Alan Fell's proposals in the toll review final report the proposal currently being used in the direct deal?
Well, the direct deal is one of his recommendations. So one of the recommendations of Professor Fell's was that the toll road owners had provided a letter to the independent reviewers suggesting that they had a proposal they thought they could negotiate and implement with government in a short space of time.
Yeah, but the pricing structure. The pricing structure provided by Alan Fells in his final report currently being utilised in the direct deal?
It is one of the options that is being considered by government.
Okay. And so is the declining distance-based toll with infrastructure charges one of those options?
It is one of the options, and in fact at the end of last year the first part of the direct dealing process, which we call stage 1B, where we were trying to come up with a process to find the appropriate model for government, we actually provided the independent toll review's declining distance method as well as other options that Transport had also been working on to the concessionaires to provide their feedback on those options.
Okay, so that's it's one of the options, as you say. It's a declining distance-based toll with infrastructure charges is a possibility in the direct deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then who is on the evaluation panel to assess the deal?
We had an evaluation panel set up for what we called Stage 1, the Stage 1B proposals, and it comprised members of Treasury and Transport and the TCO.
Who?
That's now closed off.
Right.
And we will need to set up a similar panel in a short time for what we call Stage 2 of the process.
There's no evaluation panel at this point?
No.
Okay. Who's on the direct deal evaluation? Who would be on the direct deal evaluation team then?
I think it'll be similar to what we did last time. So we had sort of director level personnel from Transport, Treasury and the TCO.
And it would be fair to say, Ms Ward, that those individuals would be separate from the details of the actual day-to-day process of the direct dealing.
Yeah, thank you. That's so. Who are the independent parties that would be on that evaluation panel?
Typically, the Cabinet Office provides an independent central agency view on these types of processes.
Mm-hmm. So who's that like? Or who was on the previous one then?
We'd just have to take that on notice, I think. Yeah.
All right, but an independent party is required as part of that evaluation team. It's not.
There would be a probity advisor as well.
Indeed.
Yes. There is a probity advisor.
And obviously the steering committee would consider and approve of an evaluation framework within which the evaluation committee would do its work.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Is it correct that extensions that provide, concession extensions that provide the greatest uplift in the value of the concession section extensions are the ones ending sooner than those ending later?
That's right.
That's correct. All right, and then in terms of the, why is that?
Because basically the value of a concession extension is the value of the revenue, I suppose, to the concessionaires. So to the extent you have, for example, WestConnex that's ending in 2060, because actually they're not going to receive the value of any of that revenue till after 2060. When you discount that back now to current dollars, isn't as valuable as something that's being that's more short term.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the concessionaire will earn more if you extend the roads that are ending sooner.
Yeah, well, they'll value it now in today's dollars at a higher rate. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Awad. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just pick up on some of the comments, some of the questions from Mrs. Ward just then?
Of course.
Just the one on, so the RBC, I understand, are providing financial and commercial advisory services for the toll review. $4.18 million for a year-long contract, is that right?
It's a little bit longer than a year. Yeah. So we engaged RBC, I think it was in the end of September, early October. And the scope of work we provided for them was till the end of this calendar year. So
about 13 months.
A little bit longer than that, yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Vodka, if you could just bring the microphone up a bit, because that's it, just that points. Yeah, that's it. Very good, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, the e-tender record, 20th of November 2024 to 31st of December 2025. Yeah, so just over 13 months. So what is it that they are doing exactly?
So as our financial advisor, they obviously have been responsible for the financial modelling of the various funding sources for government. So obviously concession extensions is one that we talked about earlier today. But they're also helping us develop and consider the valuation impacts for the concessionaire. So we can do some analysis ourselves in terms of financial modelling, but they will be able to provide that expertise in terms of how the concessionaires themselves will value it when they look at both their capital structures, impacts on equity as well as debt and other factors. They are quite complex financing arrangements, the concession extensions. But they're also assisting us with the program for the direct dealing. So they're assisting us with the process of how we get to here to at the end of stage 2, which is a binding offer from the concessionaires on the preferred toll structure. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of developing what will be government's idea, or how will government assess value for money for the particular proposal that we get from the concessionaire. We obviously need to test what the concessionaires are suggesting to us in terms of what they are offering and what compensation is required from government, if any compensation is required, and how we pay for that. So there's actually quite a lot of work to do to have that robust process to make sure that we're challenging the concessionaires, that they are providing a proposal that will meet the evaluation criteria that will be in our direct dealing. That's a normal requirement of any direct dealing, and it's really because there is no competition, obviously, in a procurement of this nature, and so we've got to develop that sort of competition or leverage within the framework we follow. So we follow a very strict evaluation criteria with strong valuation principles. So we normally do a lot of benchmarking to make sure that the returns that they're suggesting are within the benchmark for market players in that area. And we also test to make sure that that what they're saying their return is actually reflects what they are actually receiving.
That was an open tender, that one. Who else was in the running to get that contract?
It was an open tender. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I think at least 8 or 9 people applied. We can probably confirm. I can probably confirm that afterwards. There were 8 or 9 people that applied. One of the difficulties, I think, in this tender is one, obviously, the complexity of the work limits who actually is appropriate to do the work. But also, I think conflicts of interest are really quite important as well, because quite a number of other people that could have done the work or obviously have done work for or recently have done work with any of the concessionaires, which sort of rules them out from contention.
Yeah, I mean, RBC has worked with Transurban as well. They recently gave them a financing, or were part of a group of refinances. So how did that sort of conflict of interest work then? Was it just because they hadn't been doing the advisory?
My understanding was they were working for a party not Transurban, but we did do our conflict check, and our understanding was that they weren't advising Transurban, but I'm happy to go away and check that.
Yeah, okay, my understanding, so I'm just looking at this article. When was this? This was some time ago, but they have in the past been part of the debt facilities for Transurban's Westlink project. As you say, I mean, I do understand that it's hard to find anyone who's not had any past work with Transurban, but yeah, okay. That's interesting.
So I think we were looking more at structuring the toll road concessions themselves rather than necessarily debt financing advice, which is relatively generic. So
yeah. Okay, so we're looking at about $8 million of contracts with Chris Saxon, Ashis and RBC for this stage 2. Is that it? Are there more to be appointed, or is that sort of it for this stage?
At this stage, that's all we have engaged and all we're planning to engage. The one thing that we may need to get additional support, but it really is a question we're discussing with Transport, is at the moment we're relying on Transport to provide the traffic modelling advice, and we may need some additional support in that area as the negotiations continue.
Okay. And sorry, just back on RBC, how many are on that team then?
The 2 key people that attend the negotiation direct dealing team, there's 2 senior people with RBC that attend that and come to all the relevant meetings. There are 4 or 5 others that are in the background, I think, probably doing the legwork to support them.
Yep. Okay. And they are sort of advisory, structuring style people, not... I'm trying to think of what sort of... Yeah,
they're providing advisory as well as financial modelling expertise, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to turn to something totally different. Secretary, you're the first person I've come across who actually seems to know anything about foundational supports. So I'm going to ask you about it.
Okay.
There has been mass confusion amongst the disability community, including with advocates, as to what exactly is a foundational support in terms of what has been agreed to between the Commonwealth and the states. Are you able to give any more detail?
I really feel like I'm trespassing without any competence on colleagues' portfolio areas, but in terms of the process of developing service model design or designs for foundational supports, that's still a work in progress. And the interaction with the NDIS rule changes is quite important, because obviously the extent to which access to the scheme or the nature and extent of supports within the scheme for the cohort of children we're talking about changes, that influences the kind of service support they might need outside the scheme through foundational supports. So the task of designing those services will take some time, and will need to be informed by the final form of the rule changes that are set to take place between now and September. That's quite important.
Because the Treasurer was saying earlier, you know, we're better than the other states and territories in foundational supports, and that we're quite well developed in foundational supports. What, to your understanding?
So I think, there's foundational supports as they are described in the agreement coming out of National Cabinet, which anticipate a set of changes to the NDIS that means that some participants will get less or no support from the scheme at some point in time. And then it's the foundational support services that are available to those, in the first instance, children and families that we're talking about. But at the same time, I think the Treasurer was describing a lot of the services that are already provided within mainstream health, education and other public services that attempt to meet the needs of people who aren't eligible for the NDIS. And of course, as you know well, that's 90% of people with disability.
So is it things then, because we are actually just guessing at this point, but is it things then like OTs and, you know, is it everything from those kind of specialist services that, I mean, you mentioned autism before, that you might have for a person with autism, speech therapy, as well as advocacy services?
I would have assumptions about that, but knowing how closely advocates, families and others follow the detail of this, I shouldn't just give you my view. I'm happy to take it on notice and seek from colleagues any kind of update that they can provide on that.
Could you take on notice, sorry, I had to start that sentence before the bell went. Could you take on notice what the Commonwealth Agreement defines foundational support as?
It really doesn't. In any level of, if you are a family thinking about the service you may receive, reading the agreement will give you no clarity at all.
Okay.
The work has to be done.
Thank you, Secretary. Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, in light of the Treasurer's comment this morning that it's not realistic to achieve the 30% EV take-up rate, what is the amount that Treasury would realistically model and expect over the next 5 years?
It's a really good question, and I think we would be updating those forecasts for the 25-26 budget. I don't think they've been updated since we last published, and the 27-28 financial year, of course, which is the first year of the road user charge anticipated to come in New South Wales, is getting closer and closer. So it's a long-winded way of saying I'd have to take that on notice.
Right, is it possible any time in the next 5 years to get over 10%? These are just Australian realities, aren't they? That we have the highest take-up rate in the world of rooftop solar, but a reluctance to go into EVs.
Well, I suppose, to the points raised by the Treasurer, obviously people's concerns about whether there's a charging facility available to them is a big impediment to take up. Also pricing, but of course when you've got a 110% tariff on the US on Chinese-produced vehicles, they're looking for alternative markets, and we're starting to see the price of new EVs and of course the secondary market price of EVs fall as Chinese production goes looking for a market.
Sure, but do you think it's realistic to get over 10% sometime in the next 5 years?
I'd be talking beyond the competence.
So you'll take that on notice?
I'll take it on notice.
Give us some updated projections.
Yep.
And is the Treasury aware of a desire by Tabcorp to pay out the New South Wales government and be treated like any other corporate bookmaker?
The Treasury has received, the government received a proposal from Tabcorp, which has now been considered within a direct dealing process. So we are somewhat constrained about the kind of commentary we can provide on that.
What is that, a USP?
Well, it's
Direct
I'm not
dealing.
sure
What
whether
do
it
you
was
mean
actually
direct
termed
dealing
the
if it's not an
USP.
No,
unsolicited
it's
proposal?
being, the process is under the direct dealing framework.
Yeah, I mean, a USP can find its way into a direct dealing process, but I think this one was dealt with as a direct deal.
Right, and when are you expected to finalise a response to that?
We've got to, I'll turn to my colleague, but we've got to produce advice to government about whether to go into the next phase of the direct dealing process from memory.
Yes, there'll be decisions for the government ahead of the budget, but obviously those are matters that will need to be considered by the government.
Yeah.
Right, and on the other matter that the Treasurer raised this morning, the gender impact assessments on 30-odd projects, plus I assume some of the lingering Matt Keane gender statement initiatives from his last budget. Has the Treasury got some projections or data, real-life data on the impact this has had on female labour force participation rates in New South Wales?
I think it would be way too early to draw that link. Female participation rates are at all-time highs and have risen pretty significantly in the last couple of years. The link between projects that were filled in a gender impact assessment and female participation unclear, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Right, one would expect in a cost of living crisis with near full employment in New South Wales, that's the reason why female labour force participation rates have gone up. You're able to strip those out to give us an assessment of the impact of these state government initiatives, past and current?
We'd be looking at that. Many of them have a valuation attached to them at the time they were funded and are being implemented. So I'm happy to take on notice what will be the subject of formal evaluations that we would in due course publish.
Yeah, my memory of the 22 budget forecasts was that there was a very small impact. So if you can update that in terms of reality, that would be appreciated. And on productivity to Ms Wilkie, the Treasurer mentioned competition policy reforms that he's been working on. What do they involve, please?
Sorry, the national competition policy reforms. Yes, so there's 5 reforms that are in the first tranche around commercial zoning.
So making it easier to achieve commercial zoning. There was concern that is too constrained and that limits competition, for example, in the supermarket sector.
Is that it? That's the extent?
No, there's 4 more.
So, 4 more. Thank you.
Lowering barriers to modern methods of construction, so looking at modular construction and that sort of thing, whether that's allowed within planning and other regulation. Lowering barriers to the adoption of overseas standards in regulation. So often other countries like the EU and the US have often gone through quite extensive evaluation processes of regulation. Often in Australia we then go through the same process, so seeing to what extent we can just adopt other regulation. Removing barriers to the right to repair. So this is a particular issue, for example, with agricultural equipment or vehicles where you have to go to a certain dealership for something to be repaired. So removing often there's software or other blocks in machinery and that sort of thing that it has to go to a dealership, special keys and that sort of stuff. So removing those sorts of barriers. And then the final one is improving labour mobility for human services.
And what does that last one mean? So
it's looking at, so for example, in other trades we have automatic mutual recognition across Australia, and it's looking at whether those sorts of checks, care checks, working with children's checks and that sort of thing can be nationalised.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And when's it expected this new round of national competition policy would be completed?
So this is the first tranche. The state jurisdictions are all working on their implementation plans for these 5 reforms now. Those will be agreed the first half of this year, and then implementation will start. And once the Council for Federal Financial Relations starts meeting again following the federal election, they will be looking at the second tranche of reforms. So there'll be an ongoing series of reforms.
Right, and the Treasurer also mentioned infrastructure reforms to boost productivity. What are they involving?
So some of those are referred to in what I've just mentioned, particularly say around the commercial zoning and that sort of thing.
But it was to your point earlier in the day, Mr. Latham, that we've got, I mean, our infrastructure program is enormous. It drives about 70% of our debt. So it's needed, but we need to make sure if we're adding to it, we get the best possible bang for the buck. So really looking hard at the the productivity benefits that may come from one infrastructure project versus another.
Right, thank you. Just on a final matter, Treasury has been a pioneer, and I suppose I was critical of this at various times in the last term of Parliament, of the attitude of political programs in the workplace and the outlook of bring your whole self to the workplace. Is there now a recognition perhaps in the public service, including Treasury, that after those two nurses at Bankstown Hospital brought their whole self and their Palestinian political views to the workplace, that we're better off with what had been the public service tradition of apolitical and meeting the demands of many workers, that they just do their job instead of bringing their whole self or anything else, including those Middle Eastern political views to the workplace?
Mr. Latham, I think that's an unfair question. You're asking.
I'm delighted to answer it.
You are?
No, I mean, I think bring your whole self to work is one of those phrases that just sounds like a clanger now, but really what does that mean? It means in practice in Treasury, I don't want someone to be embarrassed that they've got a same-sex partner and feel that they have to cover that up in the workplace. I don't want people to think that because they've got responsibilities caring for an aged parent that they can't share that information in the workplace, or that they've got a history of poor mental health that might require some workplace adjustment. It's not about encouraging divisive political statements. It is about ensuring we get the most talented people, and when they come to work, we get the best out of them by making them comfortable in the workplace.
Well, where is the line crossed?
Oh,
because I'm the last person to defend those nurses at Bankstown Hospital, but they might say, well, we heard all this rhetoric, bring our whole self to work. Well, we did that, and now everyone's outraged.
So I think bringing your whole self to work doesn't involve being charged with Commonwealth offences.
What about bringing Middle Eastern political views to the workplace as they did, that were short of being charged?
Well,
is that
no,
something
I mean,
that's acceptable?
the whole point of an inclusive workplace is to ensure that people are respected within the workplace, and there are obviously points of deep division among some people and communities that should not be brought to the workplace, because
so there is a line that can be crossed.
Yeah, clearly.
Clearly lines can be playing with fire, and we've seen what the fire
I mean,
ignites.
but if you look at the new Code of Conduct for public servants, it could not be more explicit about some of those
responsibilities. It does. It say to be apolitical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. The opposition, 20 minutes.
Mr. Kistrada, I'd also like to continue asking about foundational supports.
Sure.
The Commonwealth Department of Social Services is suggesting that some supports may be available from the New South Wales by September 2025. Is that realistic?
Again, it would just be a personal view to some extent beyond competence, and it's probably much more fairly directed to my colleague Michael Tidball. His agency is doing the work on the service design.
Well, if they were to be in place by September 2025,
a lot of things would have to happen. Everything would have to go right.
And to the extent that it would have it would need to be included in the budget. Has any work been done to?
So the sequence would have to be that there is an agreement on a 5-year National Health Reform Agreement, that there's an agreement on the nature and then the rollout of foundational supports. And as I was touching on earlier with Ms. Boyd, there'd have to be agreement and satisfaction at state and territory level about the changes to core so-called Category A, as in important NDIS rules. Looking at the introduction of the National Disability Insurance Scheme itself, of course, you'll recall that it began in locations. It didn't happen all at once, everywhere at once. It started in the Hunter and was built out slowly. And I think realistically, that experience would tell you that's likely to be the pattern with foundational supports as well.
So, I suppose going back to my original question, though, the modelling would have to be done on potentially a whole range of options about how we would fund that in the next budget.
We'd need to assess during the process of supporting the government to put together the 25-26 budget whether it's likely that there is going to be a view about the likely timeframe to begin foundational supports, and then potentially some discussion about a provision for that or some other mechanism. But I've made the fatal mistake of public servants getting into hypotheticals and speculating, so I'll stop there.
I think in terms of the speculation, it's not likely to happen by September, is it?
That would just be a personal view. I'd rather not offer a view. Thank you.
And I asked some questions earlier of the Treasurer, and perhaps I appreciate your elucidation of it. Did you have a chance to actually investigate how much is currently invested in New South Wales?
We did, although this is at 31 December.
I can give you 28 February.
You trumped me, Mr. Deverell.
Why am I not surprised?
51.3 billion.
Yeah, good. And can you give me a breakdown of that by fund?
I can. Treasury Managed Fund, 21.8 billion. The New South Wales Generations Fund, or the Debt Retirement Fund, is 18.4 billion. New South Wales Infrastructure Future Fund is 5.0 billion. The Long Service Corporation Investment Fund is 2.5 billion. The Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund is 1.9 billion, and the Social and Affordable Housing Fund is 1.7 billion. That should all add up to 51.3.
Thank you. If the Treasurer makes a transfer between funds, as he is entitled to do, I think,
with some constraints, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to accept that.
Yeah.
Qualified. Where and when will it be reported?
The transfers?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So each of the underlying funds and the legislation around that is still in place, and each fund is required to produce their own set of financial statements per annum, and it will be reported there.
That a transfer has been made. Would there be any requirement for the transfer to advise, for example, the iCare board before transferring money out of any of the funds managed by them into another fund not managed by them?
Sorry, a fund managed by them, by which you mean?
TMF.
Yeah. Well, we're working on the contributions and transfer framework, so I think that's probably a live question in that process.
And iCare would have access to that information through discussions at the Assets and Liabilities Committee that the Treasurer referred to this morning, and they are a member of the committee.
And I would take that knowledge to iCare as a new member of the iCare board.
Does that constitute formal acknowledgement, does it?
No, not necessarily.
I just want to... So the transfer between funds then, does it create a debt on the fund? Is that how I would see a transfer of the funds, and would it be recorded as amount owing?
Look, I think we have developed a framework which is yet to be considered by government. We're expecting it to be considered before the financial year end, 30 June, and to be operationalised by the 1st of July. So it's too early to provide.
So, just in terms of accounting practice, if money is moving from one fund to another fund, you would expect that it would be recorded as a debt from one fund to the other?
Just by pure accounting entries.
Yes.
Yep, one account will need to be debited.
And the other one credited,
That's
and
right.
it would show as a debt owing by one fund to the other?
I'm not sure, because it would depend on the on the parameters and the principles contained in the framework.
Well, except that this we might be dealing with other people's money here. So.
Well, some of the funds have been ring-fenced, so
any fund that contains a contribution from a third party or to the benefit of a third party, lifetime care, dust diseases, they're ring-fenced from transfer. But the issue you raised when the legislation came through. Yeah. And obviously the debt retirement fund itself is legislatively ring-fenced to reduce debt. Yeah.
And all the other funds are contributions made by government.
Yeah.
You're not sure whether it'll actually create a debt situation, then perhaps my next question about whether it would bring with it any agreement in terms of payment of interest by one fund to another in terms of the amount transferred.
Yeah, I mean, we are not in a position to provide more detail at this stage. I mean, I'll be speculating about what government is yet to approve in terms of those journal entries.
We'd be looking to be as transparent as possible without creating a needlessly elaborate set of arrangements for funds that are wholly government funded.
Just going through those funds you identified earlier, Mr. Deverill, which one of those funds do we say are wholly government funded?
Do you want me to take that?
Yeah, you go for that.
So we've got the New South Wales Generations Fund, we've got the Social Housing and Affordability Fund, the Treasury Management Fund, the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, and then the New South Wales Infrastructure Fund. Those were funded, both the New South Wales Infrastructure Fund was funded from the asset recycling proceeds.
So each of those funds, though, would have their own objects and...
So that's the change that the master fund structure has brought about, and each of those funds now have the same investment parameters and risk settings.
But that's true, and under Mr. Deverill's wise guidance, no doubt. But in terms of the creation of the fund had a particular object to achieve, surely those objects remain in place, do they not?
The objects and the purpose of the funds do remain in place, but the investment objectives themselves have changed, and that was not legislated.
Yeah, I understand. So this is the proposition I'm putting to you. If you transfer funds out of one fund to another fund, how do you ensure that the objects of the fund remain intact?
I'll be able to provide more details once government's approved the framework, Mr. Trudeau.
So I can take money out of a fund which has a specific object in place.
Yep.
Objects for the purposes of creation of that fund and the funding of the fund.
Yeah.
And put it into another fund.
Yep.
And still satisfy the objects of the fund.
As has been the case with contributions in and withdrawals out of the TMF over years.
Well, give me an example of that.
Well, when the NAHLP policy applied,
yes,
there were years when the fund needed to be topped up, and there were years when it was decided, as you touched on earlier, that the fund was in surplus against that test, and so money was taken out.
But that was a component of the manner in which the fund was created. But taking money in and out of a fund.
But it does illustrate you can take money in and out of a fund and still maintain a fund's objective. I mean, your point is a valid one. We need to make sure that's the arrangements that we're recommending to government meet that test, but I think that test can be met.
And we won't be breaching any legislation. So.
No.
I hope not.
Well, no, we're keen on that. It's not so important elsewhere in the world, but we're keen on it here.
Good. Now, this morning it was suggested that, this is reasonably technical and complex, that reinsurers in the commercial market are only interested in the liability side of the TMF. Is that true?
Reinsurers in the... Oh, I see. In terms of assessing whether they want to take the risk on and the price they want to put on that risk.
Correct.
Given that we're a AAA, AA plus counterparty, we stand behind that fund, I think that would make sense. They would presumably take the view that the TMF is a AAA fund.
And on that basis, they would say that it's only the extent of liabilities that they would need to be concerned about. That would be my assumption, but I'm happy to take on notice and come back to you if I'm wrong in that view. Okay.
Yeah.
See, I understand that the current reinsurance with the TMF with Guy Carpenter and Company runs out in 2025.
Right.
So where are we up to in terms of the renegotiation of that reinsurance?
So that's managed through ICARE.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
And they are engaging with reinsurers both domestically and internationally at the moment. I think they are actually planning a face-to-face meeting with a number in Europe quite soon.
Ms Vanderwood, you were dobbed in yesterday by Sonia Campbell as being, I appreciate the reference, but as being the source and fount of all knowledge in relation to how the net asset holding policy was going to be revamped.
Well, I think the Treasurer touched on that this morning, and that he's asked the Asset and Liabilities Committee to review that. The net asset holding policy is a policy of the former government. Yep. And it looks at the ratio of assets to liabilities, and it provides guidance to government as to when to top up the TMF, as you know. And currently that is set at 105%.
I'm aware of all that.
Yeah.
So what's the proposal? What proposals or alternative proposals are there to replace that?
So we indicated in the budget last year that we are developing a contributions framework for the whole estate fund, one fund, the master fund, and the TMF will be a part of that contributions framework, which will be considered by government before financial year end.
Well, what does that look like?
I'm not in a position at this stage to provide more information.
We have consulted with a variety of parties, including the Audit Office, on the proposal that Marina's team are putting to government. Government, through the Treasurer, hasn't yet considered it.
So now, well,
okay. we haven't. Sorry, that implies we're waiting on him. We're not. We've yet to put a final form proposal to him.
And to have the Audit Office sign off on it?
We don't need their sign off. They will be auditing the financial statements of ICARE, and of course we've discussed the proposal with them to assess whether there would be any potential adverse audit findings, because we're very conscious of that.
But obviously, as an auditor, they won't give you confirmation ahead of their audit.
So conceptually, under the net asset holding policy, you went with a position that government would top up the TMF to bring it back to 105% of net assets. How do you foresee that changing in terms of the government's obligations to top up the TMF to reach that asset to liabilities holding?
We will have to consider the whole of state fund and the impact of the total assets that are under management, which Mr. Deverell mentioned is currently 51.8 billion, in context of the state's total liabilities. So that is the proposal, and that is what the Treasurer referred to this morning as well, to determine whether it makes sense on an individual fund basis to move money into the TMF, or whether there are other sources available to defer contributions.
To defer or to move money into the TMF?
That's right, yes.
Or from other sources? What would those other sources be?
Well, it would be the sources within the whole of state fund, except for those that have been ring-fenced, which includes the long service duration.
I think I'm getting the picture. I think I understand potentially where this is going. Can I just ask now some other questions in relation to the New South Wales Police? What is Treasury's estimate of the annual cost to the budget of the wages deal done with the police?
Well, there's a gross cost, and then there's a net cost, which takes account of the impact of the abolition of the police blue ribbon insurance scheme and the actuarially valued both savings and avoided costs, but the key for the mutual gains approach with the police association was the actual savings associated with the change. So
that's the premium, is it not?
Happy to take on notice the sort of gross cost, but the net cost is zero based on those actuarial valuations. It pays for itself.
So by replacing the wages,
yep,
the wages deal is offset totally against the premium saving.
Yeah, that's right, and the associate. I mean, that's right. So it's the changes to the scheme design. It's also changes to the way within police they're seeking to manage the new arrangements. So,
how is the new insurance arrangement for police managed? There has to be some sort of insurance scheme.
So obviously there's the legislation establishing the details of the police officer support scheme. There's, I think, the power to make regulation, and regulations are made to operationalise aspects of it. And there is a fund within TMF into which police will make contributions, and they will be making contributions sufficient to meet the liabilities of the police officer support scheme over time.
So there's a cost associated with that, though, isn't it? Because
there's a cost associated with that, but there's a saving associated with the closure of the police blue ribbon insurance scheme.
So really the cost of the wages deal and the cost of the new insurance provision.
Yeah.
You're telling us now that is completely offset by the premium.
That offsets the changes produce an offset that pays for the pay rise, and that includes the cost of the changed arrangements.
The change insurance.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not sure. Well, I'm happy to go on if you...
No. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. I do have a little bit. I don't know if I'll go the full time, but we'll see how we go. I wanted to ask about the banking tender project, which I understand has now come to a close, and we've got...
Phase one, Ms. Boyd,
the
so-called core banking services contracts. Yeah.
Okay, so looking at e-tender again, as I love to do, I see about $3 million worth of contracts for advice in relation to that. Yes. So KPMG, Ashurst, HWL, Ebsworth, someone H&L Vickers as well.
That's an individual who's a former general counsel of, I think she was most recently General Counsel at Transport for New South Wales, or Transport as it probably then was. Mm-hmm. We have a relatively small internal legal team that for major projects has to be enlarged, and one mechanism is to hire external firms, and but we have a recourse to a couple of key individuals who have deep experience of government legal work, Ms. Vickers being one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's useful. So what is phase one then versus the other phases?
So stage one are all of the major services we get from our banking partners, and so they are fundamentally, in commercial terms, one of the key issues for us is the premium above a market rate that we get paid for our cash at bank. So that's kind of the core commercial element. But the provision of payment cards, credit cards, I'm happy to take on notice and provide a list of a full list of services within the core contract.
Is it so? It's basically retail banking.
It's basically retail banking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what will phase two be?
Phase two are payment platforms. So this is really testing in the market an internal payment platform provided through the Department of Customer Service. And it's a platform that enables other forms of payment to be offered by providers to agencies. And then the third element is Sorry,
can you explain that bit again?
Not especially well.
That's okay.
You've got my best explanation.
So payment platforms for agencies?
Yes. So whether you're paying online, whether you're paying at a transaction at a terminal, whether you're paying by PayPal, whether you're paying PayID, all of those kind of payment forms, and of course they are evolving all the time.
Yep.
We are looking for a kind of base platform onto which those services can be linked and provided for agencies.
And is that then the customer-facing side? So is that things like Service New South Wales?
Yes, absolutely. So it's the high-volume transactions for particularly Service New South Wales, but a lot of other agencies take them as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, which is quite a complicated piece.
Technically, yes.
Yeah. And I say that having spent way too many hours looking through the merchant fees SO52 and seeing all of the very complicated legal advice on various aspects of merchant fees and surcharges, but also which aspects of that GST is payable on, etc., etc. So it gets quite. I can understand how complex that gets.
It's that, but it's also actually the technology platform that we choose to use.
Okay.
And I guess our objective there is to try and have as competitive a market for emerging payment services as possible. So as new services emerge, could the Wild Dog Destruction Board easily take on that payment mechanism?
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem we're trying to solve.
Yeah.
Try and make it over time as competitive as possible for government agencies and therefore for the people we serve. The more payment mechanisms, the better, provided they all are secure, reliable and low cost.
Okay. And tell me if this is something I should just raise with Minister Hughes in Finance. But in terms of fixing then that legal issue around surcharges, is there going to be a bit of legislation coming to fix that?
Look, in terms of the policy question, it is a question for Minister Hughes. Mm-hmm. What I can tell you is that every agency has taken legal advice on whether their underpinning legislation allows them to lawfully charge merchant fees, and any agency with legal advice saying it's unlawful has stopped doing so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suspect that's probably all of them then, from what I understand of the law.
I think there were a couple of agencies that clearly did in their foundational legislation have the ability to charge merchant fees.
Yeah, okay. I think, I'm aware of one small one in relation to, I think it was something to do with, I can't remember now, but there was a particular aspect of, I think, something to do with sheriffs under the, anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
But yes, the vast majority of them probably need a little bit of...
the vast majority have stopped doing it because it's not lawful.
Good. So sorry, I interrupted you. So phase 3?
Phase 3 is a so-called innovation component, and the aim here is to get agencies to articulate a particular problem that we can then take essentially to the New South Wales and Australian fintech sector and say, here's a use case, can you help us, can you help our agency solve this problem? And so the format for doing that is relatively novel. I think DCS has been doing this kind of thing for a couple of years, but essentially we'd be holding day-long sessions with a range of fintech firms to explain the nature of the agency's problem and sort of work with them to ensure that they have enough information to come back to us with hopefully fresh, innovative ideas on how that problem could be solved.
Okay, and I think I read something about, this is probably that then, some sort of discussion around, for example, financial abuse and solutions to financial... Yeah.
So we're asking agencies to articulate the problems they see as the most significant affecting the people they serve.
Okay. So I heard it reported that on that phase 1 piece, that there had been some savings in relation to, I think it was around $40 million maybe in total.
It breaks down the 20 mid to high, I think mid 20 millions of that are process savings. More efficient processes, reducing costs to agencies. 5 of that is because we've engaged with the banks in a different way that enables us within the current arrangements to more rapidly run fresh bids for pricing on services rather than undertaking the cost of a full begin-from-scratch tender process. And the last element is a range of the banks offered so-called innovation funds of one kind or another. In other words, they're putting money on the table to be spent improving aspects of the service they provide to different agencies, subject to agencies putting proposals to use that money. So the total value of those 3 things comes to 40 million. As I say, the chief commercial element for us, in a sense, was ensuring that we maintain a healthy premium paid on the cash at bank compared to normal commercial rates, because we're such a large provider of liquidity.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Have I got more than 50 seconds? I will ask 2 questions then, at least. So just on that, so you've just reminded me the one of the issues that was discussed in the merchant fees SO52, as I say, I learnt a lot from it, was in relation to the rate of surcharge and whether or not, and again, when you talked about, obviously New South Wales is so large that you would expect that we would get some sort of better deal on that. Has that been part of that phase? Is that going to be phase 2 project?
So I think through the payment platform process, yes, absolutely. As part of the core banking services contract, I think not, but I can take that on notice and confirm that for you.
Okay. Previously, I have asked how much in banking fees we've been paying each year, and I think when I asked maybe 4 years ago, it was around 40 million or something in terms of actual fees without savings included, etc.
I don't have that figure to hand, but again, I'm happy to take that on notice.
If you could take it on notice, that would be excellent. And in terms of you've got 5 banking partners now.
We do.
And there was talk in the articles I read about there being savings through the competition of having, sort of more, I guess, to play with.
Over time, definitely. So the previous contract, we had 2 banking providers, Westpac and ANZ. Now we've got all 4 majors putting in sufficiently compelling offers for us to engage with all of them. And while it takes a bit from an agency to move from one banking provider to another, we are going to work over the coming years to make that sort of switching product by product, service by service easier, so there is in essence more dynamic competition within the arrangements. One of the major competitive benefits of the current process is that Transport had a single provider for its Opal transactions, and that was the Commonwealth Bank. And while the Commonwealth Bank for the moment maintained that business, they did face competition in this process and respond to it and the pricing they provided to Transport.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
So, a simple proposition, the credibility of competitive pressure causes people to respond. Yeah.
I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. The opposition?
Go to us.
Yeah, go to you.
We'll still do it. Doing a break at...
We'll do the break at 3:30. So you might as well use the time.
Can I just, Mr. Kostrada, just go back to the police gold ribbon insurance, and what I think you've told me in your last answers that it was a zero balance between the wages deal and I think the new scheme is the enhanced police support scheme.
Police officers support scheme.
Yes,
Yep.
the POS.
So I wonder if you can do this on notice for me, it might be helpful. The gross cost of the wages deal.
Yeah.
With the police for 24-25.
Yep.
The cost of the blue ribbon insurance scheme for 23-24, and I think there is a figure for that. And the cost determined for continuing in the 24-25, and what the then projected cost of the enhanced police support scheme for 25-26 is. And I think I won't hold you to a dollar value of zero, but
we had a very close look at the actuarial work, and the reforms meet the tests of the government's wages policy. There's no doubt about it.
I'm sure that's right. Now, can I just come to an issue of land tax? In relation to the changes to the land tax which were introduced in 23-24 budget, under the rubric of correcting historical error in calculations by the Valuer General, is it true that this has resulted in an additional land tax of $544 for every land tax payer for 2024 land tax year and $752 for 2025?
I'd have to take that on notice unless my colleague has that information. I don't know, but we're happy to respond on notice.
Okay. If that's not the case, can you also potentially take on notice what the additional amount of land tax per taxpayer for 24 and 25 is to correct that historical error?
Okay, we'll take that on notice. Thank you.
You don't want to add?
No. I'm just separating. Obviously, land tax rises in line with rises in the value of land. You're looking to...
Correct.
Yeah.
And in relation to the freezing of the land tax threshold, the re-index 24 rate, would you, you're probably taking this...
We take that on notice because we would have had an estimate at the time of the half-year review, but it would have preceded that change. Yeah.
Would you agree that that the indexing of the land tax threshold this year has added a further $1,360 to each land tax bill for 2025 land tax year? And again, that may be an average figure.
That would be an average figure.
But
so I wouldn't agree with it on principle.
You wouldn't agree with it. based on valuations and the like, which need to be taken into account. If not, again, what would you say that the average land tax increase?
Right. Well, we'll take that one on notice.
Thank you. I might. I'm going to start on some questions on inflation. So maybe through you, Mr.
Yeah, thanks,
Mr. Does Treasury do modelling on inflation forecasts for New South Wales, or do you rely essentially on the Feds or Reserve Bank, etc.?
We take our own view, but we consult widely, particularly with the Reserve Bank.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So you do you do modelling per se, or you're informed more by the?
No, we do our own modelling, and then we have a review board essentially that has Commonwealth Treasury, Reserve Bank, and private sector financial market economists on it to test our forecasts.
Right. How have we been comparing to the other states on inflation for the last year or two?
So I'm not sure which other jurisdictions, obviously apart from the Commonwealth, do their own inflation forecasts. So I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah.
And therefore not sure what the accuracy would be. Not all jurisdictions forecast all of their own macro.
Are you going to
variables.
forecasting accuracy or actual outcomes?
More just interested to know where New South Wales sits with our inflation figures. I suppose both historically and in the future forecasting in terms of comparison to the other states. Are we sort of middle of the pack? Are we much higher inflation, much lower? And I take your point that the other states might not have the capacity to model as well as New South Wales Treasury does. But maybe if you take it on notice and provide some comparisons.
I don't have the other jurisdictions, but I do have our forecasts relative to the Reserve Bank and Commonwealth Treasury.
Yeah.
So, for example, on headline CPI, in the half-yearly review for the year ended June 2025, the New South Wales Treasury forecast was 2.9, compared to, that's for New South Wales. And for Australia, it was 2.8, and then the RBA's forecast was 2.4.
For Australia?
For Australia, they don't forecast for the
They
state.
don't do
Sorry,
states.
and I thought I had Commonwealth Treasury, but I just have Reserve Bank.
Okay, great. And are you able to provide anything on notice about comparisons to other states as well, to the extent that you might have it?
Yes, we can provide on notice that.
That'd be great. Has Treasury done any modelling on the impact on inflation of the 24-25 budget?
Modelling, no. But we asked ourselves the question and we concluded basically the impact was neutral.
Neutral.
Yeah.
And what about with regards to public sector wage increases? Does the Treasury look at what impact that would have on state-based inflation?
Don't know if we've done any formal modelling on it.
So when we do the macro forecasts, one of the things that we look at is what are the, as the budget process goes through and ERC's making decisions, one of the things that we look at is the expected level of government expenditure coming through that process, and therefore whether that would then have a material impact on the macroeconomic variables that we forecast. So we do it sort of as the budget process is going on, and then separately there's through the industrial relations processes that are going on, we've been asked to look at things on a case-by-case basis as well.
But obviously some spending might have more of an impact. It's not just the quantum of spending. Some types of spending might have more of an inflationary impact than others, like wages versus infrastructure.
That's right. The marginal propensity to save or consume is different across different cohorts. And we kind of, I guess, stress test, so to speak, what we look at. But the thing that also then makes the biggest difference is just the level of money and, you know, level of demand in the economy. So we essentially look at that first, and then we would stress test it by looking at, well, is predominantly going into consumption or investment, or and therefore whether that might have a variable, you know, varying difference.
Thank you. Does Treasury have a working definition of productivity offset?
Look, I think the best expression of that is in the wage fixing principles articulated by the New South Wales Industrial Relations Commission, and we made some submissions to that, but they, at wage fixing principle 11.2, say that productivity or efficiency improvements in the public sector could arise from 1, delivering the same service, quality or quantity, with fewer inputs, delivering a better service, quality or quantity, with the same inputs, achieving a large reduction in inputs with a relatively slight reduction in service quality or quantity, and or achieving a large improvement in service quality quantity with a relatively small increase in inputs. So you can see conceptually how they're thinking about it. And it really, our advice on this is to test and perhaps stress test the assumptions of some of our colleague agencies about the costs and benefits of their proposals. But it, as the Treasurer said this morning, it's framed in a fairly open and flexible way, but the view put by the Commission in that wage fixing principle, I think, gives you the boundary of the kind of things you could consider and those that you couldn't.
Thank you. That's very helpful. When is there how do you publish is there a list of productivity offsets? Like, obviously there's
no.
Is there a working sort of list within Treasury or in each department?
No, but I think one of the byproducts of having a legislated public sector wages policy was that perhaps both sides of the industrial relationship, both employers and employees and their representatives, probably lost some of the skills that used to be there in being able to identify and take into mutual gains bargaining ideas for productivity improvements. So I think we've all been through this last round realising that we collectively as employers need to think harder and work a bit harder to identify some opportunities for negotiated changes with industrial counterparties that add to productivity. Police Blue Ribbon was actually a terrific example.
When we hear terms like productivity dividend, productivity saving, productivity offset, are they essentially all the same terms used interchangeably, or is productivity saving more of about finding reductions in costs rather than a more efficient use of inputs? If I can differentiate
yeah.
So I don't know whether Liz, I don't.
Yes, no, Liz.
Sorry to be so academic. It's almost economics textbook.
Football's known as the hospital pass.
Yeah. I guess it comes to the intent of the person using the phrase, and I do think people tend to use them loosely. We would usually differentiate between a productivity benefit and a cost. We'd call a cost saving a cost saving. Sometimes they arise from an improvement in productivity. Sometimes there's another way to achieve a cost saving, but those three terms you listed, I imagine people use them differently all the time, and it would be the intent of the person using it that you'd have to examine.
Yeah.
So in the context, then to go to the final part of your question, Mr. Rath, in the context of a public service agency, often when you're talking about a productivity dividend or savings or offset, it is most likely technically to be an efficiency just given the nature of the way productivity is measured.
Yeah, no, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Is there, what is the impact of having public sector wage increases without those productivity offsets? Like that would be, to some extent, inflationary, I would assume.
So the modelling we've done so far indicates it really depends on two things or three things. The first is the extent to which you see those wage increases or the lack of productivity offsets spreading across the economy. So the further the spread, then the more likely there would be inflationary pressures. And it's pressures, it's not necessarily resulting in an actual increase in inflation. So that's number one. The second thing is the macroeconomic conditions of the time, and there's two aspects to that. One is the spare capacity in the economy. So how much is slack is there between aggregate demand and aggregate supply? The less spare capacity there is, the tighter the conditions in the economy, then the more likely a spillover of wage increases across the economy is likely to lead to inflationary pressures and therefore to inflation. And then the other one is what inflationary pressures exist in the economy already. So if you've already got a high inflation environment, then you're more likely with wage increases spreading across the economy to get inflation.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkie. The time being 3:30, it's now time for a recess. Do you have many more questions? Okay, well, let's have a 15-minute break.
Okay.
We'll reconvene at 3:45.
Right, thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Time being 3:46, we'll recommence with some questions from the opposition. Mr. Rath, over to you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the emergency services levy. If someone could provide an update about where it's at in terms of the process.
Sure. I might turn to Joanne Wilkie, if that's okay.
That's fine. So where we are at the process, must have been November 2023, the Premier announced the government's intention to look at the ESL reform. So in the time since then, we've done a consultation paper and an initial series of consultation. As I'm sure you're aware, Mr. Rath, there's been various pieces of legislation that have gone through to enable us to collect data and that sort of thing. So where we are at the moment is processing the data that we have collected or been provided with through those various processes, and we are pulling advice together for government for their consideration to go to the next stage of the process.
And still the intention of Treasury, or you're working towards a time frame of getting this done by 2027?
Yes, at the moment we're working towards that sort of time frame. We don't, yeah.
And the IPART, who's been employed as the insurance monitor,
yes,
or engaged as the insurance monitor, I should say, is only funded for 3 years. So do you think that it's achievable to get the reform done in that on that horizon?
It's really that. So it's really a matter for government where we're working in terms of, as we provide advice on, what the data is telling us in terms of what the impact of various reform options might be, and then probably the need to do further consultation at some point. It's really a matter for government in terms of how many questions they have for us as we provide them with advice around options.
So you're basically there's 4 different options, I think, is that right?
There were 4 different options that were consulted on in this discussion paper, that's right.
And so basically you're providing all the data, the information, and then the Treasurer is going to have to make a decision about which of the 4 potential options, or...
And the Treasurer will then need to take that to variously Cabinet, ERC, etc.
And there's consultation taking place with the insurers, local councils, emergency services.
So that's right. So we're not doing a formal consultation process at the moment, but as we, as with any data gathering process, there's a requirement to understand the data you've got and cleanse it for your purposes. So there's been a series of question and answer sessions, so to speak, with the people who provided the data, so we can best understand it and that sort of thing. So it's more, there's not a formal consultation process going on at the moment. Consultations are more in the sort of space of technical conversations around things like the data.
And putting the ESL to one side, is the Treasury undertaking any work about new additional forms of revenue or new taxes outside of excluding ESL?
Every Treasury from time to time is looking at revenue options, and over time New South Wales has been no different. But the question of policy choice is a matter for government.
Right.
Yeah.
And in terms of savings, this $13 billion figure the Treasurer's recently cited.
Yes. Savings and reprioritisations, broadly 50-50 within the $13 billion.
Can you give some indication about what's included in that $13 billion?
A variety of things that have been canvassed.
Or what are the sort of big ticket items?
Liz, could you help me on this? I haven't gone back to the list for a while.
So these were all from the 2023-24 budget.
Yeah.
There's a few that were also election commitments, so savings on consultants and labour hire that they were included. There were some grants programs that I think were repurposed or ceased. If I have a few minutes, I can probably find a list of them for you.
The status update is of the 13 billion as at the end of December, 64% of that's done, and the rest is on track.
Okay, and has there been any work done to look at savings beyond that 13 billion, or you're still working within that 13 billion?
Oh, look, I mean, agencies, as a matter of necessity, are doing that all the time. It's a pretty tough budget process. It's a very constrained fiscal environment, so people are obviously looking for options to reprioritise within their existing budgets to deal with new challenges that arise. So some of that we don't see and don't need to see. We've got a budget to support the government to produce for 25-26. It may be that there needs to be additional savings and efficiencies through that process, but we're yet to get direction on that.
Surely agencies aren't too enthusiastic about coming forward with savings.
In an environment where you get a big gold star from the Treasurer and the Premier, actually you can create a climate where people proudly tell senior ministers about the successful reprioritisations they've made. Yeah.
Thank you. I've got some questions now on the Regional Growth Fund and Working Regions Fund. Is there someone who can answer?
We'll see
if we can answer, or whether it's better directed to the
relevant minister.
Or take on notice if there's things that you can't, if there's, it's because I know it's quite specific. So in the 2023-24 budget, there was an announcement of the $250 million for the Working Regions Fund.
Yes.
Did that come out of the previous government's Regional Growth Fund, or was it a separate item?
I can't recall which fund that might have been reallocated from, but we could take that on notice.
No, you can take that on notice. We'll have to, I'm afraid. Yeah.
And has any additional funding been allocated to the Working Regions Fund since it was first announced?
I don't think so, but again, happy to check.
Okay, that's all right. I might put these ones. I've got a handful of questions. I might put them in as supplementary questions. It might be easier than asking you now. Can someone help me with the future of Glebe Island Port?
That's a...
or at least try to help.
We can try.
Well, we can try.
We can try.
Well, first question, I suppose, where's the review up to?
Well, it's being led by our colleagues in the Cabinet Office. I'll just let my colleagues have a bit of a
check that
ferret around their notes. This is a genius tactic.
I think the extent of my notes is that the review is obviously underway, led by the Cabinet Office, and is subject to a cabinet process and decisions, and questions should be referred to the Minister for Transport.
Okay. All right. No worries. I won't ask them.
Okay.
Then. And the final one that I've got, and I'm jumping around from a host of different issues, the housing and productivity contribution.
Yes.
Is that
something
I can ask
happy
you about?
Happy to see how we go.
Yep. So has the $6 million that the housing and productivity contribution raised from its inception in October 2023 to June 2024 been in accordance with the government's projections?
It's a question about the first year, I'm not sure, but the half year review did downgrade over the budget year and forward years the anticipated revenue from the housing and productivity contribution. The reason for that, of course, being that a range of developments have been slow to get going, fundamentally because they've not been economic in the current environment. So we reduced our anticipated revenue from the HAP-C by $314 million over 4 years to 27-28. That's published in the half-year review.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's previous and forecast.
So I'm not sure about the 23-24 year and whether we received less than, the same as, or more than we were forecasting. So I can take that. Oh, you've got it?
Can I answer? So the 23-24 year was when we received the 6 million.
Yeah.
Right.
And at the half-year review, the projections were reduced
by $1 million.
Approximately across the forward years.
So 6 down to 5, or $1 million for the 24-25 down.
Sorry, $1 million?
Sorry, from the $6 million.
Was 6 what we were forecasting in that year?
Yeah. So for 23-24, I think we were forecasting 5.7, and we got 6 million by the latest forecast before the actuals were known.
Yeah.
Yes, and then the forward estimates have been reforecast, and I expect that they'll, given the latest information, will be revised again for budget.
And it's largely dependent on new supply coming online, I assume, is what that figure looks like.
It's at the point, as you know, of the construction certificate, so yes. Yeah.
What work has the Treasury done with respect to identifying and costing projects that will form part of the infrastructure opportunity plans that was supposed to be announced by the end of 2023?
Sorry, the infrastructure opportunity plans, is this related to the HAP-C?
I think so, yes. Yeah.
Liz, are you familiar with those?
No.
You are?
Yeah.
Mr. Scully was asked about them extensively
Would you,
yesterday.
Mr. Gellibrand, if
would
you
you
come
like
forward.
Mr. Gellibrand to
Come on down.
enter stage left with a response?
And you thought you were going to get away without a single question today, Mr. Gellibrand.
Michael's correct in that it's not so much a matter for Treasury, but more a matter for Department of Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. As part of the HAP-C, the Housing Productivity Contribution, they're developing these opportunity plans to identify what infrastructure would be paid for by the productivity contribution. So there's a connection between the charge and the future expenditure, and those plans are being developed by planning.
When will they be?
Very good question. I understand they've got draft documents that they're reviewing, but I'm not aware of any date for having them completed.
As in planning, Department of Planning's reviewing them, or the Minister? Yeah. What is the timeline that the Treasury is working to support the Treasurer and Minister for Planning to take forward an infrastructure spend to Cabinet for approval?
That happens as part of the budget process every year.
Okay. And is there a governance framework for the IOPs? Can I call them that? Is that the working acronym you use,
We turn
Mr.
everything into an
Gellibrand?
acronym, so yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Is there a governance framework for the IOP infrastructure prioritisation process that has been agreed across government?
It's under development, as far as I'm aware, the principles being developed and so forth.
And how much of the $520 million of infrastructure funding for the Todd accelerated precincts will be funded by the housing and productivity contribution from Treasury's perspective?
I'm not sure that it's directly linked.
No, I think that was confounded.
Yeah, the funding's that's already been allocated is just based on funding available to government from Confund.
So it's the $520 million is budgeted over the forward estimates. Like that's already baked in. Is that the...
That's my recollection, yes.
Yeah.
And mine, we can double check, but I think that's right.
All right, great. And over what timeline will that funding be delivered?
Not sure.
Take it on notice because Mr. Gellibrand's doing a puzzled face.
Yeah, it's also unclear to me, so it might be safest to take
Yeah,
that on notice.
we're best recollection, but we'll confirm on notice.
I don't have much more. Might hand over to Mr. Tudope. I might have a few more on notice. Thank you.
I've become more increasingly concerned as this. How much is in the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund?
The number I gave before was
2.1 billion?
No, 1870, I believe.
1.87.
Yeah, 1.87.
Ms. Vandor, the purpose of the Snowy Hydro Fund created under the Act was for the purpose to improve economic development in regional New South Wales, and for that purpose to fund infrastructure purposes that primarily benefit regional New South Wales. It is the intention of the Parliament that the total payments from the fund for approved regional infrastructure projects will be equivalent to the value of proceeds of the sale of the state by the state of its interest in the Snowy Hydro Limited to the Commonwealth. So you'd agree with me. That's, I'm just reading from the Act, so you probably will agree with me. And then there's another provision contained in that same Act of Parliament. There is payable from the fund the following: any money required to fund all or any part of the cost of an approved regional infrastructure project, any money required to meet administrative expenses related to the fund, and any money directed to or authorised to be paid from the fund by or under any act or law. Am I led to believe that pursuant to the Government Sector Finance Act, which we have passed, that money can be taken out of that fund for other than those purposes?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we'd need to take that on notice and respond to you. It's a question that deserves a thoughtful response.
Well, Section 10.3b of the Government Sector Finance Act provides this. This section has effect despite a provision of this Act or another Act or law placing limitations on payments into or out of the relevant fund. Is it the case that the Treasurer will seek to rely on that provision to override the purposes and of this Act and the payments out of the fund which was created pursuant to this Act?
I can't anticipate what the Treasurer will or won't do, but I understand the point you're making, so we'll take on notice the question you framed.
And to that end, I think you were indicating to me, Mr. Chris Trotter, earlier that there was a set of guidelines to be set up relating to the manner in which
money
transfers
could happen between
into
some
and
but
out
not
of
all
fund.
of the funds. Yeah.
And only those funds within the master fund.
Yeah.
Okay. Could I ask about technical and technical variations?
Yes.
There is a policy on parameter and technical variations, and it's not strictly applied, and agents are able to move money around, and they try and paint these movements, and they hide issues relating to the manner in which they are making payments. In the budget papers, budget paper number 1, table 5.1.
Oh, thanks. Table 5.1.
Page 5.3.
Sorry?
5-2.
5-2.
Table 5.1.
Yes.
You refer to the table refers to $1.7 billion in parameter and technical variations, rising to $2.6 billion in 25-26.
This is a footnote to the table.
It's the last line along here.
Oh yes, sorry. Okay. Yep.
Can you provide a list of the technical and parameter adjustments for this year and forward years?
Oh my gosh. How many acres of forest do you want us to slay? I mean, no, there's a very, very...
I've seen the...
Yeah, I'm sure you have. And they are advice to Cabinet, so we can take it on notice.
Take it on notice. While you're taking it on notice, I also want to know what agencies have requested PTAs for 24-25.
You could almost say all of them, but it'll be close to that. But
yeah.
Well, can you identify the biggest PTAs that make up the number in 24-25 and 25-26?
Again, all of that information will be provided to Cabinet and its committees to prepare for the budget.
Yeah.
So, and I take it the normal practice is that they would have to be approved by the Treasurer or his office?
Yes, and ultimately, ultimately by the Expenditure Review Committee on the recommendation of the Treasurer. And just to assure you as a taxpayer, there is a very significant degree of scrutiny applied to parameter and technical adjustments, and there is a real distinction drawn between parameter adjustments and technical adjustments. Technical adjustments, by and large, as you well know, are driven by the requirements of accounting policy. But parameter adjustments do present the government with a policy choice or a discretionary choice. So, for example, a call centre experiences an increase in demand and the anticipated call handling time of 3 minutes blows out to 4 minutes. There could be a parameter bid saying we need 20 more people to bring it back down to 3 minutes. And I think in times when the budget was in a much stronger position, that probably didn't get a lot of scrutiny. That would get a lot of scrutiny now.
Okay. So there is now a new parameter and technical.
The policy is just
document?
being very, very closely and rigorously applied.
Right, the existing policy.
The existing policy. Yeah.
Well, it's probably something that I will develop in a future estimates thing. So I'll put you on notice of that. That I think that can I ask about measures statements?
Yes, you can.
So, has Treasury given advice to the Treasurer about including a more robust measures statement in his budget statement?
Advice to the Treasurer through a budget process is appropriately confidential. Yeah.
But is Treasury seeking more rigorous measures statements?
Look, the fundamental test is, does the budget satisfy the requirements of the relevant legislation?
And best practice.
Well, indeed. I mean, we present a whole range of policy options for government about the presentation of the budget. The major issue at the moment, of course, is decisions the government needs to take about the performance and wellbeing framework and how that's framed and how that's presented in the 25-26 budget. So look, we're always in favour of trying to observe good practice in other jurisdictions and reflect it in our own. So we keep a close eye on innovations in other states' budget presentations.
Who prepared the evidence on behalf of Treasury in relation to the application by the Nurses and Midwives Association in the Industrial Commission? the current economic and fiscal position.
So it's not due yet,
Yeah.
so that evidence hasn't been finalised or
Well, we
prepared.
were told
but
it had been.
for nurses and midwives?
Correct.
It's not my recollection, Joanne, unless you've got a different recollection. I haven't submitted any evidence
No,
for nurses.
not
No.
nurses.
Has it been,
So they're
the
hearing this-
FEBU, has it been provided?
Yes.
Yes.
Who did that work?
I prepared the fiscal evidence, or people helped me prepare the fiscal evidence that I submitted as an expert witness, and Ms Wilkie and her team similarly prepared economic evidence.
Are you prepared to table that document?
I understand that given it's a legal proceeding and that the secretary who sponsors that proceeding, and I'm not sure who it is in the fire and rescue case, it's a decision for them as to whether they, because they sought the evidence from us, it's a decision for them whether they provide it to other parties.
That would be Secretary Tidball, probably.
Yeah.
But we can confirm that.
Well, in terms of the claim being made by the FBU, do we say that their claim is unaffordable?
One comment I'd make on this case in particular is it's a complex funding arrangement because it is majority funded through contributions from the insurance industry through the emergency services levy. Policyholders
actually.
Passed on from the insurance industry and local government. So that covers just over 85% of the cost. And then a small portion comes from government funding.
So do I read into that the position is that those local government agencies couldn't bear or the additional impost arising from a wages claim as is being sought by the FBU?
Could you repeat that question? Are you asking about local governments?
Well, I think your evidence just was then it's a complex arrangement because the funding for
the majority is borne by policyholders, a small share borne by ratepayers, and the smallest share borne by state taxpayers.
So the evidence would go to the impact on insurance premiums, is that?
There are two sets of evidence. Sorry, I provided fiscal. Sure. My colleague, Ms Wilkie, provided the economic evidence. So the fiscal evidence focused on the impact on government contributions.
Yep.
Ms Wilkie's evidence took into account the flow through impacts.
No, we didn't. We didn't specifically look at what would happen with the increase to policyholders specifically because wage rates are just one thing that goes to the cost of providing emergency services.
So what evidence was there provided in respect of the economic impact on the state of this claim?
So for this claim, we looked at for each of these wage cases on the economic evidence side. What we are doing is providing for the IRC's. As we're instructed, it depends on what we're instructed to do, but largely what we're doing, and it goes partly to my answer to Mr. Rath previously, is doing a series of scenarios looking at what is the impact on the economy in terms of unemployment, GSP and inflation for the IR Secretary's offer, for the union's request, and then looking at a series of scenarios of different spillovers across the economy in terms of...
So a wage rise may have an impact on inflation?
It as I said previously, if it impacts
in a different way,
impact on inflation is, shall we say, more likely if you have broad spillover across the economy, not just to the rest of the New South Wales public sector or to other public sectors, but broadly into the private sector as well, and then on the macroeconomic conditions prevalent in the economy at the time. It depends. It's a very economist answer. It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. How many meetings have you had with the rating agencies?
We Treasury.
Yeah, Treasury.
Since when? 1856?
Prior to the last determination by Moody's, S&P and Fitch.
I would take that on notice because I've participated in some but not all of them, so I'll take that on notice to give you an accurate answer.
Were there briefing notes provided in relation to prepared
yes.
for those discussions?
Yes, briefing notes provided for participants, yep.
Are those briefing notes available?
Well, some of them have been obtained under a Standing Order 52 by one of your colleagues, so they're available.
Are there documents that haven't been produced pursuant to that standing order?
Almost certainly.
I'm sure. Documents which haven't been provided, are you prepared to make those available?
I'll take that under advice.
Okay.
And respond
including the talking points which may have been made available for the Treasurer in relation to...
I'll take that on notice. I'm pretty sure the documents that I've seen in a Standing Order 52 were of that nature, but I'll...
In those discussions with the credit rating agencies, what risks did they identify as being the greatest risks for the New South Wales economy?
That's for the ratings agencies to describe for themselves, which of course they do in their published reports.
But they must have had conversations with you in relation to...
Yeah, but it's not appropriate for me to share those discussions. That's, as I say, it's appropriate they speak for themselves, and they do very clearly through their published reports and commentary they provide in support of those reports.
That's all the questions I have for you today, Mr. Coutts-Trotter.
Thank you.
Foreshadow I have lots more next time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor-Hope. No more from you, Mr. Rowe? None from the government? No. Well, in the absence of any more questions, are there any answers?
Yes,
there's some answers.
There's been a slew of questions, but we have one answer. So this is just, Chair, in response to your query about the operation. How do we work out how much POC is liable to be paid in New South Wales? And this is a quick description. So under the Betting Tax Act, Section 13L, a wagering operator must, when receiving a bet, take reasonable steps to identify the location of the person making the bet. The legislation allows for the operators to rely on an individual's residential address or a principal place of residence for a business to be the person's location, the bettor's location. Based on that information, the wagering operators report and pay the betting taxes, including point of consumption tax, to the relevant state governments. Liquor and Gaming New South Wales has among its regulatory priorities detailed proactive revenue audits of betting service providers relating to their point of consumption tax obligations to confirm appropriate payment of the tax by online wagering operators. So I suppose if your scenario, if you were a very significant gambler, you could pretend you live in Darwin when you actually live in New South Wales, but there would be ways of confirming from other sources of information where you've registered your principal place of residence. So there'd be ways for colleague agencies to assess that. And just thinking about that example, if you had a harbourside mansion in Sydney but pretended you lived in Darwin, you'd be paying land tax on your harbourside mansion in Sydney. So that would be a disincentive to be dishonest. So anyway, there are powers for Liquor and Gaming New South Wales to undertake audits, and it is part of their proactive audit program.
Interesting.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Chair, I can provide a couple of answers to Ms Ward's questions, if I may. To the question of how many times has the state's negotiation team met with the toll road concessionaires this year, The answer is 6. I can provide the dates for the committee if you wish. And I can also confirm that so far this year, the Toll Reform Steering Committee has convened twice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Could I
Ms.
also
Livingston, yep.
confirm that the Working Regions Fund was a reservation in Restart? It's not taken funding from the former government's Regional Growth Fund, and there's been no addition since the original 250 million reservation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everyone. There was a lot of things taken on notice, but as usual, in due course, the Secretariat will be in contact with you for some answers to those. Again, thank you for the work you all do for the people of New South Wales, and thank you for coming to this hearing today and sitting on these incredibly uncomfortable chairs for 8 hours and being grilled by us. We very much appreciate that.
Disgraceful chairs.